Good morning from Waterloo, Iowa. We are exactly 100 days away from the Iowa Caucus here in the Hawkeye State. I'm Matthew Alvarez.
And I'm Vanessa Broussard. So good to see you here today. It's a double header here for President Donald Trump and his campaign. Again, like Matthew just said, 100 days out from the Iowa Caucus. January 15th, we'll be here before we know it. Iowa is the first state. He's been really coming to this state a lot, pushing for votes and for Iowa to really stand behind him. And as we've seen from previous events and the line outside here today, the people of Iowa love President Donald Trump. We're here in Waterloo, and we also have Brian, Glenn, and Catherine Cipher at the next event that's in Cedar Rapids.
Exactly, and that speech will start around 4:30. The speech here will start at 2 o'clock. So we're talking Central Time right now, so Central to Central here in Waterloo, Iowa. And President Trump, at his latest Iowa speech just last week in Ottumwa, Iowa, he called for leadership that brings, quote, intelligence, common sense, and love for our country in 2024. And that's exactly what we see every time he shares a speech at these events. And it's wonderful to see the amount of patriots here. Switching gears, though, right now, we know that a lot of coverage today of a tragic event that's happening that has started in the Holy Land in Israel. Developing news there, of course, with an attack from Hamas, hundreds dead and missing. And the videos that are coming out of there, Vanessa, are quite devastating.
It's very devastating, heartbreaking. Just minutes before we went on air here from Waterloo, I was looking at video coming in, brand new video, and I'm telling you, I almost teared up, almost started crying before we went on air, because as a mother, my heart is breaking for the children that are being kidnapped, crying. There is video of this circulating the internet right now of families being taken from their homes and being put in the back of trucks with guns drawn to them, hugging, crying, and it really, what did I tell you right before we went on air? I love being here, but I really just want to go home and hug my babies. Hug your babies tight, because it is so heartbreaking to see what is going on there. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has told his citizens we are at war. He says that we will make a swift and devastating action against Hamas and the people behind this. And so Benjamin Netanyahu is saying we are at war, and we will make sure that we take care of our citizens. He's calling up the reserves to help in this fight. President Trump has issued a statement. We'll get to that in just a minute, but I'm talking about more of what's going on the ground right now as we speak. The U.S. Embassy has been told to shelter in place there in Israel. Airports are shut down. Over 5,000 strikes have taken place since the overnight hours here in the U.S. 5,000 strikes on Israel. So it's definitely a war going on right there. We were talking earlier, this had to be a thought out attack, because not only are they striking from the air, but they are on the ground. They're going into prisons, Matthew, and they are going into these prisons, and they are letting these terrorists escape, killing everybody in their path. It's just horrible, and I wish it would stop right now. We need to pray right now for peace in the Middle East, and again for those babies and families that are being held at gunpoint, taken away, kidnapped, not knowing if they'll live the next hour.
Exactly. The Israeli Defense Force, the IDF, has struck back, and with thousands of airstrikes in the Gaza Strip. As many of you have been seeing all over media, the 24/7 news cycle is in high gear right now. Stephen Miller, the senior advisor for President Trump, one of the senior advisors, posted on Truth Social this morning that Trump brought us safety, stability, and peace. Biden brought us destruction, disaster, and war. Agenda 47, peace through strength. This is one of the policies, of course, as President Trump is campaigning throughout the country, sharing with people, don't forget about peace through strength. Once again, Stephen Miller on Truth Social saying Trump brought us safety, stability, and peace. And I was also thinking earlier, obviously a very spiritual battle as well. Tucker Carlson calling it that too. I mean, everybody knows it's good versus evil. It reminds me of something, even in the Bible, God, right? Heaven is his throne, earth is his footstool. Like, he is above all of this. And people, we have to just get back to prayer and get back to realizing the times that we're living in right now, Vanessa.
Yes, and absolutely. And we were talking about that earlier, too, is that while we're worried about men using women's bathrooms or what color hair is allowed in this location in public places, this is the real world. This is the truth. This is what's going on. Again, we are at... Israel is our biggest ally in the Middle East, and so the U.S. stands behind Israel. This is what we really need to be concerned about. Joe Biden sent Iran $6 billion. Iran funds these militants, these terrorist groups, and so guess what? Then they go into Israel. So pay attention real quick. I want to mention Donald Trump's statement about what's going on in Israel. He just issued this morning saying, quote, "These Hamas attacks are a disgrace and Israel has every right to defend itself in overwhelming force. Sadly, American taxpayer dollars helped fund these attacks, which many reports are saying came from the Biden administration. We brought so much peace to the Middle East through the Abraham Accords, only to see Biden whittle it away at far more rapid pace than anyone thought possible. Here we go again," he says. So we'll have more coverage on what's going on in the Middle East here all throughout the day as new reports start going in. Again, this is all developing news happening right now in Israel. But we are in Iowa right now. We know President Trump's going to talk about that today, but we want to step aside real quick and show you where we are. This is a industrial, what we called it earlier. It's almost like a barn dominium. Very nice rustic building that we're in, Matthew.
Yeah, it's going to be great, and it's when the crowd, cheers seeing the president. It's going to be quite loud here. We do want to thank one of our great sponsors in Birch Gold, Vladimir Putin. Called the U.S. dollar's drop in dominance objective and irreversible during that BRICS summit that was held in South Africa, as Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa formally agreed to use local currencies instead of the U.S. dollar. As demand for the dollar weakens, the buying power of the dollar weakens as well. So that's why Birch Gold is busier than ever. Investors and savers are looking to harness the power of physical gold held in tax-sheltered IRA. All you got to do is what you see there. Text Trump to 989898 for your free info kit on gold. With thousands of happy customers, an A+ rating with Better Business Bureau, and countless 5-star reviews, you can count on Birch Gold to help you navigate transitioning an existing IRA or 401k into an IRA in gold. Once again, text Trump to 989898. One of our other sponsors always doing a great job is the man himself, Mike Lindell. And in such a wild time right now, dealing with a number of expenses, but we know that he has stood up for this country, and we want to support him in every way we can. Obviously, appearing on Right Side Broadcasting Network so many times, live coverage in various rallies. And I remember in your home state of Texas, Vanessa, he was in Robstown, Texas, at a Trump rally. And there's a video that I posted on my Truth Social account, at Matthew Alvarez, if you scroll way down there, of him just saying hi to all the patriots, walking around, and everybody from all walks of life are saying, "We love you, Mike. Thank you so much for what you're doing for our country. God bless the USA. Hey, we have your sheets, we have your pillows," and all that kind of thing. A genuine man of God that stands for this country. So it's time for us as Americans, right, to buy all of his products to support him and what he's dealing with right now.
Yes, absolutely. Mike Lindell is similar to President Trump. He owns My Pillow. He has made good money, a good life from all of his successes in his businesses. But the left is hammering him as well. He's having to pay for court costs and attorney fees. And so Mike Lindell is fighting for us. We need to support him. And that's what we are asking you to do, is please go support Mike Lindell and My Pillow. Go to mypillow.com. You can actually order some Christmas presents. It'll be here before you know it. We are, nearing mid-October. Start shopping for Christmas. Go type in the RSBN promo code. Help support Mike Lindell. He's a true friend of RSBN. We love him. Like you mentioned, the people love him. When he comes to an event, you know when he walks on the premises because the people go crazy. And you're absolutely right. He doesn't walk on stage until he shakes hands, says hello, takes selfies and pictures with all of the people. So let's support him. He is a true, great American patriot.
Amen. And my wife and I use his products all the time. Literally, we've got the sandals, sliders, the what are these called? Slippers. Of course, the My Slippers. There's so many news stories going on right now. So it's like, you're thinking about Israel right now, and then you're thinking about President Trump, and then you're thinking about Mike Lindell. There's so much going on out there right now. But back to what I was saying, the Giza sheets, the pillows, all of these things. Our little puppy Willow actually slept on one of the slippers.
They have animal products on mypillow.com.
Exactly, the dog bed and all. So, great products. So please help Mike Lindell, of course. He's doing great things. Causeofamerica.org is one of the websites. LindellEvent.com, I believe, is another website to go and support Mr. Lindell and what he's up to and up against right now. And Vanessa, this has been at least your second or third trip to Iowa just in the past couple months.
Oh, absolutely. President Trump was here in Iowa back in July for Farmers for Trump. That's the initiative that kicked off. You'll see behind us John Deere tractors. That was the backdrop of the last event for Farmers for Trump. And those John Deere tractors are here again today. So, again, the farmers love President Trump and all of the funds that he allocated for them during his presidency. And he promises that he'll take care of them again when he becomes president.
Exactly.
In 2025.
And there was the John Deere factory kind of tour museum in Waterloo just down the road. I said to the guys, we should all go check that out after this.
I think we are.
Yeah, that'd be pretty awesome. Once again, this is a RSBN doubleheader today. Thank you so much for watching. We're in Waterloo, Iowa right now, where President Trump will speak around 2:30 Central Time and then shift down about 55 minutes drive to Cedar Rapids, where Brian Glenn and Catherine Cipher will take over coverage. So we're going to have two spots, two speeches today from the president. And of course, he'll be talking about the tragic moments and events going on in Israel right now. His comments about how what he did during his 4 years, where there was no wars, right? I mean, his Agenda 47, once again, was peace through strength. So another topic I'm sure he'll bring up is that of immigration. Right now, we know what's happening around this country. We're not only seeing it at the southern border, it seems like there are other states, right, being affected by the illegal immigrants, right? We're all about having people come to this country in the sense of in a legal matter. Well, as we know, New York City, Chicago, Denver, cities around the country are dealing with this. And we mentioned El Paso, Texas as a breaking point. It's pretty wild.
It is wild in Texas. I'm from Texas. I live there. Governor Greg Abbott has his hands full. He's doing what he can every day. He's doing what he can. He actually tweets out, or X now, formerly Twitter, puts on X what they're doing almost daily to try to stop this barrage of people just coming in, flooding our border. Let's face it, there is no border. It's just wide open. Come on in. We'll welcome you. That's the Biden administration way. Well, 3 million illegal immigrants, they are estimating, have crossed the border so far this year. 200,000 in September alone. Do the math on that. 200,000 in 1 month. That's what's coming into not just Texas, not just Arizona, not just California and all the border states. They're coming up north, to the east, to the west. Anywhere we go on the campaign trail, you hear from people all over. We have these illegal immigrants in our towns. So not just the big cities, but in our towns as well. They're all over America right now.
They are.
And it's scary. And so, like you mentioned, they're going to these Democrat-run cities, Philadelphia, they're going to New York City, Chicago, Denver, Los Angeles. But now, like El Paso, Dallas mayor has just turned Republican. He switched his entire career. He's been Democrat. He switched to Republican just recently. Now, all of these Democrat-run cities are saying, whoa, 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 whoa. We can't. We are, we're housing them in these nice hotels. We're feeding them. We're taking care of them on taxpayer dollars. But we're now getting it's too flooded now. So now the Biden administration is saying, maybe the border wall wasn't a bad idea after all.
Yeah, they're saying it now a little too late, in my opinion, because it's past that moment. Governor Abbott in Texas sent out the National Guard there. I think that we're at that point right now to secure the border. It's going to take a long time to, not too long, but it's going to take some time to build a wall, right?
Right.
There's about 1,900 miles from Texas or from California all the way through to the eastern part of Texas. So it's a lot of walls still to be built, and that's what President Trump would have been continuing to do if he would be in the White House right now.
And speaking of the White House, there's a fence all the way around the White House, so it's okay for the White House to have a wall, but no wall at the border.
Exactly, and other people's houses as well. Nancy Pelosi and other people all across the country have some protection, some gates, some housing, some security, and then for some reason, our entire United States, where the people, where we all live, right, they're allowing them just to walk right in, and we don't know anything about everybody there. Except for last night. In Chicago, I was flying from Pennsylvania to Chicago on the way here to Waterloo, right? And we were realizing that they're flying migrants in from El Paso, San Antonio, San Diego, other cities.
Are these commercial flights?
These are commercial, I believe. They didn't tell me specifically which one they were. I knew they were flying in. So we all know in Chicago, we've been hearing about the residents there up in arms about all of the migrants coming in. So I thought, well, I'm going to check out this one terminal. As some of you know, there are migrants sleeping in Terminal 1 at Chicago O'Hare Airport. So I only had about an hour and a half to connect on the flight, and I had to actually leave the airport and check back into my flight. I made sure with TSA that all of that could have happened quickly and everything would have been fine. So anyway, so I go out there, and this is what I see. Check it out. So you guys came from Tijuana, San Diego area?
¿Cómo?
Tijuana, San Diego, you flew here?
Ajá.
Where are you from?
Venezuela.
Venezuela. First time in the United States?
¿Cómo?
First time in the United States. United States.
Ajá.
First time.
Sí.
So how long was the trip up here? I mean, did you guys just walk?
Caminando.
Walk. Where are you from?
My name is Jair.
Where?
Jair.
Zaire. And you were in San Diego?
San Diego. San Antonio.
San Antonio. Did they fly you here?
Yes.
Airplane.
En avión.
Do you like Trump or do you like Biden?
No, Biden. Que si está por Donald Trump o Biden.
You like Biden because he lets you in?
Sí. Yes.
But Trump, he's good.
Claro.
Trump is good.
Claro.
Bueno. Okay, thank you guys.
Ya.
See you. Bye-bye. See you. Well, there you go, guys. I mean, it's real deal stuff right here in Chicago at the Chicago O'Hare Airport, Terminal 1. Pretty wild stuff to see somebody from Venezuela. I saw this report on Fox News Channel the other day, and I wanted to see what this was really about, so here you go. Okay. So once again, that was at the Chicago O'Hare Airport. They were actually saying, hey, you can't, do any video in here. And they said, do you want me to call CPD? And I said, don't worry about it, and I left. But the point is, that was exclusive footage to RSBN with the Venezuelan and someone from Zaire, which is the Democratic Republic of Congo. That's who I spoke with, in broken English, back and forth. But you can tell that they were saying, hey, it's because of Biden. That's why we're glad we're here.
And that's exactly why the Biden administration is doing this. No voter ID. They don't want anybody to have a voter ID. They want all these millions coming in so that way they can get the votes. It's clear as day. You just heard it from them. Biden.
Exactly. And so I'm going to post that on my Truth Social at Matthew Alvarez a little bit, maybe tomorrow. But the point is, I want you, when you watch it, I want you to see the guy from Zaire. He actually, if you look at him, he actually says, it looks like he says Trump. He almost says
he
that.
He wanted to say Trump.
He wanted to say that, but the Venezuelans said Biden, and then the guy from Congo agreed and said Biden. So Yeah, that was yesterday around 7:45, 7:30 Central Time, and it was just surprising to see the results, the actual boots on the ground, and not have to travel to the southern No More border right now.
Right.
And to see it in the city of Chicago. So pretty wild stuff. I was also speaking with someone that works at Right Side Broadcasting, and she said she wishes that I was able to tell them that Biden is trying to turn America into the type of countries that they're coming from. They all think they escaped to the land of the free, land of opportunity, but that will not be the case if Trump does not get back into office and fast. Somehow we need the migrants to see that this is where it's headed. So that was a great point.
The same place that they fled from. And, you know, when you talk to people from Cuba who came here the legal way, they don't like what's going on. You know, like, we love people to come here the legal way, you know, become a U.S. citizen. It's the illegal immigrations. But what they're saying to me whenever, like a lot of times when I go to Florida, for example, there's a huge Cuban population there. And so they're telling me that we are so close to being a country that they fled from. We're so close to what is happening in Cuba. Then they ask me, well, Vanessa, where do we go next? I don't know what to tell you. You know, I don't know what to tell you. So that when you talk to the people on the ground, the people who know about these countries, who still have families there, they'll tell you America is close to these countries that, you know, all of these migrants are fleeing.
Yep, exactly.
And it's really sad that we've come to this point, and like you mentioned, we need to get Donald Trump back in office because he can fix all of this. We talked about what's going on in Israel. We'll talk more about that throughout the broadcast, but this would not be going on under a Trump presidency.
And then, you know, get a chance to finish the job, right? Finish the wall and
yes.
Agenda 47, a bunch of policies that he's working on. We are here in Iowa because it is a Commit to Caucus event here in Waterloo. So ia.donaldjtrump.com is the website to go to if you live in Iowa to be a caucus team captain. You know, these caucuses are 1,700 precincts around the state, and on January 15th, I mean, that's when people will decide, you know, who they want as the nominee of the Republican Party. And of course, as we've seen with the drastic numbers, not only in polling, but right here, boots on the ground, tens of thousands of people that we see just at the events alone, let alone the couple million plus, most likely, that are Trump supporters, because he is a great person, was a great president, and hopefully will be again.
Absolutely. So I like how you mentioned become a captain. You can do so, get involved, get one person, get involved in your neighborhood, and that way you can get your entire neighborhood involved too. But it just starts with one person. Grab a friend. And then that friend can grab a friend, and then the numbers will just start growing. But it's going to take the people of America to take this country back, and we can do so today, right now. Go to that website that Matthew just mentioned. It's on DonaldJTrump.com website. Get involved in the Iowa caucus, and also, if you're not from Iowa, get involved in your home state. Find out how to do it in your home state, but make sure, you know, phone a friend, a family member. Hey, do you want to join me? Let's do something. We've got to do something, because if we don't, we are not going to have a country left in 2025. It's just going to go downhill, continuing to go downhill at a rapid pace. You know, I ask people in older generations, have you ever seen anything like this in your lifetime? They say no. They cannot believe that America is where we are today. Never have they seen anything like this. Never would they have dreamed that the land that we love so much would turn. It's turmoil. Let's face it. The entire world is in turmoil right now. It's going on right now. I mean, it's just how bizarre, and how I can't even fathom how this just happened from one man in one administration. China. You know, China, what's going on in China, Israel, the border. It's just chaos, complete chaos.
Speaking of China, they don't recognize Hamas as a terrorist organization. Either does Brazil and a few other countries out there. Obviously, the United States recognizes Hamas as a terrorist organization. But it's things like that. Like, the line's been drawn in the sense of, hey, we had peace and stability under President Trump. He didn't lead us into any wars. He wants the war in Russia and Ukraine to stop. Obviously, he's made a statement today about the thing that's going on, the war that's going on in Israel that just started. So, yeah, we definitely need to get someone that is going to rally everyone in a positive, peaceful way.
He's a peacemaker.
Exactly. And blessed are the
peacemakers.
Once again, let's take a live look here in Iowa, Waterloo, Iowa. This is the Commit to Caucus event. Today's date, right, is October 7th. And exactly 100 days from now, it'll be January 15th. It'll be the Iowa Caucus here in the great state of Iowa. We're going to talk about a number of other topics too. Vanessa and I are going to discuss the speakership and President Trump endorsing Ohio Congressman Jim Jordan and our thoughts about a Trump speakership and how awesome that would be, as many of you agree. Once again, also support Mike Lindell as well. But we also want to thank one of our other sponsors right now, Donald Trump Jr. and Bannon and Bongino, John Solomon, Patel Patriot, and Monica Crawley. What do they all have in common? They're great Americans who depend on Field of Greens to help them stay healthy. Field of Greens is unlike any other fruit and vegetable product. While others add fruit and vegetable extracts from foreign countries, Field of Greens is proudly made in the Lone Star State in Texas. And Field of Greens contains whole fruits and vegetables because that's where nature's healthy, healing nutrients are found. Most importantly, each fruit and vegetable in Field of Greens was medically selected to support essential health functions. Some support heart, lungs, and kidney health. Others support immune system, energy, and metabolism for healthy weight loss. So how will you know Field of Greens is working? At your next checkup, your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. Get started today with 15% off your first order. Visit fieldofgreens.com and use promo code RSBN. That's promo code RSBN at fieldofgreens.com. We thank Field of Greens for being a great sponsor here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Without the sponsors and without the viewers, Vanessa, we wouldn't be able to do this.
Yes, so we thank all of our sponsors for backing us and the conservative movements and really being there for America. You're looking at a almost packed house now. It's standing room only already with a line of people outside, Matthew. Thousands of people here in Waterloo to see President Trump on his first stop, and then he'll be going to Cedar Rapids after that for his second stop for the day. So we've got team coverage here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Stick with us all day long. We have me and Matthew, of course, here in Waterloo, and then we'll toss it over after President Trump is done speaking here. We'll toss it over to Brian Glenn and Catherine Cipher, who are in Cedar Rapids. So we have both speeches covered here for you on Right Side Broadcasting Network. If you haven't done so already, go to rsbnetwork.com. Sign up for our newsletter to get breaking news, the latest events going on across the country and the world. Follow politics with our newsletter, rsbnetwork.com. Sign up for the newsletter. Also, follow RSBN on all social media accounts. And then I'm also on Truth Social at Vanessa Broussard. And if you're on Instagram, I'm there as well at Vanessa Broussard News. Matthew, yours.
At Matthew Alvarez for Truth Social. So it's at Matthew Alvarez on Truth Social. So, yeah, a great website there to be able to connect with people and patriots.
I feel free. Like, it's just, I don't have to watch what I say about what I believe. It's President Trump's social media network app. And so all of these great American patriots are on there, and they all agree with you. It's just a big movement, and that's what the left is scared of. They're scared of this MAGA movement, and it is growing by the day.
Right, and so make America great again. And there's a number of thoughts that come to mind when I think of MAGA, and this is something I didn't prepare, so I believe that MAGA stands for freedom, for the truth, for the Constitution, for the Bible, for God, for patriotism, for peace, strength through peace, and, you know, for the American way that it's been since, you know, our founding. I know we obviously went through a number of very difficult times, but we are here, and MAGA will be here, I believe, for the rest of, not to be dramatic, but the rest of existence, you know, because who doesn't want their country to be great, right? And not great in the sense of, you know, hurting anyone. Instead, strength through peace or freedom, right? So it's going to be around.
It's going to be around. It has to be around. You know, Hillary Clinton just said recently, MAGA, Trump fans need to be deprogrammed. Deprogrammed from what? From the Constitution, from the Declaration of Independence, from believing what's in the Bible and standing true to God's word, for, you know, wanting our country to be the strongest in the world. To MAGA means make America great again. The MAGA movement wants a great America. So what exactly should we be deprogrammed from?
I'm going to stay quiet because Vanessa just preached the house down right there, and I'm sure a lot of you guys are saying amen back there, watching throughout the country. Thank you guys so much for watching. I agree 100%. You know, a few days ago in Ottumwa, Iowa, I was saying something about how we needed a reprogramming, and I was on camera saying it, reprogramming of the left-wing media, even though we're attached to a lot of the major networks from back in the day, because they do cover things pretty well. They just go as short, they stop at MAGA, they stop at Trump, they stop at freedom, they stop at the Bible, they just stop at the reality of what we're dealing with. So if there's anybody that needs a reprogramming
and
and deprogramming, it's those that are against good things. How can you argue with, in the sense of our belief in God or family and friends and faith and freedom, right? You can't argue against those things, but they do, and they try to, and then they call us names, they say all this stuff. And the other thing that I keep thinking about is when there's the MAGA extremist kind of thing, it's interesting because they act like it's a small group of people that are some fringe lunatic over there in the corner, when actually it's overwhelming majority of this country and freedom people that love freedom all around the world are in support of that kind of movement. And yes, there are people in general in every walk of life as we know it. In every industry, there's always maybe a bad egg here and there, right? Mm-hmm. But overall, a high percentage are people that are just like, you know what, I just want to live my life. I want to be free. And that's why the Don't Tread on Me flag and the Tea Party movement resonated with so many Americans. And Donald Trump took the torch, and here we are in 2023 in Iowa.
He really is the leader of the Republican Party, the leader of the free world. He's magical. I don't have any other word to say really right now, is that he's just magical. When he walks on stage, we've covered numerous events for Donald Trump, and there's just something about him.
Times you got to get along down.
You know, every time I see him, it's like the first time I see him. I get so excited because there's hope when he comes on stage. There's promise. There's this businessman who loves the country like we do. He's so smart. He can figure it out. And I always tell people, no matter how many times the left comes out after him, or these DAs who are after him, he's always 10 steps ahead. He's got it figured out. Yep. He's going to be all right. And people say, how? I don't know how. He's on another IQ level than me, but he has it figured out, and he's going to be okay. He has a wonderful team behind him. He's so smart. He's been a businessman his entire life. He's going to be okay with the Lord's arms around him, with America backing him. Donald Trump is going to be all right. I firmly believe that.
Yeah, I agree 100%. And also, I think people around the world that love freedom are supporters of Donald Trump, of Jair Bolsonaro, the president of Brazil, who won that election there, and that also was
My employees and I are excited to announce it's our 20th anniversary, and to celebrate, we're bringing you a limited edition MyPillow. The Giza Elegance MyPillow is made with the most amazing cotton, 2-inch pipe gusset, comes in 4 custom loft levels, and it's machine washable and dryable.
When I got MyPillow, I'm asleep almost immediately. I stay asleep at night and I wake up more well-rested in the morning.
My patented fill adjusts to your exact individual needs and helps keep your neck supported and aligned. That's why we've been around for 20 years, because MyPillow works.
Go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get your limited edition 20th anniversary MyPillow queen size. Retails for $69.98, now only $19.98. That's right, only $19.98.
With my 60-day money-back guarantee, you have nothing to lose. Sleep well, America!
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I have a Christian show called Let It Be Heard, where we analyze culture and current events from a biblical perspective. I highly recommend you guys check us out. We now have episodes every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And basically, what happens is we react to videos, we have talking points, we have on guests, and it's very exciting. Come check us out on Rumble on the RSBN channel. God bless you guys.
When I invented MyPillow, my passion was to help each and every one of you. And 20 years later, all of your support is what keeps us going. Because of you, we've been able to create thousands of USA jobs and help millions get the best sleep ever. To thank you, my employees and I are bringing you a limited edition MyPillow. The Giza Elegance MyPillow is made with my patented adjustable fill, the most amazing cotton, and a 2-inch pipe gusset. It has 4 custom loft levels, machine washable and dryable, and you get my 60-day money-back guarantee and 10-year warranty.
Go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get your limited edition 20th anniversary MyPillow queen size. Retails for $69.98, now only $19.98.
Again, President Trump has endorsed Jim Jordan. Let's see what's going on behind us real quick.
Kaufman, Senior Advisor to President Trump, and I'll be your MC for this event. To kick things off, I'd like to invite up Pastor Joshua Graber, who will do the prayer for us.
All right, let's ask the blessing from the Almighty here today before we get started. Dear gracious and loving Heavenly Father, we raise our voices to you this afternoon in humility to ask for help in matters beyond our control. When we look around us, we see a land that is overrun with hopelessness, a land overrun with greed, a land overrun with those who would harm our children. We see a land where a common man or woman's voice is silenced by unelected bureaucrats. We see a land with no justice. We see a land where people are treated differently, where justice has fallen in the streets. We look around this morning, we also see a land of great history, of great potential. Lord, we see a land that which, in spite of how hard it has fallen, also contains a remnant of people who wish to rise up and restore America. Thank you for raising up a man to stand in the gap for us. Thank you for one that would rise up for such a time as this. We can see your hand of protection upon him, and we would humbly ask that you would continue to protect and uphold President Trump. We ask you this afternoon to bring a reviving to America. Awaken us unto righteousness and return us to the glory of our salvation. Renew a right spirit within us. Give us the strength to weather the storm that will inevitably come against us. You taught us that there are those who love darkness rather than light because their deeds are evil. Give us a heart of courage and not of fear, for greater is he that is in us than he that is in the world. Remind us of your teaching and example to fear not what men may do unto us. Remind us that in this world we are to fight for righteousness and occupy until you return, and then be welcomed into your presence to hear, well done, thou good and faithful servant. Father, we remember the ultimate example of one who laid down his life in sacrifice for others. Jesus came and to destroy the power of the terrible oppressor, sin and evil, and he did so because he loved us. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believeth in him should not perish but have everlasting life. The only thing that you ask of us is simple faith. For whosoever shall call upon the name of the Lord shall be saved. Thank you, Lord. Now we pray for your mighty power to be manifested and given free rein. We pray that you will impart wisdom to our president as he goes forth to stand in our place. We ask that those who stand against him would be put to silence, that those horrendous actions against him and his family would be exposed and struck down. When we leave this place, give us the courage to say no to evil. Give us the victory over addictions and vices that harm us and our families, and give us the courage to stand with President Trump in the caucuses and in the election to come. We ask for your guidance, wisdom, and power in Jesus' almighty and all-powerful name. Amen.
That was excellent, Pastor. Thank you. Next up, I'd like to invite up a prominent Black Hawk County activist, April Melton, for the pledge.
Thank you all for removing your hats. And if you'll please put your hand over your heart and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag behind me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, April. Next up, we've got another prominent Black Hawk County activist to sing the national anthem for us, Kelly Parker.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
Thank you, Kelly. That was fantastic. I'll kick things off here, and how I want to start this is I've got 3 questions for you in the audience. Number 1, who's ready to see Donald J. Trump today? Question number 2, who's ready to send Donald J. Trump back to the White House? Well, it all starts right here today, because my 3rd question is simple. Please raise your hand and keep your hand raised if this cycle will be the first time that you will caucus. Raise your hand if you have not caucused before and keep it up for us, please. That is fantastic. Keep them up. What that means is this is physical proof of the expansion of the voting areas that President Trump is bringing. All of you here today, those with your hands raised, you can put them down now. Thank you very much. Those with your hands raised, the caucus process is not intimidating. It's on January 15th. It's at 7 p.m. You show up. We'll have it on our website. Your local parties will have it on their websites, and our state party will have it on their website, and it'll tell you exactly where you need to go. It's a little bit different than going into the voting booth. You go, you have a conversation with like-minded folks, you exchange ideas, you vote, and you get to go home. It's not complicated. It's not intimidating. Those of you who have not done it before, all of you that were so motivated to send him back to the White House, it starts with you. We need you to commit to be there. We need you to be there and vote for Donald J. Trump, because we here in Iowa are the first state in the country that are going to put him down the path of sending him back down to the White House. And not that any of you need reminded about what things were like back then versus what they're like now, but think about all the things we had under President Trump. A closed border. None of the pronoun nonsense. There's two genders, period. It's male and female. It's sir or ma'am, period. It's harvest season, so I'd be remiss to remind everyone how we were respected abroad, how trade markets were open, how we had tariffs on the countries that were stealing from us, and how President Trump put money right back into our pocket that was stolen from us from China. We had the most pro-life president in U.S. history. We had the most pro-Second Amendment president in history. And it is my honor to be here today to speak with you. But I'm not the reason you're here. President Trump is. But we have some great speakers that are going to be coming up next that it's my privilege to introduce. The first gentleman that I'm going to introduce is someone that I've been able to work with in the Iowa legislature. He's probably going to yell at me for saying such nice things about him, but it's accurate. In State Representative Charlie Thompson, you truly have one of the brightest, most brilliant legal minds in the entire Capitol, someone who I depend on for advice, a rising star in the Iowa House Republican Caucus. With no further ado, I'd like to introduce State Representative Charlie Thompson.
Wow, it's great to see all of you. It's like old home week here. I know half the audience, I think. Well, I'm Charlie Thompson. I only have 5 minutes to do the warm-up act here, so I'll make it brief. I have first some bits of information for you, some news, hot off the wires, and then 2 bits of homework for you. So first, the news. I don't know if you saw this, but last night it came out that Hillary Clinton is asking for followers of Donald Trump, for his supporters, to go through some sort of formal deprogramming. Yeah, so that takes a lot of nerve. The queen, the sovereign queen of the mask people, is asking for us to be deprogrammed. The only thing that could top that is if she starts asking for us to see an exorcist or something. There are 2 other related bits of news. That's the point. So the 2 other bits of news. One, Newsweek this week, I don't know if it actually publishes or if it's just online, but they had a big hullabaloo article about how the FBI, apparently this is well sourced to the administration, the FBI is now opening files on all MAGA supporters, all Trump supporters. We are all now officially targets. of the FBI. I was talking to another state rep before this happened, and, or before we got up here, and she said, "Is that true? Is that no? It's well sourced. They've confirmed it. This is happening. It's unbelievable. They're going to make half the country targets of surveillance." The related story, and none of this is by coincidence. You all know that, right? So the related story is in the Philadelphia Inquirer yesterday. There was an opinion piece by a fellow named Will Bunch, who said we need to talk about the right's plan to install a red Caesar, meaning that our secret plan is somehow to have a dictator. And it would be the orange man, he said. So, folks, is there a person in this room who doesn't want a restoration of the United States Constitution? That's what we're here for. We are the party of the Constitution. I've spent 35 years practicing law. I don't claim to be Clarence Darrow or Oliver Wendell Holmes or any fancy jurist like that, but I've read a lot and I study history a bit. There has never been a threat to our civil liberties like there is this moment in this country. We are not in a totalitarian country today, but we're getting a taste of totalitarianism, and we can see it from here. We cannot let this continue. And when you take all of this together, I think there's a concerted effort to do two things. One, clearly, what they tried to do to Donald Trump and have failed miserably, is to intimidate us and to intimidate him. The other is they're trying to provoke us into doing something stupid, not unlike January 6th. So I can think of no group of people less likely to be intimidated than the supporters of Donald Trump. We will not be intimidated, we will not be provoked, but we are angry as sin. And we are going to take that anger, that rage, and channel it into the proper channel, which is electoral politics. So I am convinced that this caucus that we're about to have on January 15th is probably the most important caucus we're going to have in my lifetime. We've got to get it right. So here's your two homework assignments. One, now don't laugh at me for saying something that you regard as elementary school stuff and condescending, because I don't mean it that way. Your first homework assignment before you go to bed tonight is to write down on a piece of paper, with a pen, piece of paper, the date January 15th, and that you are going to the caucus. Make your plan to go to the caucus, decide what car you're going to drive to the caucus, and put it on your refrigerator. Now, I hear laughter. I don't blame you. It sounds stupid, because we're all above average here, right? And we'll remember this. Well, yes and no. The Democrats have cued in on this for decades, and we're just picking it up. You are 55% more likely to do something if you write it down and plan it. So applying the law of large numbers, if everybody in this room writes down that you're going to the caucus on January 15th, we've just picked up about 2,000 caucus goers for Donald Trump. That's good work for an afternoon, I think. Your other bit of homework is this. Every single person in this room, within the sound of my voice, has to go out and get 10 fellow Iowans who've never caucused before to go caucus for Donald Trump. Because we need to not only win the caucus, we need to so smother the caucus with Trump supporters that there is no question in their mind that this is a widespread movement to not only elect Donald Trump, but to save the Constitution. That's what we're here for. That's what we're going to do. And it's going to be so unambiguous that they can't steal it at 3 o'clock in the morning. They can't lie about it. They can't call us election deniers. They can't call us all the names they love to call us, because we are the people and we stand for the U.S. Constitution. So with that, thank you. God bless you all. remember your 2 bits of homework. This is very important. Probably the most important thing you're going to do next year is caucus on January 15th. And you're going to do what? You're going to write it down and put it on your refrigerator. Thank you.
Before I introduce our next speaker, I just want to re-articulate what Representative Thompson just said. 100 days from today. 100. It's that close. 100 days from today, if all of you are there to caucus and all of you bring 10 people that have never caucused before, it's over. I was speaking with a reporter before this event, and he posed a question to me, what happens when, not if, what happens when Donald Trump wins the Iowa caucuses? My answer was simple. It's over. The B team will be disposed of, and he'll be our nominee. So we're right here on the front lines of making that happen. When you serve in the Iowa legislature, it usually takes time to get credibility and seniority. But not for your hometown state representative. I've known Derek Wolf for only a year. Your state representative, Derek Wolf, started serving last year, came in and was so good at his job that he got put on the highest ranking committee, as well as being the vice chair of the agriculture committee. You and Derek, Representative Wolf, truly have one of the best state representatives in the entire state. So with no further ado, your hometown hero, Derek Wolf.
Good afternoon, Waterloo, Cedar Valley, Blackhawk County. Wow, what a crowd. So I am Representative Derek Wolf. I'm your representative for Southern Blackhawk, Northern Tama, and a little bit of Benton County. This is my first year serving. And I want to say that when I ran, I didn't run to be a career politician. I ran for 3 things. 3 things in our legislature I wanted to see done. We wanted to cut taxes, protect children, and empower parents. And I am so proud to say we did all 3 of those things in this year's legislature. Now let me tell you why I support Donald J. Trump. Because he has the same ideas for what we need to do in this country, right? And we're so fortunate to be in the state of Iowa where we've been able to pass legislation to do these things that we need to make sure that happens and he can get back to D.C. and continue to drain that swamp. You know, most of you know here, I'm a farmer, right? I'm a rancher. We raise cattle on the south side of Blackhawk County out into northern Tama County, and we talk about draining the swamp. Well, I have another saying for that. In my line of work, we talk about politics is very similar to ranching, where there's bullshit all around, and you just have to make sure you don't step in it, right? So we've heard all this stuff through the campaign cycle about Donald J. Trump. And what I can tell you is that he loves Iowa. He knows how important Iowa agriculture is. He knows how important the rural heartland is, and he's here to support us. You know, the biggest thing is he's got a proven track record, right? He's strengthened trade in the world for the United States. He's pushed China to play fair when they decided not to. And most importantly, he's had unwavering support for our farmers and our agriculture sector, which is so important to us right here in the heartland. So there's been a lot of people get up here and talk, and I'm just going to reiterate how important it is for us here in Blackhawk County and Waterloo and the surrounding areas to show up on January 15th, right? If we don't caucus, all of this is for nothing. We need to make sure that we show up, and we show up in numbers, just like we do every place that Donald Trump shows up. President Trump has a following like none other. All these other candidates show up, and there's hardly a room full, right? But we have a standing room only crowd here, and we need to make sure that that happens on January 15th. Now, not only that, we need volunteers, caucus volunteers, and if you've never caucused before, I saw Bobby have everybody raise their hand. Some people have never even caucused. Don't be afraid of that, right? Sign up, be caucus volunteers. The Trump team is here to support and train and make sure that we can assure that President Donald Trump is our next president so he can finish the job that he started one cycle ago. Let's go out there and make Donald Trump our next president. Thank you.
Well, everyone, that concludes our pre-program. I'm just going to close with one thing. The next person you're going to hear from is Donald J. Trump.
He was a little bit pumped up, just as I am and just as everyone is here at this mini rally in the sense. I mean, every time the president arrives anywhere, it seems like it's definitely a rally atmosphere. Everyone's standing up right now. I think what they're thinking.
It was a little misleading that he's going to come on
the
now.
The president is going to be stepping
not
up here.
Yeah.
But that's not what's happening right this second. He's scheduled to speak at 1:30 Central. So we're looking at possibly even 2 Central, depending on his arrival time. So everyone getting ready here. But they're going to have to listen to some Toby Keith music because
that's okay.
It's okay. It's a great song.
And American-loving song.
Exactly. And while everyone listens to that, why don't we tell you about the Trumpinator? I'll be back. That's right. He'll be back, and we'll all be back. It's time to celebrate the great return by clicking on the link below and getting your very own Trumpinator 2024 bobblehead in preparation for Donald Trump's reascendance to the United States presidency. All you have to do is go to text Trump to 7031, 70301 to get this collectible bobblehead. Proud patriots from all around the country are getting this thing. It's always good. Memorabilia, right? At all these events, T-shirts, hats, flags. Why not get the Trumpinator bobblehead? Get it right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. And speaking of Right Side, the newsletter, as you mentioned earlier, Vanessa, Right Side Broadcasting Network, it's rsbnetwork.com/newsletter for that newsletter. And you get exclusive offers and coverage. Obviously, if you follow us on Truth Social or go to the website or download the app, you'll be getting all of the latest news when it comes to the 2024 race, as they said back in the day, the road to the White House. Well, we're hoping that's the same thing for the hopefully soon-to-be president of the United States of America. Now, Vanessa and I have been talking a lot about Israel as well. Very tough subject to talk about because of the amount of death and destruction going on in that great country, Israel, right now. Any updates that you're hearing?
There is an update to talk to you about. The people are cheering that this song is on. It's getting them fired up. You know, Matthew, I have to be honest with you, and to the people at home watching, I'm heartbroken right now. You know, I saw the news last night in the hotel room as I was laying in bed to get ready for today, and I just couldn't go to sleep last night. And as these videos start coming in, it's very heartbreaking to see these families being taken hostage, holding their babies, their children, the children crying. They're being put at gunpoint in the back of trucks, and the fathers just hovering over these babies, mothers covering up their babies crying. That is so sad as a mother and as just a person. And then I look around here and I see little babies being held in their red, white, and blue, and children holding up their phones waiting to see Donald Trump. Even the children get it. And so I just want to go hug all the little kids right now because they're so innocent. You know, the people of Israel are innocent, and they're just living their normal life. It's a Saturday, and they're being taken out of their homes. You know, were they watching morning cartoons? Were they eating breakfast? And now, you know, they're being slaughtered in the streets. There's videos circulating of this on the internet right now, and I'm telling you, it's too much to stomach, actually. It's so heartbreaking.
There was a video I saw, I think it was the Citizen Free Press. They had a video at an Israeli concert that was going on, and then there was some shooting there as well. So as we mentioned earlier, this was a coordinated planned attack by Hamas, this terrorist organization, once again, that China doesn't even recognize as a terrorist organization, as well as Brazil and some other nations. So, yeah, obviously a very big development today with a tragedy going on in the Holy Land. You know, we support Israel. Judeo-Christian principles, right? That's what our nation's founded on. The Old Testament, the New Testament, the Bible, the Scriptures, the Ten Commandments, Jesus Christ of Nazareth. You know, we know that we win in the end, but until then, we got to continue to be as peaceful as possible, you know, to win the country back, to have freedom reign in this nation, and for liberty to continue to be the way in the United States of America.
And I want to pull up a post from President Trump back on 9/11. So on September 11th, less than a month ago, it's not a time to say told you so, but he did. He was right yet again. This is what President Trump said less than a month ago. Quote, "Can you believe that crooked Joe Biden is giving $6 billion to the terrorist regime in Iran? That money will be used for terrorism all over the Middle East and indeed the world. This incompetent fool," he says, "is absolutely destroying America." He had the audacity to announce this terrible deal today, September 11th. To pay for hostages will lead to kidnapping, ransom, and blackmail against Americans across the globe. I freed many dozens of our people from various unfriendly countries and never paid a dime. That's from President Trump just a month ago. He knew when that $6 billion was sent to Iran from President Biden that war was on the way. He funded this war. So when you're online today and you're watching the news and you see this terrible video of these families being slaughtered in the streets of Israel, President Joe Biden, you have blood on your hands. This is your fault. What a disgrace. He's not protecting the Middle East. He's not protecting America. Their terrorists are flooding our country as well. Where are we? This world is just in chaos right now.
It is, and I remember speaking about this.
I'm sorry, I'm mad. I'm a mom, and these videos of these babies, I can't take it.
It makes 100% sense. The world is going through so much turmoil, and it's a lot of bad news going on, right? But thank God for good news. We have I'm thinking of two things that are really good, right?
Good news.
All right, let's talk about some good news. The good news is, let's just talk on the earthly side.
Right.
That we have someone in Donald Trump that recognizes that God and Jesus, right, which I believe are the same, are more famous than he is, but he's peace through strength. You know, he's trying to bring the nation together under that guise instead of destruction and war and that kind of thing. So the good news is Agenda 47. Right. The good news is we have someone that actually cares about the country. How do we know that? Well, let's put it this way. He already had what some of the politicians already wanted. Success, fame, money, great personality, a fun person, right? So he already had it all going on, but he still ran for president. And you remember, everybody, what that was like when he won the 2016 presidency, when you thought he might lose, we don't know, we're watching all the numbers come in. And everyone on the left was like, what the you-know-what just happened? Yeah. And then in 2020, oh boy, they didn't want that to happen again, so we knew what happened there. But the good news is that we've got someone, and an entire movement, by the way, right? Donald Trump, Vanessa Broussard, Matthew Alvarez, Right Side Broadcasting, and all of you patriots out there that are watching. We are good people, right? We're warm-hearted in the sense of we're patriots that love God, love the country, love the Constitution. We want freedom. And so that's the good news. The second part of good news, the more important part, is the good news of Jesus Christ of Nazareth, in my opinion, and yours as well, in the sense of, hey, we're forgiven of sin. That we don't have to be separated from God. We can have a relationship with God, a friendship with God. That's pretty awesome stuff.
Absolutely. So we have to pray right now for America, pray for Israel, pray for the Middle East, pray for peace all across the world, because we're facing some tough times, not just right here in our homeland, but also all across the world. And it's just tragic to see what is going on there in the Middle East. And also we're expecting President Trump to speak about that today, of course. But keep following us for team coverage throughout the day. Vanessa Broussard, Matthew Alvarez here in Waterloo. Iowa. I love that name. There's a song called Waterloo. My mom told me that the other day,
Really?
so I looked it up, and sure enough, there's a song called Waterloo. Waterloo, Iowa is where we're at. And then we're going to toss it over after President Trump is done speaking here. We'll toss it over to Brian, Glenn, and Catherine Cipher, who are in Cedar Rapids. They'll cover his second speech. So we have team coverage throughout the day. It's a doubleheader. I love doubleheaders. They're fun. President Trump making 2 stops with 100 days out from the Iowa caucus. You heard one of the speakers just now saying, we're the first up, January 15th. Make sure you bring 10 friends with you. Every person here. Decide what car you're going to drive in today. I know it sounds silly, but we've got to do this. So we know we're going to have a big turnout, but let's shock the world. Let's have the most, big, huge turnout that anybody could ever imagine.
Amen. And that's going to be awesome to see. Now, speaking of Waterloo, 70,000 population here. Did a little bit of research. The Sullivan brothers, they were 5 military service members that died in war, are from Waterloo. That was pretty powerful to read that. And thank you, veterans, for your service to our nation. And then this is who President Trump and the America First MAGA movement is supporting, is any patriot or any American. Whether you are liberal or whether you are conservative, you're still a United States American, right? A United States citizen. So another thing that I saw on there was a basketball team, 1-year franchise team in the 40s, a National Basketball Association. So the NBA had a team in Waterloo, Iowa.
That's pretty cool.
Thought that was pretty interesting as well. So once again, why is President Trump stopping in Waterloo? Well, it's a Commit to Caucus event here in the Hawkeye State. And one of the main things that you can do if you are from Iowa is to be a caucus captain. And to learn more about that, all you do is go to ia.donaldjtrump.com to learn more about that for the January 15th caucus, which, as you mentioned, is 100 days out. So winning Iowa at the beginning, right out of the gate, will be quite awesome. Let's take a live look right now at the great crowd here in Waterloo.
They're dancing. They're on their feet, dancing away. They're having a great time.
They are having a great time dancing right there here in Waterloo. Let's take a live listen. So also, the newsletter with Right Side Broadcasting Network, be sure to sign up for that. All you got to do is go to rsbnetwork.com/newsletter to get exclusive offers, also content, and it's awesome to see that. Get right in the email, in your inbox, to get information that is super accurate, super true, and also realizing that President Trump himself will truth a number of these articles that are written by Right Side Broadcasting Network, but it's based in the truth. It's based in the Constitution. So you can't go wrong with that. So it's rsbnetwork.com/newsletter. And once again, we were talking before about Judeo-Christian principle. I mean, you can't have the New Testament without the Old Testament. You got to have, it's a balance, right? And so we're just thankful for our friends in Israel, our friends in this country. We've always been, together in that front. And so we do pray for Israel right now. We pray right now, God, in Jesus' name, for the safety of the people there, and that you would intervene and help them in Jesus' name. As we have a number of supporters here chanting Trump, enjoying the music. And once again, the standing room only at every Iowa event. It's going to be the same way, I'm sure, in Cedar Rapids later.
I'm actually looking behind me right now, Matthew, and there's still a long line of people waiting to get in. The crowd chanting, "We love Trump." We'll listen in for a second. Oh, they're ending it. So we do have standing room only. The overflow crowd is starting to pack in. It's a little chilly in this. This is a cool building. It's industrial. It's farm-like. Looks like a little historic building that we're in. But the people here are happy. They're hopeful for a better America, and also, of course, peace across the world in this somber day as we bring and send our thoughts and prayers over to Israel, the families there, the the first responders there, the military there. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu saying that he is calling up the reserves, telling his citizens we are at war. Over 5,000 missiles have been shot into Israel in the overnight hours. They're striking them from the air. They're also on the ground, taking families, children, babies hostage, killing people in the streets. We're seeing video, graphic, very graphic, heartbreaking video of just Israelis laying dead in the street covered in blood. So hearts and prayers to everyone there in Israel. So it's more of a somber day today as we look at what's going on in the Middle East. Back here at home, we've talked about immigration a little bit, but next week, Matthew, Speaker of the House, is going to be a hot topic. President Trump is expected to go to Washington, D.C. On Tuesday. And, there's two names that are really being thrown out there. Of course, when he said he'll do whatever it takes to make sure we get a great speaker and to make sure we're on the right track, I think all of America was thinking, oh, President Trump, he could be the next House Speaker. And there will be representatives who nominate President Trump, including Marjorie Taylor Greene, on next week to become the next Speaker. But the two names that are really standing out as well are Steve Scalise and Jim Jordan. President Trump has already endorsed Jim Jordan for the next Speaker of the House. Right, and it was right in that 24/7 news cycle timing where we were thinking, wait, is it him? Is he going to do this? And that's what's cool about Truth Social, is because you can see when he'll post something, and then he came out and said that he is nominating the Ohio Congressman Jim Jordan, who does a great job in Washington. And I'll let the pundits, talk about more about Jim Jordan. But the point is, we're just looking for people that will stand up for the people, right? So to remember who is supposed to have the power, we the people are to have the power in this country. It's not for the politicians. We have them represent us. We would hope that they would listen to what we want, which at the end of the day, Brian the other day was messing with me. He said, you always say stuff about freedom and faith and freedom, and that we should have a segment about it. But it's true. And he agreed, of course. But that's what it's about. We can talk until we're blue in the face about all kinds of things, but those two topics are very near and dear to my heart, but everybody's heart, because you can't go wrong with freedom, in my opinion. First. Right, faith and freedom. Absolutely, and we need to bring God back into our families, into our schools, into our homes. I think I'm in a different Vanessa mode today because of Israel and what's going on there. I'm not usually this mad. Yeah. I'm trying to smile today, but usually when you come to a Trump event, you're smiling, you're happy, you're hopeful, you're talking to the crowd, but today's more somber. But I'm going to get on my pedestal for a second here when it comes to God, because I believe, and don't get mad at me here at home, there's too much TikTok. There's too much, social media for kids. There's too much, going out with friends, and parents don't know what they're doing, and girls are looking up to these role models who are showing body parts they shouldn't be showing, and little girls who aren't even teenagers yet are walking around with short shorts and midriffs hanging out and getting bad reception from men. If you're not taught God, love, respect at home, you're not going to get it in the real world, okay? You have to learn the fundamentals of, of the Lord, of the Bible, of grace. Say grace before meals. Turn off the TV. Turn off social media. Cover up your daughters. I see it's homecoming season, Friday night football. These little dresses that they're wearing, it leaves nothing to the imagination. Parents, stop it. Stop it. I know some of these celebrities wear that, but that's not who our role models should be for our children, okay? They need to be classy. Bring class back to our younger generation. Bring love back. Bring family back. So teach them at home, right versus wrong. Take them off the TV for an hour or two a night, off the internet, get off TikTok. Don't worry about what some of these celebrities are doing. You are the parent. Make sure they have great role models, and start it at home. So when they go out into the real world, when this ugly world that we're in teaches them Satan, they know to say no, God, love, respect. And that's my...
Amen. No, let's have an altar call. Seriously, I'm not kidding.
It's just, again, I'm in one of those moods today because I woke up to Israel. But it's just frustrating to see this younger generation that has no respect or love for themselves or anybody else. And so how can you expect somebody else to respect you or love you when you don't even love and respect yourself?
I love what you're saying right now, because the greatest commandment in the Old Testament and the New Testament, somebody walked up to Jesus in the New Testament, and then the Old Testament in Deuteronomy, love the Lord God with all of your heart, your soul, your strength, and your mind, and your neighbor as yourself. Now, let's be honest. I'm a very transparent person in the sense of I like to be authentic. When I speak about my faith, right, I'm not saying holier than thou. I'm not saying I've been perfect. Nobody has. Thank God for forgiveness, right? We've all fallen short of the glory of God. All have sinned and fallen short. So get forgiveness through Jesus, in my opinion. And also, just know that the greatest commandment is what it's all about. Love God, love others. Let's get this thing going. Let's get a revival in this nation by glorifying God and glorifying godly things instead of what Vanessa was just mentioning, glorifying the pit of hell. Let's be real. So that's just, freedom of speech is awesome.
Yes.
And this is something that I would have never dreamed of speaking about while I worked in the mainstream media. I'm sure, Vanessa, the same thing goes for you.
Yeah, I mean, your tongues were tied. They had a thumb on you, and so you couldn't say this, you couldn't say that. And that's what's so great about Right Side Broadcasting Network, is because we are all faith-driven, freedom-driven, and so we can speak about that. And we know you're watching at home and you believe the same thing, but it's really important, I believe, that we've got to start at home every day, not just on Sundays, and then start over again on Monday with, whatever's going on, chaos in the world. Every day, every night when your children get home, say grace at dinner or say their prayers before bed. Again, TikTok. Terrible. Like some of the videos, I'm not on TikTok. No way will I be on TikTok. But I do see some of the videos, and I'm thinking, do parents not see what their daughters and sons are posting? It's just terrible to see our younger generation. They're almost at an adult level already of mentality, and they shouldn't be there. They're too grown. They know too much about sexuality and things like that at their age. They shouldn't. They should know innocence. That's it. Keep our children innocent.
Right. And when you get older, then believe that God will provide you a spouse, right? For those that are single out there. Believe that. Work on yourself. Do the best you can. Improve yourself too, right? And I'm preaching to the choir, I know. And I know you didn't sign up for some dating advice. But I seriously think that...
I'm not really sorry.
No, I mean, we're just talking. That's what's awesome about this.
I think I'm in parent mode today. When I say I'm in a new Vanessa mode today, I'm in parent mode. Because, again, Israel, and then I start thinking about what my son will have to deal with when he's old enough to go into the real world. So that's where my mind is today as a parent, looking at what's going on, not just in America, but in the world. And it's scary as a parent.
100%. Not a parent yet, but someday will be. I want to go back to the Israel situation, the tragedy that's happening there, and what the senior advisor for President Trump, Stephen Miller, said. He said, Trump brought us safety, stability, and peace. Biden, it says brought us, but is bringing us destruction, disaster, and war. And I'll retweet that on my Truth Social account, because obviously that's the truth right there. It's like the results we're seeing right before our eyes. Just as if you were with us earlier in the broadcast, if you go to Rumble and watch the full event when it's posted, whether it's later today or tomorrow in the next couple days, you'll see a video that I ran into a couple migrants at the Chicago airport yesterday on a connecting flight here. You saw the results right there, the proof's in the pudding, from Venezuela and from the Democratic Republic of Congo, 2 migrants that I spoke with at Terminal 1. And we had a broken English kind of conversation, but they said they flew in from San Antonio and San Diego. And now they're in Chicago, of all places. First of all, how in the world will they survive that kind of winter? Secondly, I asked them, I said, well, are you for Donald Trump or are you for Joe Biden? And the Venezuelan goes, Biden, Biden. And the guy from Congo, he said Trump, and then no, Biden, but you know. So you kind of realize what's happening. And I said, well, why were you supporting Biden? And he said, because. And I said, was it because he let you in? He goes, yes, see, you let me in. Like, so we're seeing the results happen. We realize what's happening. That's why President Trump is traveling here to Iowa today to do a doubleheader right here on Right Side Broadcasting to encourage the nation. It's awesome that he has that platform to continue to share and to help us all out.
Absolutely. And, you know, when you go to talk about the people you interviewed yesterday, these immigrants that are coming over here illegally, of course they like Biden. That's why the Biden administration is doing what they're doing, is because they're bringing millions of people in, 200,000 illegal immigrants last month alone, and now they're fighting for, oh, you don't need a voter ID. You don't need an ID to vote. Well, of course not, because they're wanting all of these people to be able to vote. What did they tell Matthew just yesterday? We like Biden. He let us in. That's what they want. Come on, America. We've got to stop it. We've got to fight. And when I say we, it's just not President Trump. We do. In your communities, in your cities, join an organization, get involved in election, fight for election integrity, fight for this country, fight for your children, fight for your grandchildren, because if you don't fight, we don't fight, our country's doomed.
If any of you are watching and are part of the National Guard, we want to thank you, and we hope that you'll be sent to do your job, down on the southern border. Thank you again for protecting us, and hopefully that will happen more to actually stop what's happening down there. And also, just at the end of the day, we're just glad that President Trump hasn't led us into any wars between 2016 and 2020, and hopefully that will continue, which I believe it will, when he hopefully is the president. In January of 2025, I'll tell you, 100 days. Can you believe it? January's around the corner.
Yes, I can't believe it. We're already almost to mid-October, and then the holidays will be here, and next thing you know, it'll be 2024, a year we've been waiting for a long time. But speaking of President Trump and how he's doing in the campaign, we want to take a look now at the latest poll numbers when it comes to the GOP primary. Of course, he's way ahead of anyone else in the race. The latest poll numbers from Interactive Polls show President Trump with 65%. Second place now down in the single digits. Ron DeSantis, the governor of Florida, at 9%. So you have Trump 65%. Ron DeSantis at 9%, 65-9. When there's a matchup between Trump and Biden, we have President Trump at 46%, Biden at 43%. Now throw Kennedy in the mix, who's now saying that he's running as an independent. If that were the case, you have Trump at 40%, Biden at 36%, and Kennedy Jr. at 14%. So he's leading DeSantis and Ramaswamy and the rest of the pack in a landslide, and then he's still ahead of Biden in the polls as well. But the question comes, when you're trailing in the GOP primary and you're in the single digits, you look at Nikki Haley and the others in the race, polling at 3%, 4%, 5%. Why are you still here? Why are you still there? Why are any of the candidates doing what they're doing in a time of this country? Absolutely. The business as usual it's not business as usual, right? Right. Whether it's cable news, whether it's these Republican candidates, this is legit. This isn't, as I mentioned last week, this isn't drama. This is not fake news. The real results are happening, and the results are what is going on. We got to hurry up, take care of business, get someone back in the White House that's going to take care of this country again. And it's not just President Trump. It's we, the people. It's we will be president, because he understands, I think more than a lot of people, what we, the people, means. And that's what our nation obviously was founded on. That's what we love, and that's what we want to continue to happen here. Once again, this is going to be a doubleheader, Right Side Broadcasting Network. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm alongside Vanessa Broussard, who used to work in mainstream media, now doing great things as a conservative Christian, and sharing awesome thoughts about President Trump. And my name's Matthew Alvarez. You can follow us both on Truth Social at Matthew Alvarez, at Vanessa Broussard, and also
follow Right Side Broadcasting Network, RSBN. So it's at RSBN on Truth Social. Send this link to your friends and your family, as President Trump will be speaking probably in about 30 minutes from now. If we hear any word, we'll let you know. Thank you so much for joining us. But send that link to as many people as you can, because this movement is growing. And Vanessa, last week, spoke with a lady in Ottumwa, Iowa. She said when she got rid of the left-wing media and social media, she stopped hating things that she didn't understand. She said she wasn't a Trump supporter at that time. And then when she got rid of all that, she said, this is real life. This is real life. And then she said, as a hospital worker, that was real life. And she was like, it reminds me of Charlie saying, is this real life? You know, right, from YouTube. Yeah. Anyway, sorry. But my point is, she was proud to know about Truth Social and Right Side Broadcasting, that you don't have, like all else, you don't have to get rid of all your social media. There's still good social media happening now.
Absolutely. Truth Social is the best of the best when it comes to what's really going on in the world. You can be as free as you want to be, talk how you want to. That's President Trump's platform. So make sure, if you are not signed up for Truth Social, go sign up and, make sure that you have your friends following along as well. President Trump doing really well in the third quarter when it came to campaigning. A lot of those coming from small donors. So these aren't, all necessarily big donors. This proves that it's you, me, and the people across America, the everyday American, sending in small donations, $20, $40. He raised over $45.5 million in the third quarter. So congratulations to President Trump. It's because of your donations. And again, it doesn't have to be a big amount. It can be $10, $5, $1, whatever you can send to help get this man back in the White House.
Right, and this movement that he has created has surpassed him, and he's happy about that too. He likes it because it's all about we the people, and it's all about this country and saving it and freedom. And it's a peaceful movement as well. Any violent rhetoric, there's no room for any of that. It's peaceful, it's moving forward. We just want to win our country back, and that's what we're up to. Let's take a live look here in Waterloo, Iowa. Population 70,000. We've got a good amount of people in here right now, standing room only, and actually a lot of people standing up right now here in the Hawkeye State, listening to the music, holding up the signs. Everybody saying hello right now, a little bit on the left side there. A lot of fans of Right Side Broadcasting Network. You can see them all looking up here. They know we go live. They know we show the crowd. And back when President Trump was saying to the left-wing media, look at those cameras back there. They don't show the crowd. Well, guess who does?
RSBN does every time.
And it's so cool.
We love the crowds.
Yeah. And because it's the people that run the country,
And as we look at the crowds, we want to thank one of our sponsors today, Birch Gold. As demand for the dollar weakens, the buying power of the dollar weakens. That's why Birch Gold Group is busier than ever. Investors and savers are looking to harness the power of physical gold held in a tax-sheltered IRA. So what can you do? Text the word Trump to 989898 for your free information kit on gold. With thousands of happy customers, an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, and countless 5-star reviews, you can count on Birch Gold to help you navigate transitioning an existing IRA or 401k into an IRA in gold. As the U.S. dollar continues to receive pressure from foreign countries, digital currency and central banks, arm yourself today with information on how to protect your savings. The future is very important, so text Trump to 989898 to claim your free information kit. Thank you, Birch Gold. President Trump will be here momentarily. Stick with RSBN as we have a double header today in Iowa. 100 days into the Iowa Caucus. The first state up. And the people here are dancing, they're happy, they're excited. A cool 50 degrees here in Waterloo. We're loving this cooler weather, Matthew.
Yeah, it's good stuff, and we're inside, so it's not too cool in here, but it's perfect temperature. We do know, 100 days out from the Iowa caucus, there are some 1,700 precincts around the state that will meet to decide who will win the caucus. And as we've seen across the state, there's been overwhelming support, interest for President Trump. It's not even a question, but that doesn't mean we stop here. The most important thing Trump supporters can do now to help President Trump win the Iowa caucus is to volunteer once again as a Trump caucus captain. You can learn all about that at ia.donaldjtrump.com, ia.donaldjtrump.com. One thing I want to talk about a little bit as well is the late night shows. The writer's strike has ended, of course, and you've got Stephen Colbert and Jimmy Fallon and Jimmy Kimmel and blah, blah, blah. The most boring left-wing hosts I've ever seen in my life. They're boring. They have no talent.
Can I be honest with you?
They're boring.
I didn't even notice there was a writer's strike because I don't watch. You know who I watch? Gutfeld. Every single night. He is the leader of late night. Watch Gutfeld. They're great.
Gutfeld.
Cyrus, Kat, the entire gang.
I am a big fan of Greg Gutfeld.
Yes.
My wife and I went for my birthday in September last month in Reading, Pennsylvania. Gutfeld was doing a whole entire event there. So it was great to actually see him. Got a photo with him.
Oh, nice.
It was just pretty cool stuff. But regardless if we got a photo with him, who cares? The point is, he's super funny. Kat Timpf, I can't get over it. She could say the dog walked across the street, and I'll laugh my you-know-what off. She's funny.
She's funny. Absolutely she is. And Tyrus is great, too. So didn't really notice at all that there was a writer's strike. Done with Hollywood, their liberal ways. But as you notice, covering events in Nevada, there are people from California moving into Nevada. And they're trying to get away from Governor Newsom and his liberal ways, right? But we've been told that there are many people in Hollywood who aren't liberal. The liberals are the outspoken ones. So what we're seeing now are more actors and actresses and musicians coming out forward saying, hey, we don't stand for this, one. And two, we're taking our families and we're moving. Like, they're moving their families somewhere else. Yep. And so, or getting out of the business altogether. So it's really surprising to see that these people, the silent majority is not silent anymore, and that includes Hollywood as well. And so again, when I'm talking to these people in Nevada, when President Trump is speaking there or has an event there, they say California has a lot of Republicans. It's just not talked about because all you hear about really is Governor Newsom and his crazy ideas and laws that he puts into place for that beautiful state. President Trump was just there recently rallying in California, promising them, everything they need whenever he becomes president again, and standing up against Governor Newsom and hoping that California is such a gorgeous state. It's really sad that it's just the people there that, think the way they think. The writer's strike, didn't even notice. The homeless population, again, on the border. The
immigrant situation, exactly.
The legal immigrants coming across. So, make California great again, too.
Make it great again. My best buddy used to live in San Diego. San Diego, the motto is America's finest city. The Gaslamp District, La Jolla, Del Mar. I mean, these are gorgeous places.
Orange County is also beautiful.
Right, and I think there's a lot of red there as well, except for the main pockets of liberalism, right? So hello to all of you watching in the Golden State in California. We're live here in Iowa. Once again here at, this is my fourth trip to Iowa in
I think I've lost count by now, but I do keep a list of all my events that I go to.
Yeah.
And I'll have to count how many times I've been to Iowa. Yep. And I'm sure before January 15th, the 100 days ago, we'll be in Iowa maybe once or twice more. I'm sure this is not going to be his last stop before the Iowa caucus.
Yeah, definitely 100 days away. You're watching Right Side Broadcasting Network. Thank you so much for joining us. And once again, please send the link, text and email, or mainly text the link to as many people as you know, friends, family, even some that you would like to convert to the right side of things. you're not being pushy. It's just kind of like, hey, why don't you just at least watch? Listen to what President Trump's going to say. Tell me if really, genuinely, is he really saying something that is off the wall or really wild? No, he's speaking about the country, he's speaking about the Constitution, freedom, destroying the deep state. That's not a bad thing, right? I didn't know about the deep state and all that craziness. George W. Bush and all you guys out there. I'm not going to go direct in the sense of like calling people out. I will mention names that are politicians like George W. Bush. But at the end of the day, we want someone that is an outsider like Trump or anybody else after Trump that's an outsider, because there are real people like us. There are some, obviously, people in Washington, D.C., Matt Gaetz, MTG, others, Carrie Lake, even though she's not in D.C., that are genuine people that we just get behind because they are America First patriots.
Speaking of Carrie Lake, she will be holding a big event on October 10th. That's coming up next week, where she's expected to announce her run for Senate in the great state of Arizona. Arizona, get behind Carrie Lake. She's a great patriot. We can sit here all day and talk about, the governor's race and what went wrong there. But she's not stopping. She's been boots on the ground ever since, and we support her 100%. So Carrie Lake, having a big event on Tuesday. You can expect that on RSBN, and also expected to make her run, her name for senator there.
Talk about somebody that doesn't cower to any reporters' questions, because she was an anchor at the Fox affiliate in Phoenix, right? And these people would try and get her. Just like they tried to get Donald Trump the other day, in a way. When he was coming out of the courtroom in New York, right? I remember him, sharing that speech and being, passionate about what's going on with how false, this case is. And I remember hearing some of the reporters try and shout him down. First of all, he is, and this is the first time I'll probably say former president, but it's true in this case. He's a former president. You don't just shout down him when he's doing a speech. But that's the last time I'll probably call him a former president. He's President Donald Trump, just as you would call President Carter or President Clinton. It's just what you're supposed to do out of respect, right?
Absolutely.
So these reporters these the left-wing people think they've got it going on. They think they're cool. Well, they're not cool anymore. And as I posted on Truth Social, I said conservative media, and I used the greater than sign than the fake news media. We know that the conservative media is the real deal because we're being authentic with you right now. Well, I don't have a teleprompter that I'm reading from right now. I'm just sharing my heart with you and my mind with you as just a patriot just like you are. And that's what Vanessa's doing. That's what Brian Glenn does. Brian Glenn been with Right Side Broadcasting for a number of years, leading the way, and he will join Catherine Cipher in Cedar Rapids a little bit later today for more coverage. Isn't this awesome?
It is awesome. I love a good doubleheader day. You're going to expect and see team coverage from Right Side Broadcasting Network all throughout the day. Again, President Trump should be speaking here in Waterloo, Iowa, within the next 15 minutes or so. So he should be here on the property, shaking hands with donors and some of the county city leaders here from Waterloo. And then after his speech here, he is heading over to Cedar Rapids, where Brian Glenn and Catherine Cipher are, and they'll continue our coverage once we toss over to them after President Trump speaks here. Looking out past the camera, I still see a long line of people here waiting to see President Trump. It is standing room only, an overflow crowd like we always see at these President Trump events. The people love President Trump. He is the people's president. 100%.
Now I'm going to try and do something here. Let's see if Corey will be up for it. I want to take a live look at the crowd to your right at home and my left.
Okay.
We're going to look at the standing room only, and then we're going to swing around and try and get under there, as Vanessa was just saying. The truth of, we're going to let's go all the way around and look at the crowd out there, because this is what we're talking about. You want to see results in the pudding. There's the standing room only. And then as we continue all the way to the right, hopefully the wires will be able to get there for us. I know it's bright out there, so it's going to be a harder shot, but if we can zoom in, you're going to see a long line of people still waiting to get in to this venue. I don't even know how they're going to fit, because at the end of the day, this place is getting really packed. So you can see right there, Patriots from Iowa. arriving here in Waterloo. So just as Vanessa was mentioning.
Just a quick note too. That's one line you're seeing. There's only one line getting in. So the line goes through security, the one line, and it's backed and wrapped around the parking lot. So there are still thousands of people hoping to get in and get their eyes and ears on President Trump, but we are standing room only as the overflow crowd starts to pack in. They've been coming in for several hours, but it is, again, taking some time due to that one line for security purposes.
Right.
But you're looking at the crowds. We always show them here on RSBN.
And, in a couple hours when President Trump heads to Cedar Rapids, it'll be much of the same, right? It'll be standing room only. And, today's speech from President Trump is going to be widely listened to, I think, across the nation and across the world because of the events happening in Israel. Not only in the Jerusalem area, we're talking Tel Aviv and Gaza City is where these strikes have happened and where the counter strikes from the Israeli Defense Force, the IDF, have hit a number of buildings there and trying to take down Hamas and that. So, so President Trump, his words on camera for the first time since this war has started. We're hoping, this is something that will last not very long, but you never know when it comes to the Middle East and those kind of turbulent situations.
Absolutely. It's just very heartbreaking and sad. Just to think of what the families are going through as we speak. Just horror, terror, frightening, the fear of the unknown, trying to protect their children. The children are screaming and crying. Parents are hovering over them, trying to take care of them as they're all being held at gunpoint. This is happening right now. And Matthew talked about earlier to share our social media posts and let people know that Right Side Broadcasting is out there. But you know what? As a mother, I'm going to ask you to share these posts of these children because we can sit here all day and talk about this is what's going on, that's going on, and we need to do this and we need to do that. But when you see this video, there is not an American alive where it's not going to hit home. It's not going to pull at their heartstrings. It is definitely going to do that. So that's what we need to share. That's what we need America to see, that this attack on Israel comes right after President Biden sends $6 billion to Iran. Iran funds the terrorist group Hamas. Hamas goes into Israel and creates this big terror attack. 5,000 missiles launched in the overnight hours. Hamas on the ground, shooting people in broad daylight, taking families hostage. This has got to be seen across America. So do me a favor and share the videos that you see so America can wake up, whether they're Democrat, Independent, Republican, they can wake up and see Joe Biden has blood on his hands. He funded this, and this is what's going on if we keep this man in the White House.
I agree. Is this the first time President Trump has been on camera at an event since the New York proceedings? Correct, right?
Yes.
So he was on camera just stepping out of the courtroom.
Correct.
And obviously we saw by nonverbal communication, which is what, like 94% of communication, like you could tell he was not happy with what was going on.
Oh, he was not, yes.
So he's going to step into this crowd.
Right.
It's a intimate venue. It's the walls, it's going to echo when they cheer for this man when he walks in. So very interesting to hear what it will be like when the president steps in here in Iowa, not only for what's been happening to him, the fake shams that he's been dealing with in New York, but also with the situation in Israel. It's a very real news day right here in Waterloo. So thanks for watching here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Please send that link to everybody you can. And also support Right Side. Support Mike Lindell. Support these great patriots and news organizations that are doing things for the country in the name of free speech, in the name of the Constitution. in the name of saving our country.
Let's talk about Mike Lindell. Let's hit more on that. I know we spoke to him at the top of the broadcast about him, and I want to hit on Mike Lindell again. Mike Lindell has been an advocate for RSBN since the beginning. He is a fighter for the American people. Again, another man who has a luxurious life that doesn't need to be doing what he's doing, but he does. He uses his personal funds to ensure that America has fair elections. He fights every day for election integrity and spends his own dollar on that. He's facing multiple lawsuits, and they're coming after him as well. So we need to support him because he is supporting us. So go to mypillow.com. Do some Christmas shopping today. You know, the winter months are ahead, fall months. You're going to be, trying to keep cozy under a fire. Or near a fire, hopefully not under a fire, but near a fire. And why not have a nice blanket, some cozy slippers, you name it. You can find it all on MyPillow. And when you're watching that Hallmark movie during the holidays, have the pillow. I mean, you can't go wrong with that. And then you can get a discount by typing in RSBN. That's your promo code. Support Mike Lindell, a great friend, a great patriot.
Exactly. Was actually able to work a little bit with Mike at AmFest in December of 2022. A lot of great speakers from Charlie Kirk to Jack Posobiec, Carrie Lake, Donald Trump Jr., and of course Mike Lindell. And what I noticed with Mike, as you know, he takes the time to take the photos with all of the people. He goes and shakes the people's hands.
Yes.
He doesn't act like he's high and mighty. He doesn't act attached and thinks he's the, whatever, right? He also will take the time to talk with people even after the event was over at AmFest. I remember sitting there. The New York Times reporter wanted to talk with Mike. He delayed that for a minute and spoke with all the people first, one-on-one. Then when those people kind of moved away, then he did the interview with the Times. So you just realize a genuine human being. And that's what we see in President Trump as well. A genuine person that has the charisma, that makes you laugh, talks about whatever, shows interest right there on the fly. These are the people we like, and these are the people we want in office now. And that's the same thing with Carrie Lake, MTG, Matt Gaetz, the real people. The days of the establishment and the days of legacy media, and I'm Peter, whoever, Tom Brokaw, whoever, right? We want people that are genuine. We want to be able to connect and reach out and know that that person is someone that we can trust. Am I right?
You're absolutely right, because mainstream media, they're untrustworthy at this point, and you're right. I grew up watching news and believing what I watched, mainstream media, as a little girl. That's why I wanted to become a news anchor. I just loved the entire idea of bringing news and what's going on in your community or the country to American families sitting in their living rooms every night. And so, again, like Matthew just mentioned, those days are long gone. So you have to turn to the network. Hopefully it is a Right Side Broadcasting Network, where we tell you what's truly going on and what's really behind what's going on. Because these other networks, not all of them, but a lot of them, they will, beat around the bush. They cover things up. They may tell you half the truth, but the other part's not so true. There's more to the story. But here we try to get everything out to you. We're as transparent as we can be, and hopefully we hope you follow us for the entire election process. We have a long road ahead, but at the same time, it's not too far. I keep telling myself November of next year seems like it's far away, but keeping my fingers crossed, like I'm blanking, it'll be here before we know it. But just stick with RSBN. We're here with you and for you throughout the trail, the campaign trail.
That's right. I think the mainstream media is the wolf in sheep's clothing.
Oh, that's a good one. Yeah, absolutely.
The mainstream media. I mean, we don't have to name all of them. They're wolf in sheep's clothing. They'll show you. They'll say, "Hey, this is what's going on the border, or this is what's going on around the world," and some of it might be accurate breaking news information. Again, to make you think that this is something that's credible to watch, and we trust you. We trust what you're saying, but they will go against. Again, they will go against God, the Constitution, Trump, MAGA, freedom, and all of that. They're not for any of that. But they'll act like they're legit news organization, online publications. So this is why it's great to know about Right Side Broadcasting Network. The Gateway Pundit is an absolutely awesome in my opinion, the #1 conservative, outlet in the sense of the print and online editions. Right Side Broadcasting, we have the live television aspect, but also the great writers that post those articles that are competing right there up at the top of the fray. So it's wonderful to be a part of that, but we're all on the same team in a way too. Let's talk about that a little bit. I know competitively we got to compete, but we're still on the same team moving forward for this country.
Absolutely. We're friends with all of the other conservative networks. We talk to each other, hang out with each other off camera, because we all are on the same team. We all have the same goal. We all want to save America. So there's, no competition there. But when you do work in mainstream media, it's who can break the story first,
right.
Who's going to be on the scene first, and who's
right.
going to do this first. And I'm done with those days. I spent years doing all that.
Yep.
And so now it's nice, it's relaxing. You just get to talk to the people at home all across the country from every state, and just talk about what we all know and what we all love and what we all hope for in the future.
Yeah, exactly. So once again, Matthew Alvarez with Vanessa Broussard here, Right Side Broadcasting Network. Thank you again for watching this live feed from Waterloo, Iowa. President Trump to be here at any moment, and it will be very loud once he arrives. That line that we were showing you earlier is still out there. It's still happening.
I've been looking around, because I'm thinking I don't know if they'll be in time to see the president. They'll be able to hear him from where they're standing, but again, one line in to go through security, and he should be here any moment.
Yep. And you know what's interesting? The people have been on their feet since the pre-program started, because they thought that the president was going to step out, and he didn't, because he's not here yet. He's here any minute. But they've stayed on their feet. Instead of sitting down, they all have chairs up here. They're still standing. And with Right Side Broadcasting, I want to go back to that. 2015, 2016. Talk about being #1 in the sense of the coverage of the authentic moments with President Trump, the interviews with President Trump, the motorcade access. So it's awesome that that's happening.
And we want to thank the Trump team, President Trump, of course, the leader of that, for allowing Right Side Broadcasting Network to be on the ground with him and his team whenever access is possible. So very appreciative for allowing RSBN to be there with Trump and his crew as they arrive, and all the behind the scenes coverage that we're allowed to get so we can show our viewers at home.
Exactly. Let's take a live look here at the crowd as we await President Trump here in Waterloo, Iowa. A lot of patriots right now. Packed house, standing room only. A line still outside there, waiting for President Trump to arrive here in Waterloo. Once again, 100 days until the Iowa caucus. And this is the 4th trip that I've been to here in Iowa, from Council Bluffs on the western side of the state to Dubuque, Iowa on the eastern side, to the southeast with Ottumwa just last week, and now here in Waterloo. And right now there's a speaker, a member of Trump's team that just put, I believe, a speech down on the podium. And Vanessa, I was just looking up there. I don't see any teleprompters. So this is going to be an off-the-cuff Donald Trump speech, which is something you don't want to miss.
Absolutely. Who doesn't love Donald Trump when he goes off script? So, yes, this is going to be great.
Especially after what he was dealing with, in New York, and now with the tragic situation at the war in Israel. Here we go.
Please welcome the next President of the United States of America, President Donald J. Trump.
And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
Wow. Thank you. Thank you very much. What an honor. What a crowd this is. You got a lot of people outside, too. They want to get in. They want to get in. This was just going to be a little small one. They always turn out we're going to have a couple of hundred people. We want them for Caucus, so we were going to do that. But the crowd just gets larger and larger. We're going to be doing a rally here one of these days very soon. And because we've never had enthusiasm. In 2016, we did great. In 2020, we did better. We did much better. We got millions of more votes. But think of it, 2016, 2020, I think the enthusiasm for this, and it's still a year to go. But think of it, a year. That's not much. And we have just a very short time until January, right? The middle of January, that's what we have to do. And we have to win bigger than we've ever won before, because our country's going to hell. Our country's going to hell. We're going to stop it. So hello, Waterloo. We've been here before, and we love Waterloo, and you people are patriots. You built our country. You built our country. And thank you to the incredible supporters joining us. The legendary first, really, this is a legendary first, what we're doing in so many different ways. And our polls are a legendary first also. You know, we're leading by, I think in Iowa, we're leading by 41 points. Okay? That's not bad. And it's 41 and going up rather rapidly, too. But we're leading by a lot. And nationally, we're leading by numbers that nobody's actually quite ever seen before. We're beating DeSanctimonious, I think, by 67 points. I don't mean we're at 67. And we're beating them all. And we're beating Biden, very importantly. And most importantly, because we have to get him out of there. He is bad news. We're beating him by 11 points. That was Washington Post, ABC News, where they said, wait a minute. This is not good. They spent like $1 million on a poll. This is not good. Trump is leading by 11. We are going to disavow this poll. They're going crazy. Don't you love it? They're going crazy. I want to thank some of our friends, state representatives, Ann Osmondson. Ann, wherever you may be. Where are you, Ann? In this big crowd. Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Charlie Thompson, where are you? Thank you. Thank you, Charlie. That's great. Good job you're doing, too, by the way. Derek Wolf. Derek? Wow, young guy. Good job you've done at such a young age. State Senator Lynn Evans. Lynn, thank you. Thank you very much. And somebody that's been with me, I think it might have been my first endorser all over the nation. You know, I had a lot of early endorsers, but this guy is very special. I call him the Marlboro Man. He's a handsome guy. I don't know if he's ambitious because he's confident. He's very happy doing what he's doing. He loves the people of Iowa, and he loves our country. Brad's on. Where's Brad? Where's Brad? Look at him. See? He stands. He doesn't want. He wants to give the best seats to everybody else. He's an incredible guy. Thank you very much, Brad, for everything, and especially early on years ago. We appreciate it. He had a feeling. He said, "I just have a feeling." That was a long time ago. And former Acting Attorney General of the United States, Matt Whitaker, did a great job. Thank you, Matt. Good football player too. He's a good football player. Thanks, Matt. Hey, you're popular, Matt, huh? You're getting more and more popular. Every time I come, Matt gets more and more popular. He should. He's done a great job. We're here today for a very important reason, to commit to caucus. We know what that means, right? Commit to caucus. Exactly 100 days from now, each and every one of you is going to cast the most important vote of your lives. I believe that, too. I believe that this will be the most important election of our lives, because this country is headed in a horrible, horrible direction. And you saw what took place today in Israel, and we're going to talk about that in a second. But this country is just headed so badly. The Israeli attack was made because we are perceived as being weak and ineffective, and with a really weak leader. And we will discuss it in a few minutes. But isn't that a shame what's happening all over the world? Things are not what they were just 3 years ago. You take a look. They weren't ever as good, and now they are really probably maybe the worst we've ever seen in terms of our country. When you look at the Afghanistan pullout, you ever see anything like that? The most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. You need to get every patriot you know and make sure that they're registered. You have to register, and you got to register as, what are you going to register as? A Republican, and get them out to vote and go to their local precinct caucus meetings at 7 p.m. on Monday. So it's 7 p.m. on Monday, January 15th, and we're asking you to bring 5 or 6 or 7 or 10 people with you, as many as you can. Get them loaded up. And we want to have a big, beautiful send-off, because then we have to go to war with the communists, fascists, racists, everything else you can be, Marxists. We're going to war with some very evil people, and frankly, some are good, but you get a lot of evil, very evil and bad people. We got to win. If we don't win, we're not going to have a country left. We are not going to have a country left if we don't win this election. And I used to say it about 2016. This is the most important election, and I meant it. This is now the most important election in the history of our country. So together, we're going to win the Iowa caucuses in a historic landslide. The more, the better. We've got to get them out. We've got to get them out. We have so many people. You know, when we did so well in 2020 with many millions or more, 12 million or so people more, 12 million more than we had. We had 63 million, and we got 12 million more. We did that, and everybody said, oh, well, that's a lock. Well, we're going to have to be very careful. We got to watch. We have plenty of votes. We got more votes. I worry about the ballots, those fake ballots that they put in. That's what I worry about. And we're not going to stand for it again. We're not going to stand for it. Together, we're going to win in Iowa. We're going to win these caucuses at levels that people haven't seen before. You know, we set the record last time. We're going to set it again, bigger and better. And next November, we're going to very simply make America great again, right? Make America great again. Thank you. Thank you. I've never seen spirit like this. The spirit is incredible. And don't forget, you know, at 1 year, we're not that close. This is like the evening before election stuff, right? But we're everybody's just, they can't wait for this event to take place and turn our country around. It's going to happen fast. I'm the only candidate in the race who, according to the polls now, can beat Biden. I mean, it's hard to believe. Don't forget, the Democrats start with an advantage. I won't tell you what the advantage is, but different people automatically vote. Different people vote, and they sort of are locked into that vote no matter how bad a guy is. If a man's grossly incompetent, he can't speak, he can't put two sentences together. He can't find his way off a stage. Let's see, there's a... I got there. I could jump off this one. I could actually do it. He couldn't. Or I could just head back the way you came, right? It's pretty amazing. I watched the other day. He had 2 entrances, 2 exits, and he couldn't figure out how the hell do I get out of here. And he just made a statement on Israel. It lasted for less than 2 minutes, which is better than usual when you think of it. And naturally, he didn't take any questions. He doesn't take... I take questions from everybody. I do a press conference in the Oval Office. I would have some hostile people that you almost wonder, why are you so angry? You know, we're doing a great job. We have the greatest economy ever. All of the things. But I watch him take it, and I watch him pick up. We're doing little notes today instead of, I like the freelance or this or the teleprompter. We like this better, right? I like this better. The teleprompters are wonderful, but we like this better. But you know, I watched the other day as he goes, he goes, Mr. Cindy. I said, is there a guy named Cindy around? From NBC. So guy gets up, gives a question, and he looks down, he starts reading the answer. I say, what the hell is going on? I never had that. I was never, when they're screaming questions at me and you got to answer the questions. No, he was reading the answer. But we've seen that a few times, haven't we? It's pretty amazing. It's pretty sad if you want to know the truth. But the Republican primary, brand new Survey USA poll just came out. You saw that one, and that's rated A+. I don't know what that means. I think it means it's a good poll. But it's an A+ poll. We can't say that about a lot of them. And it has us at 65. Ron DeSanctimonious at 9. And as they say, he's sinking rapidly. They're being nice. He's like a wounded bird in the sky. He's coming down fast. In fact, he's actually in 5th place at a certain location that you know very well. But virtually all Americans were better off with a gentleman named President Donald J. Trump. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. To my people. You know, I shouldn't say this. I get myself in trouble. But I get myself in trouble with myself. When he says, I'm not allowed to talk, you say, who the hell's controlling this guy? I know, the people, the Marxists that surround him in the Oval Office, you know, that are all 35 years old or a little bit older, and they tell him exactly. But I will say that we are in a situation where I came and I made a statement, very strong statement. I said, I'm not going to lose Iowa. It was very cocky. Somebody said, sir, that's very cocky. I said, wait a minute. I can't lose Iowa, Nebraska, Wisconsin. Anybody that grows anything, even if you do one little thing of corn, I don't get, because I got you $28 billion from China. So I said, there's no way. I was very cocky. A couple of people said, sir, you should not take Iowa for granted. I said, I got him $28 billion. And I still feel that way, excuse me. Nobody else. And I got it from China. You think that was easy? Not so easy. Because they were very unfair to you. They really were very unfair for years and years and years. And I tell the story that the farmers stuck with me, you know, during that negotiation period. That was a rough period because they said, we're not going to buy anything. We're not going to. And they didn't. You know, they're tough and they're smart. And we did a good job. We negotiated good. We know how to negotiate, you know. We'd negotiate. We'd made many, many great trade deals, incredible trade deals. But China came back. And I thought I heard $15 million, that we wanted $15 million for them to buy. But I misunderstood them. And I said $50 million. I want $50 million. They said, sir, no, we have it for 15. I said, really? No, I said 50. I want 50. I thought you said 50. So no, we said 50. And I said, all right, I want 50. And we got 50. They're big. That was one I said to the farmers of Iowa, Nebraska. I said to all of them, Wisconsin, great place, Wisconsin, too. We actually won Wisconsin. We won Wisconsin. Took them after the election to determine that, you know. Can you imagine that? You actually won like it's routine. Oh, well, and when you see some of the other ones that come out too, but we actually won. But it's a great place. Not their fault. You know, we have a crooked system. Not their fault. They were angry. Everybody was angry. It was terrible. But we're going to do something that I think has never been done. You know, one of the best way to stop the cheating is to swamp them. You know, they can cheat, and they'll cheat a lot. They've already got the same lawyers going, the same thing. And we got hurt by COVID. When COVID comes out, you know, people didn't want to go out. They were afraid to go out, and a lot of things happened. But I always say they use COVID to cheat. But we're not going to let that. We're not going to have that, and we're not going to let that happen. But the way you do win, no matter what, is you swamp them. You swamp them. There's only so much they can do, you know. In other words, they can only cheat so much. Even them. They're going to go for max, but they can only cheat so much. And we have some very good controls in place. But we delivered record increases because, you know, it's actually the two questions I get most is, number one, how do you do it, sir? How do you do it? How do you wake up in the morning and do it? I've been investigated by every investigator in the history of our country. It's the craziest thing. You speak up a little bit about the election. He's an insurrectionist. You take a look at what they've done to people, but they leave people in Portland that have destroyed it, the radical left. And the radical left is far more dangerous, in my opinion, than those on the right. Okay? Does that make sense? But, you know, they're trying to destroy our country, so they don't like to say that. But we delivered record increases in real family income. It went up by more than $6,000 a year, never anything close. With no inflation, gas prices at $1.87 a gallon. Think of that. And gas prices, I hate to tell you this, gas for all of those big tractors. Remember I told you, go out, your farmers, we're going to make a great deal with China. Everyone said, you'll never make that deal, by the way. And I don't even talk about that deal because of COVID. You know, it was just a step too far. I don't even discuss it. I talk about USMCA. I talk about a lot of things, the deal we made with South Korea, with Japan. I don't talk about the job because it was a step too far, the COVID, what happened. Out of the Wuhan lab, which I said right from the beginning, that's where it came from. Now they're all saying, well, Trump was right. You ever see those hats? Trump was right about everything. It's common sense, most of it. Trump was right about everything. Under crooked Joe Biden, you know, I took that name away from Hillary. That was a good day for her. She was so high. She celebrated that night. Because I don't like using it, but it just seemed, we used to say Sleepy Joe, and we could call them both. But I think crooked Joe Biden is better. And I took it away from Hillary. Now we call her Beautiful Hillary. She's a beautiful woman. We call her Beautiful Hillary. And we took, it's a beautiful woman. You're great. It's great beauty. And we took it away. And we're using crooked because for Joe, it does fit. Yeah, let's face it. But under Biden, the 30-year mortgage rate recently hit a 23-year high. I'm sure you're thrilled about that. Those of you that are looking for financing and have absolutely no chance of getting it. Because you don't, number one, they don't give you money. Number two, if you get it, you have to pay a number that's crazy. Under my leadership, it hit an all-time low in history. Under my leadership, under what we did, we were talking about mortgage rates that were the lowest they've ever been for people going out and buying a house. That's really good. The Biden 2,000 monthly payment buys you a house worth, as an example, $300,000. And under Trump, it would have been $460,000. In other words, you picked up $160,000 just by having me as your president. And that'll happen again, except much more so. It'll happen again. So you pick up $160,000 in a very short period of time. Now it's going to happen again, much bigger, because we're going to do things like we're going to close the wall. Very simple. We're going to close the wall. Don't forget, we built 561 miles of wall. People hate to say that. You know, if there's a piece of wood laying on the ground, they say, that was a renovation. That wasn't. If there's an old piece of steel that's 40 years old that used to be a little bit of a railing, they say, that wasn't. We're building these things that are 30 and 40 feet high, to the exact specifications of Brandon Judd, who's a fantastic guy, Tom Holman. They wanted exactly this. I said, I'd like to use concrete plank. They said, no, it's not as good. We need steel, reinforced steel. We need rebar. We need concrete inside. We need all different materials. I said, that's a little more expensive. You know that, right? But we did everything they wanted. And then we have an anti-climb bar on top. That's what that big steel panel is, which I never like the look. But they say, but it works much better. You can't get by it. It's called anti-climb. So I give you this little information. But we built 561. They said 460, but no, it's 561. We're getting ready to do another 200. It was ordered. It was built. It was all done. The hard part was done and laying there. And then we had a rigged election, and then Biden came in, and now they're selling that for 5 cents on the dollar, I understand. And now he said, let's go out and build a wall. Can you believe this guy? And this wall, they're going to have brand new stuff. This is the craziest. You know, when foreign countries watch all of this, they can't believe it. They say, how can anything? And don't kid yourself, the stupidity of Afghanistan, what happened there is one of the reasons that Putin went in, and one of the reasons that China's so aggressive all of a sudden. They weren't aggressive with me at all. They were very nice. They were very nice. I got along very well with them. They weren't aggressive, and Putin would have never gone into Ukraine. He would have never even thought about going. We talked about it. They hated that I got along with him. You know, they think it's a terrible thing to get along. They said about President Xi, they asked me, I said, yes, he's a very smart man. The headlines are, Trump says that President Xi of China is smart, meaning it's a compliment. I said, no, what am I supposed to say? He controls with an iron fist 1.4 billion people, and they want me to say he's a dummy. He's not a dummy. And they've got our number now because we've got a dummy. We have a legitimate dummy. We have a legitimate dummy. So together, all of us, we created the greatest economy in the history of the world. The history of the world. In fact, we really did it twice because we did it after COVID. COVID came in. Nobody knew what the hell it was. We did an incredible job. We've never gotten enough credit for the job we did with COVID. But that's okay because we got a lot of credit for other things and we got a lot of credit for the economy. But we did it twice. We built back the economy. The stock market was actually higher when we handed off on January 20th. The stock market was higher than it was just before the China virus came in. I call it the China virus because I like being accurate. You know, it's good to be. I also fought for, and nobody did this. I fought for the farmers. There's never been a president that fought so hard for the farmers and did so much for the farmers. And we ended in addition. How many people in this room are actual farmers? Real? Okay. That's good. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Everybody's indirectly related. She's a farmer, definitely. She's a good-looking farmer you are. But we also, in addition to the $28 billion, we ended the NAFTA disaster. It was the worst trade deal ever made in the history of our country. And we replaced it with what many say is the best trade deal, the USMCA. That's Mexico, Canada. And that deal is so good that Mexico and Canada are trying to renegotiate the deal now with the Biden administration. And I hope they're not going to be successful. For years we had to suffer with NAFTA. Then we make a great deal, and they want to renegotiate the deal. They better not renegotiate it. Under and unlike Ron DeSanctimonious, I've been unwavering because, you know, he was against ethanol, totally against. Now, all of a sudden, he came out for it the other day. I'm so impressed. One thing about a politician, because I've dealt with politicians all my life, then all of a sudden, I never thought I'd be one. And I guess I am a politician. But I will say one thing you always see with a politician, whatever they're in first, that's where they go. So he's coming. I heard he made some fairly positive statements about ethanol last week, finally, because he tried to kill it entirely. But guaranteed one thing for certain, he will try and kill it as soon as the election's over if he wins. And if he wins, that'll be, I think it will be an electoral miracle based on the numbers. But he'll go back. Ron also, and some of the others, but Ron was very destructive on Social Security. He wanted to raise the minimum age, and he wanted to toy with it, and he wanted to weaken it. And I said, these people, they deserve it. We can do other things. Like, we can make so much money by doing a thing called drill, baby, drill. We don't need this. We don't need this. You know, we have more oil and gas than any country in the world. Most people don't know that. And it's very good, high quality, not like Venezuela. Do you believe we're buying their tar? You know, they have tar. It's very thick, very heavy, costs a lot. And you know where it gets refined? You know, for the environmentalists in the crowd? Let's see, there's a woman back there. For the environmentalists that hate this whole concept, it's refined, it's cleaned and refined in Houston, Texas. So this tar gets brought in because it's very, very heavy and very not good. But with money, you can make it beautiful. You can make it into a fine champagne if you want. But what happens is they bring it in, and all of those fumes go into the air. In America, isn't it great? So, you know, when I left, we had Venezuela on the run. We would have had something, and now they're buying oil from Venezuela. The whole thing is crazy. It's like April Fools. Everything's the same. We want open borders. We want no voter ID. Think of it. Everything they want is the opposite of what it should be. They take the oil from Venezuela, make the dictatorship wealthy as hell. They're sending out all the people. You're going to have like 15 rich people living in Venezuela with numbers that are going to be staggering. But, you know, Venezuela was ready to do an old foldo, and then this guy came along and he started buying their oil. I don't even call it oil, but buying their oil in numbers that nobody's ever seen before. It's a horrible thing that's happened. And I can say the same thing for Iran. You know, we were not allowing China to buy. I said, don't buy, because if you buy there, we're not going to let you do any business in the United States. They said, like I said, we won't buy. And they didn't. And we were ready to make a deal with Iran. Had the election not been turned out the way it did, to put it, I'm trying to be nice, right? Had it not turned out the way it did, like, when I say that, I mean, had the election not been rigged, we would have had a deal. We would have had a deal with Iran. We would have had no inflation. Russia would have never, ever in a million years gone into Ukraine, and they didn't. You know, somebody said, well, how do you know? I said, because for 4 years, it wasn't even a thought. And I told Putin, you can't do it. And I told him what would happen if you did, and he said, no, you won't do that. I said, yeah, I will. I will do 100%, Vladimir. You and I are friends. My father always used to say, take the lumps out. He said, Vladimir, you and I are friends. We're good friends. But if you go in, we're going to hit real hard. And I can't tell you what I told him because it would be not a nice thing. But he said, no way you would do that. There's no way. I said, way. They go, no way. And you know what? The end result, I did a poor job. He didn't believe me. But you know what? He believed me 10%, and that was enough. And he never went in. But there's another reason he wouldn't go in. You know, you're close to $100. You're going to be over $100 a barrel very soon. You were at $100 after a short period of time with Biden. This guy was making a fortune. They were making a fortune in Russia and other countries with the oil. With me, I was at $40 a barrel, $30 a barrel. We were selling gasoline for much lower than the number I just gave you. We had times when we were actually lower. That's why I told you to go out and buy more land and bigger tractors. Remember that? I said, don't worry about it. Just go out, buy more land and bigger tractors. And a lot of you did. The ones that did came out very well because I made all those deals for the farmers and for your state. But just think about it. With him, I said two things. Number one, you can't do it. And number two, the oil price at $40 a barrel doesn't allow him to prosecute a war because they make money, but not that much, and they have to run a country. At $100 a barrel, they make a fortune. I mean, he'll be the first person to make a lot of money because right now they're making a tremendous amount of money. And isn't it interesting that Biden keeps talking about, you know, Ukraine and all, and everybody feels badly for Ukraine. One thing I have a problem with, though, is Europe, which is right there. And, you know, Europe is essentially the size of us if you add all the countries together. It's basically the size of the United States. So if you look at it, Europe, so they're at $25 billion, and we're at $200 billion. Only a stupid person would make that deal. Why would they do that? I did that with NATO, too. You remember I said, no, wait a minute, everybody owes us money. They were delinquent. Almost every country was delinquent. And I said, you can't be delinquent. You have to pay. Otherwise, we're not going to protect you. And the head of a country actually stood up in a closed meeting. The press knew about it, very little reporting because it was too positive, and said, sir, does that mean that if we get attacked by Russia and we aren't paid up, you will not protect us? I said, yes, that's exactly what that means. Now, normally that would be a very controversial subject. But what happened is the money, hundreds of billions of dollars came pouring in. And Secretary General Stoltenberg, who's the head of NATO, was then and is now, it's a good man. I don't know if he'd still say this, but he said, Trump, that's the greatest job I've ever seen. He'd been working for his entire term trying to get other countries to pay, and he couldn't. And when I came in, everybody was just, the money was pouring in like gravy, so it was a great thing. And that's the money they have right now. But now we're doing the same thing. All you have to do is ask. If I ask you up, I say, look, here's the problem. We're in for $200 billion, and we have an ocean separating us, right? You're in for $25 billion, and you have no ocean separating you. Why aren't you paying up? And they would say, well, blah, blah, blah. You know, they always have. But if I say to pay up, they'll pay up. And they should equalize. If they're going to do this, they should equalize. Why are we $175 billion more? And I can tell you why, because we have stupid people representing us. That's why. And it's not a hard thing to sell. It's not a hard thing to sell. They understand it. Actually, I went to some countries and I got deals so easy. They said, we've been waiting for you. We've been waiting. They just immediately agreed because it was so ridiculous. Japan, Prime Minister Abe was a great man. He was, as you know, a horrible thing happened. Shinzo, one of the people I like the most, and assassinated. Can you believe it? Assassinated. And he was just, but he was an amazing guy. And I said, you know, Japan's really taking advantage of the United States, Shinzo. We have to do something. He said, I know. I said, what do you mean? He said, I know you're going to be coming. And we ended up making an incredible deal for farmers, manufacturers, and everybody else. I mean, we had a horrible deal. We ended up making it a fair deal, you know, a fair deal. A very good deal. They're tough to negotiate with, but a very good deal. He was a great guy. He was somebody that we miss. We created the strongest border in U.S. history. You know that, right? Built nearly 500 miles. We got Mexico to give us free of charge 28,000. So, you know, when these characters say, oh, Mexico, when I say Mexico will pay for the wall, they did, much more so than the wall. They gave us 28,000 soldiers for free. That's why we had the safest border in the history of our country. We had 28,000 soldiers while I was building the wall. Then we were adding that other 200 miles. We would have done it. We would have had that done within 3 weeks. All we had to do is install the panels. They were all built. Those are the ones you see sitting all over the ground. It's horrible. When I look at that, when I look at all of those things that we did, and then I just see the destruction that there's never been a president in the history of our country that's done a job so poorly, that's been so incompetent, so corrupt. There's never been anything like it. And I say, oftentimes, I'll say, you'll hear me say, you could take the 5 worst presidents in the history of our country, and they will have not, you can add them up, and they will not have done the damage that crooked Joe Biden has done. And I mean that 100%. And now I could add it. I think I could probably say, take the 10 worst presidents. He's a horrible president. The only one that loves him, really loves him, is Jimmy Carter. Jimmy Carter's in this. Thank you. I got that thing off my back. No, I think Jimmy Carter is going to go down as one of the greatest presidents in history by comparison to crooked Joe Biden. I think Jimmy was great. So it's nice, you know, he's pretty old. And he might even say, I really like Trump. He actually used to say, I really like Trump, I really like Trump. Then the Democrats got to him, but he changed his tune pretty quickly. But he did. He liked me. But he's the one happy. He's very happy with the job that Joe Biden is doing, which is basically a non-job. You know, if he would have gone to the beach, he's got a consultant somewhere. This is the worst consultant in politics that thinks he looks good in a bathing suit, right? No, he spends so much time at the beach. You know, how do you do that? And, you know, I have a much better body than him. But I'm not really sure that I want to expose it with the sun blaring down, the sand, the surf, the wind, it's not a pretty sight. And they make those chairs, they're actually miracles. They weigh like 3 ounces. They're meant for a child to carry. A child or a very old person to carry. Very, very old. I mean, like really old. And they weigh like, ounces, right? He can't lift it. Remember what he said? I'd like to take him to the back of the barn. And I'd show him, I think I could go like this. And he'd go down. No, I think so. I hit a long ball. In golf. I'm good golfer, all that stuff. This guy, I could hit a drive. It would take him 4 shots to catch up to where my drive is. But he used to talk about how he wants to take me to the back. And no, the press never criticized him for that. If I said that about him, they'd say, how violent. He's bringing violence into the equation. No, these are sick people. But if you want a president who leaves $500 million worth of wall materials, think of this, rusting in the desert, rusting in the sand, while illegal aliens stampede into your communities, walking over those panels, just walking right over them. They're laying there rusting and rotting brand new, beautiful stuff. Then you should vote for crooked Joe Biden. If, on the other hand, you want a president who will seal the border, and by the way, let people come into our country, but they have to come in legally. Is that okay? But we have to stop the invasion and reclaim our sovereignty on day one, and that's what we will do. We will, because right now we don't even have a nation. Between our bad elections and our open borders, you need borders and you need elections, and then you start going from there. And we have horrible open borders. Who would even think of it, the people coming in, think of it. They're from prisons and jails, there is a slight difference. They're from mental institutions and insane asylums. There is a slight difference. Insane asylum is like Silence of the Lambs stuff. That's serious stuff. That's Hannibal Lecter. How good an actor was he? Did he play a good role, right? But insane asylums, they're emptying them out. Mental institutions. And then, of course, terrorists are coming in. And, in 2019, there was a report I saw on one of the fake news channels. But in this case, I don't think it was fake. They said that for 2019, I think the year was, they caught no terrorists. There were no terrorists coming into our country. And last month, as you know, they reported the highest number of terrorists that they've ever reported coming into our country. We're going to be paying a price. We're going to have the largest deportation operation in history, but we're going to be paying a price. So as you also know, I appointed nearly 300 judges and 3 great Supreme Court justices who gave us incredible victories. Last week, 2 weeks ago, if you go to college and you have bad marks and they let you in, but they don't let somebody else, it's called the merit system. They approved the merit system. I was surprised by that. They approved a merit system. So now you get into places, but in particular, in this case, colleges. You have good marks and somebody has bad marks, you get in. Before, other people got in for all sorts of reasons. They approved the merit system is what this country is all about. Is that amazing? And something that when politicians learn how to talk about it, they ended Roe v. Wade. They ended it. And politicians just don't know how to talk about it. And we talk about it, and we talk about it proudly, but they ended Roe v. Wade. But I watched some of the politicians, some of your local politicians actually, talking about it. They don't understand. The Democrats are the radicals because they'll kill a baby in 4 months, 5 months, 6 months, 7 months, 8 months, 9 months, and even after birth. They're allowed to kill, in some cases, after birth. You remember the crazy former governor of Virginia, where he was explaining what happens. And then if it's after the 9th month and the baby is born, you put the baby aside, you discuss with the mother, and if the mother doesn't want the baby, we execute the baby. This is part of their thing. Now think of it. So they're the radicals. But you have to say that. You know, they always make the pro-lifers the radicals. They're the radicals. And when you think, now I happen to be like Ronald Reagan, the exceptions, rape, incest, life of the mother, the exceptions, 3 exceptions. I happen to be there. I think 75% or so, I see polls, I don't know. You have to follow your heart. But very hard to win elections without that, to be honest. Very hard to win. But you have to be able to speak about the subject. What happened was an incredible thing. They've been trying to get it for 52 years. They failed. For 52 years exactly, they've been trying to get it terminated, bring it back to the states. So many different things we won. But before, we had no power to negotiate. A pro-lifer had no power to negotiate. Now you have massive power to negotiate, and something will be negotiated because you have 2 sides to every, you have people with other views, but we have a very strong view. But we had no power whatsoever until I came along and appointed 3 people that made this possible. And so you have now massive power to negotiate. And remember, again, you have to say, again, you have to follow your heart, but the exceptions, but you have to say, and it's so important, you have to say, they are the radicals. We are not the radicals. You can't kill. One thing, every poll says, regardless of what side you're on, and it's very even, it's about 49-51, and then it's 51-49. It switches over the years. This is for decades it switched. But you have to be able to say what's in your heart. You have to be able to fight for that issue if you believe in that issue. And a lot of people believe in that issue. But now for the first time, you have tremendous power to talk and to negotiate. The one thing the polls all say is that after the 4th month, or at least a certain number of months, everybody, no matter how much on the other side of the issue they are, don't want to see the baby killed. Everybody. And under Roe v. Wade, they could execute the baby at any time. You remember when I said with the debate, you ripped the baby out of the womb with Hillary. I said she's willing to rip the baby out of the womb in the 9th month. And the whole place winced. Even she winced. Because nobody wants to see after a certain time, any time, but after a certain time, almost 100% of the people agree in the 7th month, the 8th month, the 4th month, but the 9th month and after birth, they don't want to see that happen. They don't want to see that take place. So when you speak about it properly, perhaps like I just spoke about it, I don't know, but when you speak about it properly, otherwise it's been a very devastating issue. That's what happened in the midterms. You had politicians that had no idea how to talk about the issue. It was new. It was shocking because nobody thought it would happen. I got that for you. And I got that for a lot of people they consider that to be the greatest achievement. But I just say, speak about it properly, speak about it right. It's an amazing thing that happened. And now you have tremendous powers of negotiation. And some people say, oh, Trump isn't pro-life enough. And other people look at him and say, I don't care what he's saying. That's the guy that got us here to talk in the first place. Because nobody else could have done it. Nobody else could have done it. So you're going to speak about it. You're going to speak about it properly and intelligently. It's a very, very complex issue and all. But we did a tremendous thing. Because remember, nobody, at a certain period of time, nobody wants to see death to those babies. Nobody. Almost, you could say, almost the most radical people on the other side. The Hamas terrorist invasion of Israeli territory, and the murder of Israeli soldiers today, and the brutal murder of citizens is an act of savagery that must and will be crushed, it has to be dealt with very powerfully. This is a time where the United States needs leadership. We don't have leadership. But Israel is at war, and the United States obviously is going to stick with Israel and strongly. The war happened for 2 reasons. The United States is giving and gave to Iran $6 billion, $6 billion, over hostages. And, there was a very good trade. They got 5 hostages. We got 5 hostages. Okay, that's the good news. The bad news is, and their hostages were tough, by the way, I have to tell you. That was, okay, let's assume they're doing just fine. But it was 5 for 5. But in addition to that, we agreed to free up $6 billion. And that is an absolute disaster. And I would not be at all surprised if part of that tremendous wealth that they just accumulated went into all of a sudden watching this level of aggression. They didn't have that level of aggression with me. They didn't have it. This would have never happened with me either. You know what wouldn't have happened? Ukraine wouldn't have happened. Taiwan and all this tough talk with Taiwan wouldn't have happened. And what's going on with Israel right now, people were shocked. I wasn't shocked because 2 weeks ago we gave them $6 billion. Think of it. So we get 5, they get 5, but the difference is we have to give $6 billion. $6 billion! Does anyone know what a billion is? $6 billion. It's like it's water. And we have now, our country is a perceived, we're really a country that's looked at with this tremendous perceived weakness with a grossly incompetent and corrupt president. He's an incompetent man. He's corrupt. I don't know if he makes it to the starting gate. I guess in a way he does. We want to, and I say it all the time, and I mean it 100%. I would rather that Joe Biden right now, instead of being one of the worst presidents, and I think without question the worst president, the most corrupt president, the most incompetent, I would rather have him be a great president, even though that would mean likely we wouldn't be doing this, either that or we wouldn't win. But if he were a great president and our country was doing well and we were respected throughout the world and we wouldn't have all of what's happening in our cities, our Democrat-run cities are really going to hell. They're going to hell. When you look at stores being looted by hundreds of people that run into the stores and run out with television sets, and our great policemen aren't allowed to do anything. They want to, but they're not allowed. They don't want to lose their families. They don't want to lose their sons and daughters and their houses and their pensions and all of that, and they could stop it very quickly. And we just allow them to roam in and roam out. Everybody's out there. You have cameras. These same cameras are out there shooting these people walking out with television sets. Then you announce these big department stores and drug chains are leaving the city. You look at what's gone on with New York and San Francisco and Chicago and Los Angeles, and they have one thing in common. They're run by liberal Democrats that they don't want to do anything to murderers. They leave murderers alone. Like we have an attorney general in New York. She's grossly incompetent. She's an evil person. She's a terrible, terrible attorney general. Businesses are fleeing. She goes after Trump, but she doesn't go after murderers all over the place. And we have to get that. We just have to get that change. So if you think about it, 4 years ago, we did something that was, everyone said Trump is going to get the Nobel Peace Prize. I said, no, I won't, because they won't do that. They gave it to Obama immediately upon taking office, and he actually said he has no idea what he got it for. I did more deals to save people's lives, but I did something called the Abraham Accords with some tremendously talented people in the administration. And had the election been on the up and up, we would have had that whole thing would have been signed, sealed, and I think I would have had Iran in there too. I think you would have had massive peace, but the Abraham Accords is a phenomenal thing. But think of it, so 4 years ago we had the Abraham Accords, and today we have Israel being attacked, viciously attacked. It's a big deal. It was a big attack with a lot of dead people all over the place. Who would think that? And the only difference is, I believe, it's a difference between one president and another president. And there are many other things. You wouldn't have inflation because energy caused inflation. And this guy stopped. You wouldn't have Ukraine because at $30 and $40 a barrel, he wouldn't be able to afford it. But I say much more importantly, he wouldn't have done that to me. I told him not to. You can't do it. You can't do it, Vladimir. And he wouldn't have done it. But even if he wanted to, he wouldn't have been able to, at $30 or $40 a barrel, wouldn't have been able to prosecute that war, wouldn't have been able to do it. And you wouldn't be having all the problems that you have right now with China. China's become very hostile. They weren't hostile with me. They weren't hostile with me. They called me sir. They don't call him sir. You know what they call him? Can you imagine what they say about him after he leaves? They say, do you believe that? They think it's a trick that I'm playing on them. They think I'm playing a trick because they've been, we were doing very well with China. They gave us hundreds of billions of dollars. Not one president in this country, not one, got 10 cents from China. Many presidents, not one. I got hundreds of billions of dollars from China. So we're going to obliterate the deep state. We did a lot of work on that. We got rid of Comey and a lot of guys, but then we got the whole thing with that dust flying over from China. We had to do it, but we're going to get rid of the deep state. They're bad. They're hurting our country. You look at what they're doing with weaponization, and now it's politics. It's let's indict Trump or whoever it may be. You know, I mean, that would mean that if I were elected and I had somebody hot on my tail, I mean, we're beating him by a lot. I say, you know, that guy's doing really well. Indict him for something. Very easy, you know. Indict him for walking across the street incorrectly. Gets indicted, he's out of the race. Now, the nice part about my indictments is they've driven us up because people realize they're fake and phony and they're political. I'm the only man in the history of politics in the United States of America who got indicted 4 times. You know Al Capone? Did anybody ever hear of Alphonse Capone? He was a seriously vicious gangster. He didn't get indicted 4 times, only once. And I got, you know, my whole life I never heard the word practically. And all of a sudden, within a few weeks, it's like, man. And how about going home? First lady, I have a little news for you. What? I just got indicted. Or they intend to indict me because I called the election rigged. They wrote books about it. And what about Hillary? What about all the Democrats about what they said about 2016? I mean, to this day, they've gone very quiet lately. Do you notice that? They've gone very quiet lately. No, I'm the only person that ever got indicted whose poll numbers shot up through the roof because the people of our country, they know me. They know me. And they say, wow. And I also have a voice. I'm able to speak about it. I mean, a normal politician gets indicted, and we've seen it hundreds of times over the years. They go to a microphone about 15 seconds after getting the pink slip. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to announce that I'm going home to my family. I will fight for the rest of my life to get a... Do you understand? This is standard. With me, it's different. We've gone up through the roof. We have the highest poll numbers anyone's ever seen. Because people know that these are corrupt. They've weaponized our Department of Justice. They've weaponized the FBI. You see what they're doing to many other people, Catholics, school, parents. Look at what they're doing to parents. Who would think that a politician has to get up today and say, we will stop the mutilization of your children? They mutilize your children. We're going to stop it. If you said that 10 years ago, people would say, is this guy crazy? Who would think? And that's what I mean, can you believe what they're doing? We will fight for parental rights. No, but you have to say that. No. Who would think you have to say that? Who would think you have to say that? Who would think you have to say, we will not allow men to participate in women's sports? Who? Right? I mean, 10 years ago, if you made these statements, they'd say, why aren't they making these stupid statements? Is this some kind of a... What's going on here? They wouldn't understand it. We have to make those statements. Women are now finally starting, and they were afraid to speak up, even on the same team. The swimmer, a giant guy, Wilt Chamberlain was like... Wilt Chamberlain had a small wingspan compared to this guy. And I tell the story, she looks left, she sees people, top-of-the-line swimmers, you know, all-American swimmers, great. Sort of been swimming against the same people because, you know, it's like a pyramid. You go up and you got that little group of people, golf, baseball, swimming, anything. Weightlifting, the weightlifting is the worst because it shows it's so obvious. But she looks left, she sees her friends that she's been competing with for 10 years. She looks right, She sees the same friends he's competing with, but she's going to break that record. But she notices a person standing alongside of her, and he's looking up. She's looking up, and he's a giant. But he transitioned. And I always say, and she goes, this is going to be more difficult than I thought. She wants to break the record. And she goes in, and then she's sadly bad. You know what happened to her. Badly injured. She was injured because the speed of him going by her was so fast that the wind knocked the hell out of her. She was badly. She suffered from massive wind burn. Massive wind burn. But she's okay now. No, it's so ridiculous. And the guy finishes the race and he sits down to relax while they're... It's so horrible for women. It marginalizes them. It's so bad. And they don't speak up enough. The weightlifter you saw the other day, I think it was 150-pound difference. A young woman, the top of her class, the best. And they put a quarter of an ounce on one side, a quarter of an ounce on the other, and she couldn't make it. I don't like to do this because, you know, my wife, I have a wonderful wife, the great First Lady, who's very popular. She says to me, darling, I don't like when you do the weightlifting thing or even the swimming thing because it doesn't look presidential. I said, let me tell you, it's much easier to look presidential than it is to do the shtick that I have to do at these places. And this is why we have, and she doesn't like when I dance a little bit going off, you know? Okay, she's watching now. Okay. We'll put it nicely. I was going to say, is she wrong or right? We're not going to do that. We're going to say it a little different. Who likes to see just a tiny little dance on the way out? Okay. And you promise you'll vote for me even though it doesn't look totally presidential. By the way, I won't be doing that dance in the right places. You understand that. We do that dance because we're actually happy because we see something happening. We're going to turn this country around. That's worthy of dancing. But we're going to stand up to communist China. We'll secure the elections. We'll fully defend our Second Amendment, which is under siege. You know that? 4 years, I didn't do a thing. We didn't touch it. And that was not easy. We will bring back free speech in America, and we'll defend the Judeo-Christian values of our nation's founding. And just in finishing, and it's been an honor to be with you today. It's really fun. It's really fun. You know, when you have love in the room. I have friends that say, how do you do it? How do you get up before a crowd like that? And I got all these maniacs in the back doing with the television, too. You know, that's a lot of people. It's millions of people. How do you do it? And I say, it's easy because there's so much love in these rooms. It's true. It's much easier. If there was great hostility, it is. It's much tougher, but there's incredible love in these places that I go to all over the country. There's never been anything like it. There's never been more enthusiasm. I've never seen anything like it. And all we have to do, we have to hold for 1 year. We got to do our January for your state. You got to do it. Iowa in January. So on January 15th, it's a Monday, show up. You got to do that. You got to show up and grab your friends and get in there defeating crooked Joe Biden. I think it's one of the most important things. Can you imagine this guy with more time? Even having him in there for a year is horrible because the damage he's doing to our country. Because we have to do something. I don't know if you looked at the border pictures today. Thousands and thousands, they're pouring into the country, and they don't do anything about it. And, you know, look, they can't be stupid because anybody that can cheat on elections like that's not stupid. They either are stupid or they hate our country because all of these things, no voter ID. Why won't they approve voter ID? We want to have, why? The only reason they won't approve voter ID is because they want to cheat. There's no other reason. You know, the Democrat National Convention that was held, the last one, they had IDs that were so big that was so egregious. It was sort of like this. It was like this. It was chained around their necks. It was like that. Face, fingerprints, everything. They had everything. But not for voting. We don't want it for voting. If you buy a loaf of bread, you got to have your ID out. But for voting, you don't. No, it's a horrible thing. These are people with bad intentions. That's all it is. So we're going to defeat Crooked Joe. We're going to defeat the Democrats. We're going to turn our country around. We're going to make it great. We're going to make it better than ever before. We have to move, though. We have to move. So text, and we want you to get involved. And so text Iowa to 88022. Or sign up at ia.donaldjtrump.com and get involved. You know, we kept you first. You know that, right? It was only me. It wasn't anybody else. No other politician. I hope other politicians around don't take credit for it. Brad, I don't think they take credit for it, do they? The only one I'll give credit for is Brad. Brad, because he wouldn't let me do that, right? He was a great guy, that guy. It's funny. Those early people, you just never forget them, right? I'll tell you, you never forget them. I got to get him to run for another office, I think. He's been there. They love him so much. I think he's shaking his head. They love you so much they wouldn't let you do it, your people. But I just want to say we have to win this. We have to win it big. Go out and caucus. We're gonna do numbers that we've never done. We have to. If we don't take back our country, we're not going to have a country. If we do take back our country will be greater than ever before. I promise you that. Thank you very much, Iowa. Thank you. It's a great honor. God bless you all. God bless you all. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Showing the crowd the dance moves at the end there, but also speaking very seriously about a number of topics. We want to thank you guys so much for watching the first speech of this RSBN doubleheader today. We want to thank Birch Gold, Field of Greens, and the Trumpinator for sponsoring today's event. Vanessa, your thoughts about that speech?
Absolutely amazing. I saw a lot of spirit coming out from Donald Trump today, a lot of big smiles from him. I haven't seen a lot of big smiles in a long time. True happiness coming from him when it comes to hope and the future of America, but also some seriousness when it comes to China and also with Israel. Again, we'll wrap this up here at the first location by saying our thoughts and prayers are with the people in the Middle East right now, and we'll continue to monitor what's going on there.
How about that energy today from someone that was just in New York for 3 straight days of court proceedings, then of course, you know, dealing with the reaction to what happened in Israel today. On top of everything else, he's still up there with this power, you know, coming from a place that is just wonderful, and you could just sense his energy has been great.
Absolutely, and so he's going to carry that energy to his next location in Cedar Rapids. That's where we find Brian Glenn and Catherine Cipher. That'll do it for us here in Waterloo. I'm Vanessa Broussard.
And I'm Matthew Alvarez. Let's send it to Brian and Catherine about 60 miles south of us right now.
Matthew and Vanessa, we are live here in Cedar Rapids, Iowa, for, I guess you could say, part 2 of today's coverage with President Trump. Good morning, everybody. Brian Glenn, Catherine Cipher, live here in Cedar Rapids. So we'll get out here real quickly as we are getting ready to kick off the second half of today's program. The program here just is about to start, but you know what? This is another great speech we're looking forward out of President Trump.
Yeah, super excited to have President Trump here and to see that he's leading in the polls the way that
he is now.
There you go. Okay, tell you what, let's step aside as we have a moment and a prayer for what's going on right now.
God's power can be here today and touch us in the proper way. And so that's the purpose of an invocation. Don't ever let anybody tell you we don't need God, because we do need God. We could get by without some religion, but we cannot get by without God. I'll tell you that. Now, this is not a time as for politics as usual. It's not a time for religion as usual. It's not a time for prayers as usual. This is a time for spiritual warriors to arise and to shake the heavens. And if you're one of those here today who understand this, I want to ask you to agree with me. In fact, I'm going to pause. At one point, I've prepared some prayer points, and I'm going to ask you to join me and to agree with me verbally in prayer today. And if we do that, I think we will invoke God's presence with us today. So join me in prayer. Father God in heaven, we come before you in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ because of his shed blood. And because of that blood, we can come before your holy throne today. And Lord, the first thing I want to do is just mention Israel before you and lift up the nation of Israel, who has declared war and been attacked in a vicious way. We hold Israel before you, Lord, and we pray for the peace of Jerusalem. And Lord, we're at war in this nation as well. It's the first and foremost, it's a spiritual war. And Lord, it's manifesting in lots of different ways. Lord, your word says justice is turned back and righteousness stands far away. For truth has stumbled in the street and uprightness cannot enter. Yes, truth is lacking, and those who turn aside from evil have become prey and the target of the wicked. So, Lord, this applies to President Trump today. Lord, he has stood for what is good, and as a result, he has become a target. Him and his family have become targets, and those who stand with him have become targets of the enemy. They've shot their lying arrows at us, Lord, without cause, and at his family. And all those who seek good have become targets. Lord, injustice is hanging over this nation like a dark storm cloud. But Lord, we declare that no weapon formed against us will prosper. And Lord, we declare that every tongue that rises up against us in judgment will fail and will be condemned. Every curse that's spoken against those who seek good shall not land but return to the sender, the one that sent it. We proclaim that today in Jesus' name. Now, Lord, we know that you see this lack of justice, and we know it's displeasing in your sight. Therefore, Lord, we come before you today to intercede. We stand in the gap for our nation, for this nation, the United States of America. We speak out today and we say no to evil. Would you join with me today and say no to evil? Lord, we say no to darkness. Would you say that? Lord, we say no to injustice. And we say no to lies and deception. Lord, you've heard all these voices here today come together in agreement and declare these things, and we thank you that powers are moving in the heavens to bring these things about. We cry out for you to dispel these dark clouds. Shine your light in the darkness, expose the plans of evil, extend your strong right arm to save America. Rise up, O Lord, as a mighty warrior, and lead your people. Clothe us with righteousness like a breastplate. Place the helmet of salvation on our heads. Put your words in our mouth that we may proclaim truth and light into this world. Vengeance is yours, O Lord, so we pray that you would put on garments of vengeance for clothing and wrap yourself with zeal as a mantle and repay evil according to the deeds. Now, Lord, may the name of the Lord be feared from the west and your glory from the rising of the sun. Show yourself as the Redeemer to those who turn from their transgression and seek good. Lord, we pray that today that you would restore the foundations of righteousness and justice in our land, for righteousness and justice are the foundation of your throne. And Lord, I pray you would guide every word that's spoken in this venue today. And Lord, that your power might touch each one of us and that we might leave here being encouraged in every way, but especially by the power of your Holy Spirit in our inner man. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Grant Gardner to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please stand, put your hand over your heart, and repeat out with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Janice Warner to sing the national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
We had the safest border in history, built almost 500 miles of wall, got 28,000 soldiers from Mexico free of charge. Today it is the absolute worst border anywhere in the world. There's nothing close. Millions and millions of people are pouring through our border. They come from prisons and jails. They come from mental institutions and insane asylums. And they're terrorists. They're coming into our country totally unchecked. We have no idea who they are. We will immediately stop that the day I become president. The same day it'll stop. And everybody knows as soon as I'm elected, they won't even bother coming, because we had the safest border in the history of our country, and now we have the worst border in the history of the world. Thank you very much.
Well, it obviously is a disastrous change in policy, Judge. If you look, Donald Trump had obviously the wall, which we all supported, but also safe third-party agreements, as well as remain in Mexico. And guess what happened? The border was under control. And I'll tell you, the Trump border policies worked very well. Biden is undoing that right now. President Trump instituted a number of policies, and it dramatically reduced the number of people that were coming across the border illegally. This is a Biden-caused disaster. And because he rejected the policies that President Trump had put in that were working, and Trump had it right at the border, Biden's got it wrong.
So if you were in charge of NATO, if you were, say, Joe Biden, what would your next move be in the war in Ukraine? What would you do?
Peace, immediately. Call back Trump. That's the only way out.
Call back Trump.
Call back Trump. Because, you know, you can criticize him for many reasons. I understand all the discussion, but, you know, the best foreign policy of the recent several decades belonged to him. He did not initiate any new war.
Yes.
He treated nicely the North Koreans and Russia, even the Chinese, you know. He delivered a policy which was the best one for Middle East, Abraham Accords.
Yes.
So that was a very good foreign policy. He, you know, he's criticized that he's not educated enough to understand the word. But this is not the case. Facts count, and his foreign policy was the best one for the world in the last several decades I have seen. And if he would have been the president at the moment of the Russian invasion started, no, it would be not possible to do that by the Russians. So Trump is the man who can save the Western world and probably the human beings in the globe as well. That's my personal conviction.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage State Representative Mark Cisneros.
Wow. Room full of Trump supporters. Is this heaven? Oh, I know you guys have seen the movie. Is this heaven? I'm Representative Mark Cisneros, and I will support President Trump. You're not going to see me on CNN or Fox in a couple of days saying, well, I'm taking back my support because he said something mean to someone. That's not going to happen. I'm a proud American of Latino heritage. I was born and raised in Southern California. And I'm proud of my culture. In the Latino culture, there is an expression, probably familiar with it. It goes, mi casa es su casa. It's a formal greeting of hospitality that you extend to a visitor. And you can expect the best from your host. The best that they got, they're going to offer you for accommodation and comfort. But if someone breaks into your house, takes up your space, eats your food, kicks the dog, and holds his hand out at the end of the day, expecting you to give him the keys to your kingdom, there will be no mi casa es su casa. They got another thing coming. The leftists in the Biden administration have allowed illegal immigration to turn into a full invasion of our country. That's just one of many intentional wrongs from this administration. They're stealing our savings through inflation. They're weaponizing the DOJ and the FBI against us. They're controlling our associations, criminalizing our speech, taking political prisoners from January 6th. Generally, they're destabilizing the world. The Biden administration is trying to scare us into submission. But we were not born to be slaves. Around the world, there is no greater symbol of Judeo-Christian values than the stars and stripes of the American flag. In a constitutional republic, and as a citizen of this country, we are to pick up and carry the flag when it falls. and continue down the battlefield. The battlefield is your pursuit of happiness. As a Christian, we are reminded to pick up and carry our cross daily. The cross is our reminder of our eternal destination, a hope in the future. When we have hope, sacrifices can be made because we have hope with a future in Christ. So pick up your cross and pick up your flag. The Constitution spells out our identity, authority, and responsibility of we the people. If you don't know what it says, we won't know how to comport ourselves. If we don't know the rules of the game, then we won't know when someone's cheating us. In closing, I'll say this. My friends of Iowa, as brave and as tough as President Trump is, he can't take this battle on by himself. That's why you're here. As I said, I'm originally from sunny Southern California, and I'm glad that my family's here in Iowa now. We need to stop being Iowa nice when it comes to electing our representatives. People who talk the talk but don't walk the walk. The best way we can continue to support a Trump presidency in the near future is to make sure we support that foundation that the office of presidency sits on. We have to elect good, God-fearing people to the federal government. We have to elect good people to the state government. And don't forget how important your local government is. So get ready to caucus. Get the training. Become the person that your neighbor needs. They're going to have questions because they're scared. You be that person they can come to answer their questions. Be helpful. Be hopeful. There's no reason to be fearful. Our country has gone through many difficulties, but good people have stood up. So that's you. That's you in your communities. That's you and your families. Pick up your cross first, and that'll give you hope and strength to pick up your flag. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage State Representative Cindy Golding.
Hi, everybody, and welcome to Cedar Rapids, Linn County. I represent rural Linn County. And it was in this very room in 2016 at our caucus that I first heard and understood the words fake news. I had heard, you couldn't really trust some of the things, but I had never heard that phrase. Our president has a way of bringing things down to a way that we can all clearly understand what's happening. So in here, we heard about fake news, and then I was elected to the legislature. 2023 was my first session. and I learned what that meant up close and personal. So we talk about, Mark just talked about how our president, when he's president, he needs all of us. And it starts at the local level. Well, we have a couple elections coming up in November this year, school board, city councils. It starts at the local level. And I've learned that it doesn't matter what they pass at the federal government, what we pass at the state level, if it's not followed at the local level, we need people at the local level that have a constitutional perspective, that have a moral value, and we need people like that. So when I ran for office, there were three things that were very important to me. Number one was election integrity. Number two was education. And number three was the constitutional application of our laws. So I'm going to go to education since that is coming up in November. Again, fake news. If you have heard all about how we've banned books, there is no such thing as book banning in Iowa. We have said that pornography is not appropriate in public schools. Just to let you know, I had no idea when we moved to Iowa. I am a transplant. I am so proud to be an Iowan. My children started, I have 6 kids. My oldest started into Cedar Rapids schools in 1985. Iowa was synonymous with excellence in education in the 80s. We were number one in almost everything. By the time my youngest graduated in 2010, I was appalled at how far we had fallen. But I was a volunteer in school. I made sure my kids got what they did and, that they got the right foundation, and then I went on with my life. Well, then in 2023, I found out I didn't realize that we would be evaluating how much pornography is appropriate in elementary schools. I mean, it never dawned on me that that would be the conversations we'd be having in Des Moines. It never dawned on me that we would be deciding whether or not school employees could take children to get medical procedures and medications that would change their gender for life without telling the parents. I never imagined that these are the things that we would have to deal with before we got back to academic excellence. So I implore you, be engaged in your community because they are attacking our children. And President Trump, he has a mission for this country, but if we don't save our children, he's standing out there alone. We need to be with him, and we need to be with him all the way. So I implore you, we need to be there at Caucus, but we need to be there in November for the school board elections. You need to find people that support your values and that they will force our schools to adhere to the laws that we passed this year in Des Moines. And we need to elect people in Congress and in the Senate who will stop the stuff that's going on in our departments, who are passing it down from the federal level to the state level to the local level. But it starts at the grassroots. In Iowa, we are so fortunate to be first in the nation. You have an opportunity to put us way over the top at Caucus. Now, Caucus is, how many here have been to Caucus before? All right, let's change that around. How many have never been to Caucus? Caucus is critically important because it sets the tone for the nation. When you go, we will be having caucus training, but don't be afraid to speak up. Follow the rules. We follow Robert's rules. It's not all that difficult, but don't be afraid to speak up for President Trump, and don't be afraid to call him out when they are fake news. Like I said, for what I'm learning, they have a real way of twisting everything. So don't be afraid to stand up. Get your friends and neighbors to go. It will be a crowd. And so in 2016, this place was packed. I happened to be county chair at the time. We got under so much criticism because we didn't have enough space for everybody that showed up. Let's do that again this year. We're going to have caucus sites all over Linn County and in your other counties. You'll be knowing where they are, but make sure you get trained. Make sure you help your county party to get the training and the people, the volunteers. It's all volunteer. And it's up to us to make it right. Because the president can do everything in his power, but if he doesn't have us, have his back, it doesn't matter. So thank you, everybody, and show up.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage State Senator Charlie McClintock.
Are we ready to make some noise? Do we have Trump people here today? That's what I thought. You know, behind me it says Make America Great Again, and that's what we're going to have to do. Because we can't take any more of Joe Biden. I can't take any more of Joe Biden. Can you take any more of Joe Biden? I'm going to talk to you here today about the economy. We're going to talk about safety. We're going to talk about security. And exactly. Is anybody here happier about the state of the economy now than they were under Donald Trump? We go out and we try to get something to eat. I don't care if you're ordering a pizza. I don't care if you're sitting down trying to have a lunch somewhere or dinner somewhere or feed your family. The prices are outrageous. It's exactly right. The same thing with fuel. Fuel prices are out of control. I don't care if you're trying to put gas in your car. I don't care if you're trying to heat your house. It is out of control. And we're going to come into these elections, and the federal government is going to tell you that it wasn't as bad as it was a year or so ago, or it wasn't bad as 2 years ago. Who cares? It's still horrible than what it was under a Trump administration. And I hope that people don't forget that. We are getting killed out there. That is exactly right. It's exactly right. We have to go to the polls, we have to go in there, and we have to make the change necessary to put Donald Trump back into office. And I hope we all do that. Trump came into Iowa early this year, it was in early February, and he came to many of us in the legislature and said, I'm looking for endorsements. And when they came to me and said, what do you want to do? Now, again, not everybody that I think there were at peak, about 14 into it. But they came to me and they said, what do you want to do for an endorsement? I said, I'm going to endorse Donald Trump. And I did it early. I think it was one of the first ones. We were over in Dubuque, and I said, he's the guy. And I remember I was talking to one of the other legislators, and they said, why Trump? Why did you endorse Donald Trump? And I said, because he's the only one I trust to go back in there and fix this mess. It's exactly right. You know, years ago, I remember a friend of mine took me up, this is many years ago, up to Waterloo, and I'd never been to a dog track before. I don't know everybody's age in here, but they used to have one up there. I don't know if you've ever been there. And I'd never been there, and so we go up there, and you know, you get your thing and everything. I said, I have no idea what I'm doing. I don't know how to bet on this. And he goes, just take a look at the track record, and you can look back and see how they've done or whatever. This is not amateur hour. There is no way we need to be taking chances on somebody that doesn't have experience and run this country and be successful. If for no other reason, take a look at the track record, and the person that has kept us out of war for 4 years, kept the economy strong, and kept us safe and our borders secure, it's Donald Trump. Let's not take any chances here. The border is a mess. It has to be fixed. He has the track record, he has the leadership, and he has the will to fix it. And this is the time and the place to put him back in the office to do just that. The current administration is not doing anything. I don't know how the world or the country can sit back and allow it to happen, but it's not everybody, and this room is proof positive that people are going to step up and put an end to it, and you are the folks that are going to help us take it there and make it happen. Your vote will count. And I tell you, last thing on safety that I want to say, if you look around this country, it is a crying shame to see what's happening in our major cities. Iowa is shielded from much of it, and we do take care of our folks here in Iowa, and we don't have the same problems as in many big cities around the country. But brother, it's coming. It's coming if we don't do something about it. And we have to be diligent all the time. You've heard we have to have that the price of freedom is eternal vigilance. That vigilance we have to have, and we have to do something about it. And the time to do something about it will be in 2024 in those November elections. So get out there, talk to your friends, talk to your families, make sure that we have the right candidate at the right time to get this country back on track, and say it with me. Make America great again. Thank you so much. Enjoy Donald Trump. It's going to be a good night. Thank you.
Live here in Cedar Rapids, Iowa, for second half of our coverage here in the great state of Iowa as we await President Trump to come to the arena. And we've got a little bit of an Elvis song playing behind me. Catherine Cipher, Brian Glenn joining you for the pre-show as we get ready to kick off the second half of today's broadcast. And well, good to have you back, Catherine Cipher, former White House special admin. You've done it all for not only the First Lady, but for President Trump.
Yep, it was really great. And I'm so excited to be back here, Brian, with you guys in Iowa. So Iowa was actually my first RSBN hit that I did with you guys. It was so much fun, but it was in 2021. And I just remember we were a little bit beaten, a little bit sad. We were just feeling like we didn't know what was next, but we knew that Trump, he brought hope to all of us still, even after everything that happened with the election. And now we're here today. He's 36 points up in the primaries. He's polling at 50% in Iowa. And I just think that shows that the country does still believe in him. And there still is hope for us Make America Great Again believers.
In head-to-head on Joe Biden, he's, I think, even 10 to 12 points head-to-head nationwide. Catherine, I think that number is much higher than what is actually polled.
I believe that, too. And I think that the country, everything that we're going through right now with the border, now what we're seeing in Israel, the type of leadership that President Trump brings is what the country needs.
Yeah, we heard a couple of speakers earlier talk about not only the economy, they also talked about Israel and what's going on down there. And our thoughts and prayers are with the nation of Israel, as there were no new wars under President Trump. I think it's interesting to point that out, that we had a strong economy, a strong border, and no new wars to the credit of President Trump's strength and leadership.
Well, and I can tell you what, President Trump would not have been giving $6 billion to Iran on September 11th. What's going on right now in Israel is absolute disgrace, and every single gun, bullet, that all is funded from the American government, and it makes me sick to my stomach to think that our country could be responsible for what's happening right now.
Yeah, there's a great truth that Trump put out months ago talking about this transaction and where that money would go to, and then lo and behold, that's exactly what happened earlier this morning. We'll get into that and a whole lot more, but we're going to talk about our friends over at Field of Greens. And you know what? You've got to feel good. When you feel good, you can just do so much more in life. Field of Greens is like no other fruit or vegetable supplement on the market right now. Make sure you get your fruits and vegetables, and Field of Greens contains whole fruits and vegetables because it's exactly what nature is intended to do for you. Most importantly, each fruit and vegetable in Field of Greens was medically selected to support essential health functions. You know, some support your health, your lungs, your kidney, and other things, and energy. So right now, go to the website, fieldofgreens.com, fieldofgreens.com. Put that promo code RSBN, and we get up to 15% off your order. That is fieldofgreens.com. Great crowd here, as we would always expect. It seems like, Catherine, every time Trump has remarks or some type of speech, the place is packed out.
Absolutely. I mean, like I said, seeing everybody back here re-energized, excited to vote for Trump again, it just shows you that the country is ready for him, and I'm just so excited to be here and see this.
And to kind of recap, the caucus is January 15th at 7 p.m. Now, caucuses are a little different than primaries. Most states obviously have primaries. We were hoping to have somebody come on and talk a little bit about that and how it differs. But the chances are, you and I saw when they said raise your hand if you've participated in a caucus before, and we think it was about 50-50 in this room.
Yeah, absolutely. It was about 50-50, which just shows how engaged the voters are here in Iowa.
Yeah, they want to definitely boost those numbers up. Okay, let's talk about what could possibly be affecting you and your family. Right now, we talked about gasoline.
Yeah.
I think that's the lowest hanging fruit in the whole policies of what the Biden administration has done. It started on day one, week one of the Biden administration, reversing all of the policies that were for American energy production. We reversed those and we put them to our adversaries overseas.
Yeah, absolutely. And I have my little cheat sheet here thanks to the America First Policy Institute. Their economic team put together some numbers for me to share with you guys. So right now, prices are up 17% overall, which I think we can all feel that in our pocketbooks every single day. But grocery prices are up 20%, gas prices up 50%. And if you don't think gas prices, we're in trouble with gas right now, everything that's going on in the Middle East right now is only going to continue to see those gas prices go up. You know, our oil reserves, those have been depleted thanks to, again, the Biden administration. So, you know, it's those types of policies that are going to continue to hurt the American people. Utility bills up 25%. Interest rates are the highest in 22 years. The average 30-year mortgage rate is 7.5% as compared to 2.6% under Trump. And 61% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck. This is the result, a direct result of those policies. You cannot lie those numbers away or hide those numbers. That's what's happening.
And I think that's why you're seeing the independent vote towards President Trump increase, because even it doesn't matter what political aisle you sit in, you feel the effects of Bidenomics. And I'm so glad, Catherine, they actually put a name to Bidenomics, because it absolutely means inflation, destruction of the American economy.
They did the hard work for us. And you know what? It just shows they're so lazy with everything that they do. You know, they always just expect that the media is going to cover it up for them and help them with their narrative. And Bidenomics, you got it. That's all that it is.
That's all they need. And so we've seen what's happened in the economy. We see what's happened on the southern border. Now, I said this a couple of weeks ago. I'm tired of press conferences at the southern border. I don't need to see another state senator, a U.S. senator, a congressman, whatever, go to the border and do a press conference. I want action, because we are seeing historical numbers of undocumented people coming in this country.
7 million since he took office.
Yeah. So we don't know who's coming across. And earlier we saw one of the videos that they played about having some really bad people coming across our southern border, and people that are on these terror watch lists. And now we've got everything that's going on, Hamas and what's happening with Israel, how do we know some of those sleeper cells are not in our own country right now?
So what we know of right now is 200 people that have tried to go through the standard process down at the border. They have known terrorist affiliations. So if you think that's the number that we've caught, how many have gotten across? And we just saw that the White House released an intelligence report just a few weeks ago to their cabinet officials and said, look, the U.S. right now is highly vulnerable to having terrorists come in these migrant groups and get into the United States. A couple of days later, we hear that there's 99 members of ISIS that are somewhere in the country that we can't find. Meanwhile, you have the Joint Terrorism Task Force that was set up right after 9/11 to try to combat what's going on in the country and stop terrorists from acting and killing innocent lives. And what are they doing? They're going after parents at school board meetings. They're looking at people for January 6th still. And we have real terrorists and real problems in this country. And I'm sorry, Brian, but this issue really, really upsets me because that money was funded by Congress to protect the American people. And we've got the DOJ right now telling the FBI to look into parents, the parents in this room probably.
Right.
And now MAGA supporters as well.
Well, that's one of the things that President Trump has talked about is taking down the weaponization of those three-letter agencies and taking apart the deep state. Now, obviously, that is one of his forecasts. I also want to remind everybody to go to our website, sign up for our newsletter, rsbnnetwork.com/newsletter. When you do that, not only are you going to get the latest and breaking news of what's happening in our world today, but you're going to get some exclusive offers that you can only get through our newsletter. So yes, we push out social media posts, we put stuff on the air here, but the newsletter is so specific. So I just encourage everyone to go check out our website, rsbnnetwork.com/newsletter, and sign up today. It's quick and easy. It's absolutely free to do that. Go do that. Yeah, it's really interesting how, we've got this economy that is in shambles. We've got now another war going on. We've got the war in Ukraine, which you and I pretty much have the same stance on. We want zero more money at all, U.S. tax dollars, going to fund this war in Ukraine. So when you think about this for a second, not only are we involved in a proxy war with Russia through Ukraine, now we have a conflict in the Middle East, and I don't really know how that would pull us in, even divert us even more. But we are running low not only on, you talked about the oil preserves, which are normally in there for times of war. Now, what President Biden did was use those petroleum oil reserves to artificially bring down the price of gas in a time that we were not into war. Well, now we're into war. We've got some troubles there, but I don't think we can sustain a war on two fronts. I think we're depleting our supplies for missiles. And you know what? Before you know it, we might have our sons and daughters on the ground in Ukraine fighting a war against Russia.
Yeah, it really is unbelievable to me. And what I want with Ukraine is I want transparency. I want to know that in 2 years, Biden's grandchild isn't going to have $10 million show up in their bank account. I want the receipts. That is my money. That is the people in this room's money. That is all of your money. We deserve to know where that is going.
Yeah, and that's exactly what the Oversight Committee was doing with the LLCs and all of the Burisma and all the money that was going into these shell companies, money coming from Ukraine into the Biden crime family. I mean, there's been a big web that is trying to be exposed. And, of course, now that we don't have a speaker, we can no longer kind of move forward with that. That is one of the things. And the whole speaker race thing, and we can talk briefly about it. We all know Kevin McCarthy is no longer Speaker of the House for the Republican Party. So we have now what's going to go into a candidate nomination forum, which takes place on Monday, I believe. Monday or Tuesday. Monday or Tuesday.
I think it's Tuesday.
I think it is Tuesday, actually. And then, therefore, they will... I think what they're trying to avoid at this point is getting into another 14, 15-round nomination period. So the Republicans are going to try to, behind the scenes, come up with one or two people that have a good shot of getting the votes and taking that to the floor for the official vote to save us a lot of this. We can't go another 6, 7, 8 hour rounds of speaker nominations. The Democrats are laughing at us.
Yep.
And you know what? We're not getting stuff done right now because we have to, basically, Congress has to be adjourned until we get a speaker.
And we have SCR expiring, November 15th?
Yeah.
So, what I want is I want to see the party unify. The party deserves it. The people of this country deserve it. I understand people's concerns with Kevin McCarthy, but it's time to rally around one person. Let's get this done. Let's make sure that the fundraising is where it needs to be in preparation for a potential, for a candidate Trump, for President Trump. We need to get our ducks in order, because while we've got chaos going on, the Democrats are lining up. They're getting people registered to vote. They're getting themselves collected to support another Joe Biden, Kamala Harris presidency.
You're absolutely right. And Kevin McCarthy was the best at fundraising. I think his numbers around $500 million he had fundraised for the Republican Party. So we are going to lose, to a certain extent, one of the greatest fundraisers we've ever had. But to your point, we got to find somebody that's going to bring us together as a party and fight for the issues that we want. Now, if I had to pick today, I mean, obviously President Trump endorsed Jim Jordan, which I think is a very smart pick. I think Steve Scalise may have, at this point, maybe a better chance of getting the most votes. We'll see how that plays out. But right now, my choice is President Trump, and that is just to go in there for 1 week and turn that place around. That is my fantasy draft here when we talk about the Speaker of the House. But no doubt, we got to find somebody that's going to unify this party and then fight for what we need to get done right now.
Look, and Jim Jordan, I think he's a great pick. He's done a really great job with Judiciary Committee, and if that's what he's going to bring to the speakership, then I support him. And I support a majority of the Republicans voting, because we don't have much, and we need to be voting as one.
Yeah, and of course, you said it earlier, the Democrats rally around. They're really good at staying focused and not fighting one another, and it seems like that's what we have in the Republican Party. We seem to turn on each other so quickly. And the only thing I want to say here is God bless the next speaker, because if they're going to be held to that high of standard, and if there's any kind of vacate the chair with one vote, then who would want that job? Because as soon as someone in your party is not happy with the way that things are going, they can just call it a vacate the chair, and next thing you know, we do this all over again. So I just really hope that we get the terms of the speakership, that we're not so quick to toss somebody out of the chair as soon as they think it's not going as quickly as they want.
Well, and like I said, we've got a lot of really big things coming up. Obviously, we're going to have to make a decision what we're going to do with Israel. Are we going to get involved? Are we not going to? I'm not sure. They're our biggest ally in the Middle East at this point. So, we ran to Ukraine's assistance. I'm sure that something is going to be coming down the chute there. We have the fentanyl crisis in our country just taking over. It's the leading cause of death for 18 to 45-year-olds in this nation. We need to get a grip around that. We need the border, national security, domestic security, law and order. I mean, the list goes on. And if we are crippled by what's going on in Congress, we're gonna be in some trouble, and we're not going to be able to move things. So,
Catherine Cipher joining us here on the pre-show as we await President Trump to take the stage behind us. We have a sold out, a maxed out capacity here in this room. They could definitely have made this twice as big. I do want to take a moment to talk about our good friends over at MyPillow.com. Now, earlier today, I had a phone call with CEO Mike Lindell of MyPillow, and you might have read in the news, the media has reported, and you can just kind of Google it and see that he's basically running out of money, that his company is days away from going bankrupt. Well, I want to clarify some things here, and I want to back up just a second and talk about Mike Lindell and what he has done for this country. I know that after the election, I got one phone call from someone that said, look, I think we need to talk, because what I've seen and what I've discovered, I'm not quite sure is this election is really unfolding the way that it appears. And so that phone call was from Mike Lindell, and he has done so much for this country as far as election integrity. He has done so much for this network. I mean, the very existence of this network early on obviously was through the support of our viewers. But if it wasn't for Mike Lindell and MyPillow and the advertising revenue that we relied on a lot of the times from the sales of his products, obviously, we wouldn't be doing what we are doing today. So when I had a few minutes with him on the phone today, I asked him, Mike, what do you want to convey to our viewers right now, and what's going on with your company? And he said, Brian, I'm going to be very honest with you. I am running out of money. He has been spending over $2 million a month fighting lawsuits thrown against them from various companies. $2 million a month. And remember, he was paying that out of his own pocket for the longest time. He's also funded several election integrity events that we covered here. It was all paid for by Mike Lindell. He has also helped defend other people around the country with their various lawsuits. So Mike Lindell is having trouble right now with cash flow. Then on top of that, American Express lowered his credit line, which is normally around the $1 million mark, down to about $100,000. So I said, Mike, how does that affect you? Does that go into buying raw materials to produce your pillows? He goes, no, Brian, that is operating cash and credit that I use not only for advertising placement, but also for internal use only. So they're lowering his credit limit for no apparent reason. This is not that he's ever late on a payment. He hasn't missed payments. This is just purely a political move by that company to silence Mike Lindell financially. So what you can do right now is go to mypillow.com/RSBN. mypillow.com/RSBN, and you'll see a list of specials they have right now. I know they have the MyPillow 2.0 on sale. They've got the slippers on sale, the towels, the mattress toppers. It's all there. They also have some Christmas promo stuff as well. But I cannot stress enough that Mike Lindell has done so much for this country, so much for you, and so much for those people behind us, and so much for this network. And we would simply not be around like we are if it wasn't for Mike Lindell. So please, I ask you right now, before the president walks out, go to that website, mypillow.com/RSBN, and find something to buy for Christmas, for Thanksgiving, for as a gift, a friend, family, doesn't matter. Go support Mike Lindell. And there's also a clearance section there as well. You'll get discounts up to 80% off selected items. And he said one of the most things that was really troubling to him was that the fact that the attack on the mystore.com as well really hurt a lot of small businesses, a lot of entrepreneurs that were relying on him and his website to launch their company. So now those guys are getting impacted by all of this. So I just ask you right now, go to mypillow.com/RSBN and literally buy something in the name of saving this country. And Mike Lindell is a friend of this network. He's a friend of mine, and I care about that guy. And I want you to please do everything you can. mypillow.com/RSBN. I wanted to just kind of talk about that for a little bit, because I'm telling you, you've got patriots in this country that has really stepped up to do so much. He was the first one to come out and start talking about the election and talk about what we needed to do. And so go check it out.
I would say, Brian, on that, the persecution that he's going through right now, it's a lot like what's going on with Donald Trump. It's a lot of probably what's going on with a lot of different American companies right now, private businesses that are owned by conservatives. And, it's really too bad, because I think what it's going to do is it's going to start deterring people, conservative business owners, successful business owners, or even if you're not a business owner, you're just a successful individual, you're not going to want to run.
No.
What's the incentive?
What's the incentive of running if you're a businessman, if you're going to get attacked for running for office, financially attacked, and not only financially attacked, but like we talked earlier about the fake news and things, you'll get political attacks and the media going against you. Like, where's the incentive to serve your country? So that's why it's so important, not only here in Iowa, on January 15th at 7 p.m. you get involved with your caucus.
Right.
But on Election Day on 2024, we come together and get President Trump elected as the next president. Now, think about this for a second. We talk about the policies in place that are best for this country.
Yep.
Okay, there's no time for amateur hour. I'm not looking for the good old college try here.
Yep.
Not interested in that. Let's talk about your plan. Like, you guys have a plan. Like in 2016, how many people were already in place to go into the administration and not only staff it, but also gets things done? And let's compare that to what Biden did when Biden got into office, how many executive orders he was able to execute and how many people he was able to get in place. That was before the show we talked about that. I want you to expand a little bit on that if you can.
So right now I'm at the America First Policy Institute, and what that is, it's a nonprofit that started right after the Trump administration. It started with 13 of us that were from various agencies, the White House, There's 13. We were probably the only Trump supporters left in Washington, D.C. We've now expanded to 174 employees. There's 9 cabinet secretaries under the Trump administration, 3 former governors, 50 former White House officials under Trump. And what we're doing is we're creating a place for Trump policies and America First policies to live on. So in addition to that work, we've started what's called the America First Transition Project. And what that is that is a project that is solely focused on going in and looking at all of the agencies and making sure that on day one, when that man takes office, that we know what we're going to be doing and who's going to be sitting in the various political roles in that agency. So there's no lag like we experienced in 2016. If you look at Trump versus Biden, 2016 to 2020, Trump had 1 executive order in the first 24 hours. 1. 500 political appointees. You want to know how many Biden had? Biden had 500 EOs on day one, and he had over 1,800 political appointees in place.
Incredible.
And so that's what we're doing at the America First Policy Institute is we are trying to build that out and build those plans out that the Democrats, obviously, all of their groups, their outside groups, had Biden prepared for day one, and we want to make sure that Trump or any individual, for that matter, when they walk into the White House, there's going to be a plan in place for them and to make sure that the deep state is not acting against the political appointees like we experienced in 16. And this isn't just for Trump.
I was going to say, this is for any elected official.
This is for any elected official. We're letting people, come in and take, obviously, the America First Transition Project is specific to the White House, but all of our policy centers support state legislators and anybody that wants to support America First policies. So, the transition project will probably live on to another, 2028, 2032. We want to be here to stay and to make sure that these values and principles that America First is founded on is around for generations to come.
That's a great point. So if you're a state rep somewhere and you want to know what the America First policies would look like and maybe get a different perspective on things, you guys are a great resource for that, not only for President Trump, but you can drill it down to a very local level. And I think that's important.
Yep.
All right, let's step aside and talk about our friends over at the Birch Gold Group. We've talked about the economy all day long. We've seen what the dollar is doing. We've seen what BRICS, what this digital currency and the threat that it is to not only the strength of the dollar, but to our economy. And our friends over at the Birch Gold Group want you to get a free information kit so you can make a decision on gold, silver, and precious metals. Simply text the words Trump to 989898. That's Trump to 989898. Get that free information kit because, look, you've got the retirement, you've got your 401k, you've got all of your investments. Why run the risk, especially now? We've got this now Middle East conflict, and of course we've got the ongoing funding of Ukraine. We've got the stock market. I'm telling you right now, I'm going to predict it right now. You're going to see a hard recession. Q1, Q2 of next year, right in the middle of the campaign. They're going to tank this economy due to all the failed policies that we had back past COVID. It's going to catch up. I'm telling you right now. Go text the words Trump to 989898. That is a Birch Gold Group and help avoid this financial crisis. Am I right on that? Because I really think to a certain degree, from all the indicators that I have read, to the people I've spoken to about this, they are so pessimistic about this economy going into 24 that you look at construction, new projects for construction are way down. Business licenses are way down. Permits for occupancy are way down. This is the leading trend and indicator that something big is going to happen the first of the year. I think we're going to bottom out Q1, Q2, right in the middle of this election. Now, obviously, President Trump has a lot of aggressive fiscal policies that can help turn this country around. But let me tell you something. This is going to get worse before it gets better.
I'm envisioning it now. They're going to blame Trump. No matter what, it's going to be Trump's fault for how he handled COVID or how, this is all going to get spun and weaved into some sort of this is Trump's fault, when this is all an exact product and result of the Biden policies that have been in play now for 3 years. You can't walk yourself back from it.
You can't. And you know what's, I always say the lowest hanging fruit is the economy. People understand that they can't buy groceries. They can't fill the car up with gasoline. I filled the car up with gas last week in D.C., and it was $127. $127 to get about 14 gallons of gas. Do the math on that, and that tells you how much gas is. And that's not even nothing compared to what it is in California right now.
Well, and let's think too. I mean, look at they're wanting to completely wipe out gas cars.
Yeah.
And they're wanting to force everybody by 2035 to be driving, electric vehicles. And Detroit, my home state in Michigan, they are severely being impacted by it. And then last week you have Joe Biden going and picketing with them. He's got 30 people behind him that probably don't quite understand why he's there with a bullhorn. I'm not sure who he was talking to.
Right.
But it just shows how he has absolutely no sense of awareness as to what his policies are doing.
Zero. It's all about the Green New Deal. It's about shifting over from the fossil fuels into this green new energy, and that is the President Trump will probably say it tonight. Drill, baby, drill. That's how we reverse the economy on day one, is to drill, baby, drill, employ people, open up those leases for the oils that we've had canceled in the Biden administration, and just drill. Do production at home. It is mind-boggling, Catherine, that we have shifted our energy dependence into countries or regions of the world that are so unstable. A camel can fart on a Monday, and all of a sudden the price of oil skyrockets because of that. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's out of our control. We had it in control here. We have to get back to drilling and domestic.
That was evil, and it had environmental repercussions, and the American people don't matter, and the insects that nobody knows, what they're called. We got to make sure we preserve those.
Yeah.
And so, and then you go back, you look at the gas. I mean, we are heavily reliant on the Middle East for petroleum now, and that.
It's going to be interesting what the markets do. I mean, this is on a Saturday, so obviously the futures, and I haven't checked the futures, but you're going to see what the market's going to do on Monday.
Right.
It's going to go up.
Yeah, and for anyone that thinks that EV is going to do it's going to help at all, EV is just as evil.
Yeah.
I mean, they've got children in mines putting batteries together. There was one of the cabinet secretaries. Did you hear the story that she wanted to show that you could drive across the country in an EV vehicle?
How'd that work out?
She put her advanced team, so it was probably a group of young kids, making sure that she knew how many miles she had left until she hit a charging station. She puts them in a gas car ahead of her, and what do? They pull their gas car into a charging station. And meanwhile, you have Americans who have made the switch over to the EV vehicles coming in to try to charge their vehicle, and they say, no, this is being held for the cabinet secretary who's coming. It's just so out of touch. Like, we're not going to have people driving in a gas vehicle ahead of us to make sure that our car then has a charging station.
Or someone to rescue us when the car runs out of battery. It's not going to happen.
So disingenuous. Their administration. You can go on. There's lists and lists of everything that they've done that have just been lies to the American people. I mean, I don't think that Joe Biden has any sense of empathy or sympathy left for what he's done.
I think you're right.
If it's not on a teleprompter, he doesn't know how to do it. He doesn't know how to get off of a stage. He doesn't know how to talk to people. And I don't even think that it's that he doesn't know how to talk to people. He doesn't care what people are feeling because it doesn't impact him.
Doesn't matter. All right, let's step aside and show this crowd as we have a packed house here in Cedar Rapids. If you watched the coverage earlier with Vanessa Broussard and Matthew Alvarez, it was something else, and it was packed. Well, here's packed as well. Let's talk about this Trumpinator bobblehead. We like to celebrate the return of clicking. Look, always when you were looking for something cool, and you're always looking on the internet for some kind of Trump stuff, it doesn't get any better than this. It's a collectible bobblehead with this Proud Patriots is made with the highest quality material, and it really is a must-have for any Trump fan who just wants to send some energy to what's shaping up to be a glorious political comeback in history. So don't wait right now. Go check it out. There's only a limited number of these available. These collectibles won't last long, and I'm telling you, don't wait till some guy's selling these on eBay for a much more. You can get them right now. Go to and get your Trumpinator Bobblehead. The information for that is on your screen every time we do this Trumpinator. All I see is sales because they always sell out. And you see Dan Scavino have done some pictures of the Trumpinator on Trump Force One, and it's awesome. Go check it out. Go get a Trumpinator and add that to your collection. And today, as we make our way into 2024, and this is building up to be a very exciting election season. We were talking off camera. Okay, obviously Iowa sometimes gets spoiled. I feel like I need to buy a house here in LA where we're here so much. Iowa sees Trump a lot. They see all the candidates a lot, obviously. They never lose any enthusiasm for when he comes to town.
No, and I mean, this room, it just speaks for itself. You see all different people here. I mean, I think I'm looking right now at he's probably 6 years old, and he's so excited. And, you know, I've seen a lot of them. They know Trump's name when they come up to see him, and it's really great to see. You've got people that look really young, probably going to be their first time voting, and they get to cast their vote for Donald Trump. That's really exciting.
Yeah, I remember a couple months ago we were here at the Iowa football game.
Mm-hmm.
We stopped by one of the fraternities there, and that was one of the questions I asked a lot of them. Is they said, this is your first election to vote in. And a lot of them was because they had just turned 18, during the process, and they could not wait to vote for President Trump. And I think you're going to see that resonate because, look, it all goes back to the economy. And right now the economy is collapsing, and every American is affected by that. I mean, you have the uber elite that I feel like is in a level that nothing really touches them to the most part, but 99% of the majority of people are touched by the economy, and these young people are really going to go after it. We also talked about the farmers here. Yeah. Farming is huge here in Iowa.
Yeah, it is huge. I mean, we were just driving into the hotel last night, and I was like, look at all this corn. They must have really awesome haunted mazes because there are cornfields for just miles. But, I think that it seems like everybody here is very excited. There's probably going to be a lot of new people going to the Caucus this year, and so
yeah. It was funny when we were at the farm last time. If you guys remember the extra coverage we had with the president, we went to a farm and he talked to several farmers there. It was right before the harvest, so the corn was still high, it was still green, it was still in the stalk or whatever. And he said, "Hey, when I come back, I've got 2 bits of advice for you: buy a bigger machine." And buy more land because we're going to farm like we've never farmed before. And only President Trump had gotten the billions back from China, and he likes to. He'll talk about that today, I'm sure, about how he benefited the farmers of America, not just across this country, but here specifically in Iowa. Iowa farmers are voting for President Trump. He's got that locked up. He's told me exactly what he's done. He did it before, and he'll do it again. So farmers here in Iowa are definitely supporting President Trump.
Well, I think President Trump, this was the first real, state team that he had built out in 2021. He got his campaign team right on the ground here, and it really it showed that he was willing to keep up the fight, and that was really great to see. And, you talk about China there. One of my favorite stories on the border with Trump is just showing his force on an international stage. Do you remember on the border when he initiated tariffs on Mexico to force them to help keep people in Mexico? And you don't see that with Joe Biden. I mean, he was such a strong leader in making sure that the American people's voices were heard, both internationally and domestically. And he told them, he said, you know what? If you guys do not help start solving this problem and keep these people out of our country that are trying to come in here illegally, then I'm going to keep raising those tariffs. And guess what? Mexico started helping out.
Yep.
So it's that type of leadership that we need. We need somebody that's willing to go in there and be strong and say things that need to be said to fight for the American people, because, right now, Joe Biden, anytime that I hear that he's spending any money, all I think is how is he going to benefit from that 5 years from now, 10 years from now?
Excellent point. Okay, Catherine Cipher joining us with a special pre-show before President Trump steps out. Now, you worked with the former president, President Trump, and the former First Lady, Melania. Can you give us a little bit of insight? I know that she is one of the sweetest people that we've ever, but the fans talk about her, the president talks about her a lot. Oh, let me step aside. Looks like we might be getting ready to do this thing.
The next president of
Trump!
And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
Wow, thank you very much. Thank you. What a nice crowd. A lot of people outside, too, trying to get in. I want to thank you very much. This has been a great place for me and for you and for all of us together. We came here together. Cedar Rapids, thank you very much. It's great to be back here and great to be back in Iowa. Great. You are just 100 days away from the most important vote of your lives. I used to say that about 2016. I said this is going to be the most important vote, and it was at that time. And then we went to 2020. We did much better in 2020 than we did in 2016. Got millions and millions of more votes, so we're not going to let that happen again with what they did. With your support on Monday, January 15th, we're going to win the Iowa caucuses in an epic landslide. And we're going to crush crooked Joe Biden next November, and we're going to make America great again, greater than ever before. Very important. We have some incredible friends with us today. State Representatives Brad Sherman. Where's Brad? Brad, thank you, Brad. Good. Nice to see you. Mark Cisneros. Mark, thank you, Mark. Thank you very much. And Cindy Golding. Cindy, thank you very much. Thank you very much. State Senators Charlie McClintock. Charlie, where's Charlie? Hi, Charlie. And somebody that was, I think, in the whole country, he was my first endorser, and I love those endorsers when they're early. When they're late, they're okay, too, but not, it'll never be the same. It can never be the same. But he was the first in the whole country, and he wanted Trump, and he said, you're going to do a job, and he's a fantastic guy. Brad Zahn. Brad. Thank you, Brad. What a guy. Looks like, I call him the Marlboro Man, a handsome guy. And another great friend of mine who did a fantastic job in the administration, Acting Attorney General of the United States, Matt Whitaker. Matt, thank you. Thank you, Matt. We're here today to talk about how we're going to launch a revival of economic nationalism. Don't be afraid of the word. We're proud of our country. With the great state of Iowa at the center of the action. We made it the center, too. We won it twice. We ran twice. We won it twice. We won both of them twice. You know what the other one is. Crooked Joe puts China first, Mexico first, Ukraine first, Europe first, Asia first. He puts illegal aliens first, environmental maniacs first, everyone else first, but he puts America last. He puts America last. He puts our workers last. He puts our industries last. He puts our farmers last, definitely last. The farmers are definitely last. First for me, they're last for him. That's an easy vote. He puts your families last. He puts everything. That's good. He puts it last. Think of it. It's in reverse order. Open borders, no voter ID, high taxes, high interest rates. We were energy independent just 3 years ago. Now they can't get energy. You got to pay through the, you know what? I put America first every single time. A vote for Biden means the future will be made in China. A vote for President Trump means the future will be made in America, and it will be made right here in Iowa. We're going to take care of you. In generations past, Waterloo, Cedar Rapids, Davenport, Dubuque, we're a hive of American industry producing manufacturing giants like Rockwell, Collins, and John Deere. You ever hear of John Deere? Yeah. Pretty good, right? But over the years, the globalists from Wall Street and Washington have come after you piece by piece with their blood-sucking trade deals, the worst deals. I got to Washington, I say, who made these deals? Brutalizing taxes, job-crushing regulations, and it's never been worse than right now under crooked Joe Biden. It's never been worse than this. We're laughed at all over the world. We're patsies. We're all over the world. They're laughed at. You saw the recent deal, 5 prisoners, 5 hostages, right? For 5 hostages. Plus, they got $6 billion. Other than that, it was a very fair deal. I'll take 5, you'll take 5, and by the way, give them $6 billion. In less than 3 years, Biden and the radical left communists, fascists, and Marxists that occupy his office have piled on job-killing regulatory costs equal to $10,000 per household. You never knew that. By contrast, under the Trump administration, we cut the cost of job-killing regulation by more than any administration in our history, $11,000 per family. And thanks to Biden's Green New Deal, it's a socialist onslaught. That's what it is. Energy costs have skyrocketed, and cumulative inflation has reached nearly 20%, devastating workers, manufacturers, and small businesses all across your state, all across our country. Meanwhile, Biden and his ultra-left-wing lunatics continue to push the largest tax hike in American history, $4.7 trillion, a massive gift to communist China. You know about that tax hike, don't you? We gave you the biggest tax cut in history, bigger than Reagan's. We gave you the biggest regulation cuts, and for the farmers and manufacturers in the audience, of which there are many, the regulation cuts were probably even bigger and more important than the tax cuts, the biggest ever in history. For decades, globalist politicians like Crooked Joe and Ron DeSanctimonious have been selling out your farms, your factories, your families, and your communities, and doing it all to protect foreign labor, to protect foreign jobs, for foreign profits and foreign wages. It's horrible. It's unbelievable. It's not even believable when you look. Under the Trump administration, we will once again protect our jobs, we will protect our workers, and we will protect our wages, our factories, our farmers, and our cherished, most importantly, way of life. It's a way of life. Under my leadership, for the first time in decades, instead of shipping jobs to other countries, we brought our jobs and factories back home to the USA where they belong. You know that. I withdrew from Barack Hussein Obama's. Has anybody ever heard of him yet? Remember Rush Limbaugh? Rush? Go, Barack Hussein Obama. Remember? Barack Hussein Obama. I withdrew from Barack Hussein Obama's horrendous Trans-Pacific Partnership. Would have been a disaster for you and for all of those people that are in Michigan right now and South Carolina, so many different places that are making cars. You do a little bit less so, but you do a damn good job at farming. But I will tell you, they want to take your car industry away. They're going to take it away. They're going to do the electric vehicle nonsense. You know, you drive... You put a little circle around your house. You can't go outside the circle. You'll never come back. You can drive it. The first 10 minutes is one of the greatest feelings on earth. The next hour, you're in trauma, thinking about where the hell are you going to have the car charged. Oh, you had that. Yeah, you had that. Now, we want to have choice in schools, and we want to have choice in cars, right? You want gasoline if you want. Have anything. You know, they want to make your trucks and your tractors electric, too. Anybody have a nice, big, beautiful John Deere? Raise your hand. Yes? How would you like to have a big battery attached to the top of it? Bigger than the tractor itself. You know, that's part of the problem. It's got a lot of problems. They want that to be. They want our army tanks to be all electric. So that when we go into enemy territory, blasting the hell out of everybody, we do it in an environmentally friendly way. Okay? That's what they're doing. These people are crazy. They're crazy. And they want your trucks. I'm meeting with the trucking industry next week. They want your big trucks. They take these loads so big. And, you know, you have Peter built some great firms. They make these incredible trucks, these cabs, and they can go for 2,000 miles. With an electric, you can go for 300 miles, and the battery's so big you'll have no room to store anything else. Other than that, it's wonderful. And it doesn't have actually the pull weight, supposedly. But think of that. How crazy is it, right? And so the trucking industry they don't know what to do because there's nobody, they don't even listen to them. 2,000 miles versus 300 miles. You don't have to say anything else. But also the batteries are massive. You know, I was in South Carolina the other day, the boating industry, and I was with some incredible companies that make boats. And one of them, they said, you know, there's a problem. They don't want us to go faster than 2 miles an hour now. Because, listen to this, they don't want to hurt the whales. There's only been one whale affected in the last 50 years, and yet they'll build windmills all over the ocean, and the whales are washing up at short levels never seen before. But they want a battery boat, a fully electric boat. And, you know, you have those beautiful Mercury engines and the other ones, the outboards and the inboards, and they're great. The little tiny smell of a little gasoline is okay, right? It's, you know, something. Because we have more of it than anybody else by far. But they want the boats. I said to the guy, well, how do you think it'll work? He said, well, it's a problem because the battery's so big we won't have any room for anybody. We'll be sitting on top of a battery, and we're not sure that we can make the boat float. It's so heavy. And I asked him, and I told this just to one of the group, I said, so let's say the boat starts to sink and you're sitting on top of this massive battery. And you get electrocuted. Do you get electrocuted? I mean, I don't want to be near that battery in the water. The problem is there may be a shark about 10 yards away. And you know what I said? I'll take the battery every single time. We'll take electrocution over a shark. But they want to make boats all electric, too, and it's just great. What they're doing is insane. In California, they have blackouts every weekend. California's a mess. You know, Gavin Newsom is talking about, it's one. This guy, let me just tell you, California is a complete wreck, and their price just hit $8 a gallon for gasoline, okay? Don't worry about it. You're not that far behind Iowa. You're hitting all-time record gas prices right now. You know, he used what we did. We filled up the strategic reserves, and he used that to keep prices low for the election. And now it's at the lowest level it's ever been. And that was supposed to be for things like war, not for filling up somebody's gasoline tank. The TPP was a Wall Street hit job on manufacturing in communities, and just like this one, actually, it would have slaughtered millions and millions of American jobs, and I kept you out of it. Ron DeSanctimonious voted for that TPP globalist betrayal of American workers. You would have lost half your jobs. And he proudly supported it alongside of beautiful Hillary Clinton. See, we don't call her crooked anymore. We changed that now. The very beautiful Hillary Clinton, Barack Hussein Obama, Rhino Paul Ryan. Did you ever hear of Rhino Paul? We have a new name for him, Rhino Paul Rhino. He's such a rhino, we do it twice. Rhino Paul Ryan. Rhino Paul Rhino. Joe Biden and the rest of the establishment, these are all people that I don't know, do they hate our country? You look at the things they approve. So Washington swamp. DeSantis is just another globalist backstabber, but thankfully, you know, I got him elected. Then they asked him 4 years later, would you run against the president? He said, I have no comment. That means he's running. Somebody said, sir, don't hit him now. He's a Republican. I said, I don't care if he's a Republican or not. We're going to hit him. And we did hit him. He's like a wounded bird going down. I don't know. I hear he's dropping out of the race, by the way, but let's see. Who knows? But thankfully, I stopped them all, and I terminated their TPP disaster my first week in office. I passed the largest tax cuts and regulation cuts in American history by far. Ended Obama's war on American energy. It was a war. Gasoline prices plummeted, and we actually had them down to even $1.57, $59 for a short period of time, but we had them $1.87. We'll take anything under $2. What does that mean for your tractors? Remember I told you, I said I'm going to make a great deal with China. Go out and buy a larger tractor and more land. Remember? And I came through. But you were with me because we suffered for 1 year. It was a tough negotiation with them. As you probably know, they're tough negotiators, right? But we got them, and we got you $28 billion, and we got hundreds of billions of dollars from China for the country. Not one president got 10 cents from China. Hence, as some people would say, we ended up with the China virus, you know. They weren't so happy with me, but that's okay. We got along with them fine, but they had to pay, and they did. $28 billion we got the farmers. That's why I sounded very arrogant. Somebody said, sir, please don't take Iowa or Nebraska or Wisconsin or others, farm areas. Please don't take them for granted, sir. It's not good. I said, listen, I got them $28 billion from China. And if I sound a little arrogant, I don't see them voting against me no matter what I do. So I don't want to sound arrogant. But we are leading here by 44 points. So. And we will not play, for those people that watch football, we will not play the worst defense in history. What is the worst defense? Prevent. Matt's a great football player. We will not play, Matt, prevent defense. You know, isn't that the craziest defense? A team holds another team scoreless for the entire game. Now it just needs one more couple of minutes, and they go prevent. And they lose. You know what it's called? Prevent defense. It prevents you from winning. So we're not going to do prevent defense, okay? Does it actually work? I've never seen it work. I don't think so. We will not play prevent. The economy boomed. We created 500,000 new manufacturing jobs, and household incomes rose by a record $6,000 a year under Trump, right? I love that mugshot. I love that beautiful woman right there with the mugshot. That mugshot. Can you imagine what they're doing? The weaponization? Oh, she's got one. They're all over the place. Hopefully we'll get rid of them fairly soon, too. It's a disgrace. It's a disgrace. They're weaponizing our Justice Department, our FBI, what they're doing, because they can't win fair and square. Cheated like hell last time. This is a different form of cheating this time. It's called election interference. Smear somebody and then watch him go down. But this is the first time in history. I'm the only man in history that got indicted, and 4 times over nothing. But I got indicted, and my poll numbers have gone through the roof. Never happened before. It's never happened. Usually when that happens, a guy goes to the microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. I will be going home to my family now. I will clear my name. I will clear my name. No, the people get it. These are crooked people. That's the way they want to win. It's election interference. And if I weren't running, or if I were in 4th place, 3rd place, 7th place, which we're not, we're leading by, I think, 62 points overall. We would have had none of this stuff. None of it would have happened. These are dirty players. They're bad people. They're not stupid. You know, when you look at some of their policies like open borders, etc., you say, are they stupid? They're not stupid, but they are, I think, really maybe trying to destroy our country because there's no other reason for it. Now we're ready to take our American First economic program to even greater heights. When I'm elected, we will have tax cuts, regulation cuts, energy price cuts, and interest rates cuts like you've never seen before, even with me. You know what caused the inflation was energy. It's not that complicated. And it also caused Putin to go into Ukraine, although he would have never done it if I was president, even if he did have the energy resources. Because, you know, when it went up to $100 a barrel, he makes a fortune on a war. He'll be the only guy to ever make a fortune on a war. And Biden's the one complaining, but he's the one that drove the energy prices up. So he caused the war with his stupidity, with his absolute, look, he's the most corrupt, he's the most, just the most absolute, he's the worst president in the history of our country. He's the most, he's grossly incompetent. He talks about the war, but he's driving the energy prices up, and Putin's whole economy is in energy. And so at $100 a barrel, no matter what he spends on the war, that's the way it is. But Putin would have never done it. I met with him many times. Ukraine was the apple of his eye. But I said, Vladimir, don't do it. Don't do it. If you do it, this is what's going to happen. Someday I'll tell you what I said. He said, no way. I said, way. He said, no way you'll do that. I said, I will. I swear to you, I will. I'm going to do it. And he didn't believe me. But he believed me 10%. And that's all you needed. That was it. Same thing with President Xi in China. Don't go into Taiwan. He believed me 10% too, and that was enough. But, you know, it's what's happened is so bad. I think a lot of it started with Afghanistan. That was the most incompetent withdrawal in history. They withdrew, think of it, they withdrew the military first. You take your citizens out first, you take the people you need out first, then you get your $85 billion worth of equipment and you get it out, brand new military equipment. You know, if you look at it, Afghanistan now is, I think, the #2 merchant in the world for selling military equipment. They're selling the stuff we get, brand new, gorgeous stuff. I rebuilt the entire military. They gave $85 billion of it away. The good news is we have plenty of others, although we're very low on ammunition. We're low because we're giving so much. It's very, very bad. We are closer to World War III than we've ever been, and I'm the only one that will prevent World War III. I'm telling you, we are closer to World War III. And that won't be a war with army tanks going back and forth here. That will be a war with weaponry, the likes of which this world has never seen before. I know it. I know it better than anybody. And these are weapons. You'll need God. That's true. He said, God. Well, thank you very much. That's a beautiful. He said, God gave me to you. How nice is that? Oh, I like this man. Wow. Well, I hope that's right. Oh, great. I hope you're right about that, though. That's a great honor that you even say it. Under the Trump administration, patriotic protectionism. We need protection. You know, some people say, oh, that's such a terrible word. It's not a terrible. Nationalism is not a bad word either. I'm nationalistic. I think most of the people here. But if you say that to the radical left lunatics, they'll say, oh, that's terrible. Conspiracy. But it'll be the American way, and the American way of life again used to be that way. It's time for a rebirth of loyalty to our country. We need loyalty to our country. To protect American workers and families, I will impose an across-the-board tariff on foreign-made goods that come into our country. If they're going to come into our country, and if they're going to pillage, in many ways, our country, or do a good job, they have to pay for the right to come into our country. Because right now they're destroying our country on trade. We have trade imbalances at levels that nobody's ever seen. And I was all set to do it. And then we had the COVID situation. And we had other problems. But we're going to do it. And we were doing it. And we made incredible trade deals. We did so much. I will pass what's called the Trump Reciprocal Trade Act. That means that if China or any other country makes us pay a 100 or 200% tariff, which in many cases they do, we will make them pay a reciprocal tariff of 100 or 200%. We don't do that. We've done it on individual cases where I was able to get it done, but we're going to do it for everybody when they charge us. A lot of countries, not only China, but you have a lot of countries, they'll sell a motorbike, they'll put a tariff on Harley Davidsons going into India of 150%, and they sell what's called Indian motorbikes, lesser level, and we put a tariff on them of nothing. But we did a big thing in my administration, and you know what they want? They want Harley Davidson or whoever to go to India and build a plant. That way they say you have no tariffs. Well, we lose all those jobs. So we're going to hit them very hard. Everybody, we're going to hit them very hard. Reciprocal trade. They put it on us. We put it on them. One of two things is going to happen. We'll collect a lot of money, and that's fine, and so will they. Or they'll drop the tax, and we'll drop the tax, and it's simpler. You don't have an accounting problem. And as tariffs go on foreign countries, they go up, taxes go on American workers and small businesses and middle-class families will come way down as we do this, because all of this money that will be taken in, all of these jobs that will be taken in. You know, when you do that, you're going to be opening up plants here and all over the United States. And that's what China did, and they still do. Didn't work as well with us because I put a very big tax on their cars, tremendous tariff, 50%, because everybody was moving to China to build their plants. And then they'd sell back into the U.S., and we wouldn't even charge them. So we changed it around a lot. But now we're going to finish it with the big, I call it the Big Daddy, reciprocal trade. I will revoke China's most favored nation. So they get a favored nations. That means they get the whole world, because they see we're a developing nation. You know what? If you look at some of our cities and everything else, we're a developing nation too. Our cities are in bedlam. We're more of a developing nation than they are. They don't have the problems that these Democrat mayors and governors have, where they've destroyed their states and they've destroyed their cities. I will revoke China's most favored nation trade status, and we will impose stiff penalties on China and other trade abusers. We have tremendous trade abusers. They think we're so stupid. They look at this guy Biden. He doesn't know where the hell he is. He can't put two sentences together. He can't get off a stage. There's a stair right there. I never understand. He's always looking around. Where do I go? This guy is it's so bad. Can you imagine President Xi of China? He's sharp. You know, the press hates when I say he's sharp. I actually called him very smart one day. Oh, he called him smart, you know. He runs 1.4 billion people with an iron fist, and I call him smart. They say, President Trump called him smart. They want me to say he's a stupid man. They've been ripping us off for so many years. They're very smart. But can you imagine when they meet this guy Biden? I mean, they see him. I see it. I talk to him. They say, we don't believe it. They think it's some kind of a game that I'm playing. It's like a chess game. They don't really believe this is happening. They say, what's going on here, Ashley? They say, what's going on here? There's some kind of a game being played. This can't be possible. The guy can't talk. He just gave a 1 minute and 15-second speech. That's a big speech for him. On what happened today in Israel, 1 minute and 15 seconds. It wasn't it wasn't Winston Churchill, let's put it that way. Never have so few done so much for so many. This was not Winston Churchill. He was talking about the Spitfire pilots. You know that? The Spitfires, they knocked the German planes, which were bigger, better, stronger, but the Spitfires were unbelievable by luck or whatever. But they could turn on a screw. These big, strong, powerful planes, they couldn't fight with them. But he said, never have so few done so much for so many. Biden doesn't talk that way. Biden doesn't talk that way. What a disgrace. What's happened to our country with inflation. All these things wouldn't have happened if the election weren't rigged. If the election weren't rigged, you wouldn't have Ukraine. You wouldn't have had any of it. You wouldn't have any of it. It's so sad. It's so sad what they've done. And there's plenty of evidence. It's all there. You know it. Not here. We don't worry about Iowa, but you take a look at those swing states. What they did in those swing states is a disaster. It's a disgrace. Under Crooked Joe, we now have a exploding trade deficit in agriculture. Did you know that? Meaning we are now importing more farm product than we're exporting. First time it's ever happened. It's not even believable, right? Are you a farmer? No, I don't need to be to understand. No, but you do. Yeah, that's a great. I'm not a farmer, but I don't need to be to understand what you just said. That is very good. Wow. Would you like to run for politics someday, huh? I think I have to give you an endorsement. Within hours of my inauguration, I will cancel every Biden policy that is abusing our farmers. And as your president, I ended the NAFTA disaster, the worst trade deal ever made by our country, and replaced it with a brand new USMCA. That's Mexico, Canada, the best trade deal they say ever made in our country. In fact, so good, it's so good. They want to cancel it. They're trying to get a deal with the United States to cancel it. You got ripped off by decades with NAFTA. Now we make a deal that is a one-sided deal, I will tell you that. Because we negotiated. I negotiated it. And it's great. You know, you've been ripped off by, I'll tell you, Canada was very tough to deal with, you know. Canada was tougher to deal with than China. Nobody would believe that, right? What they did with your milk product and all of your different products, it was like a one-sided deal for years. And now we have a deal that's great. And I said to them, listen, if you don't make this deal, then I'm not going to let you sell cars into the United States. Oh, well, we would love to make the deal if you'd like to. They were tough. They were nasty. So I say, don't do it. In total, I successfully negotiated and renegotiated more than 50 agreements, some of the worst deals I've ever seen. I used to sit back as they gave me a briefing on some of these bad deals with South Korea, with Japan, with a lot of different countries. I used to sit back, Brazil. I'd say, who the hell made these deals? I mean, it's almost like like they weren't even believable. Some of them, I go back to the heads of the country. I say, you know, your trade deal with us is very unfair. The guy, well, I've been waiting for you to come back and tell us that. They didn't, nobody ever went to him. I also fought for Iowa ethanol like no president in history and issued a rule declaring that E15, you remember when I did this? That E15 would be made available all year round. Everyone said, oh, you can't do that. Only 8 months. No, I gave it all year round. And even the equipment, you know, the equipment, which they wanted to use the older equipment because it was tens of millions of dollars to change it. I said, what's the difference? He said, the older equipment is better. I had a real expert. He said, the older equipment's stronger, better. And I said, let's leave it then. Let's leave it. We want jobs. Ron DeSanctimonious is a raging opponent of Iowa ethanol. He spent his entire time in Congress angrily railing against ethanol and fighting to terminate the renewable fuel standard. That's things that are very good for you. Now he's on his way to changing his view. Remember this, he'll come out in favor of ethanol, but I think I don't even think he's going to be in second place much longer. In one state, he's in fifth place, 5. But they said, don't fight him, sir. Please don't fight him. Even though he was totally disloyal, even though he did that, don't fight him, sir. But I said, no, you have to fight. You have to fight to win sometimes, right? You have to fight to win. And when people are disloyal, when you get somebody elected and then they go and announce that they're essentially going to run, you fight him. He's a Republican, sir. I said, I don't care. I couldn't care less. And we hit him very hard. He's actually heading south pretty soon, I think. And you have some other people, but and I've heard. I don't want to speak out of turn. My people, my geniuses just told me back. Not my geniuses haven't predicted that much. My prediction rate is much better, but they say they're going to cancel all the debates after Miami. That's what I hear. Makes sense, right? You know, when you're up 62 points, what's the purpose of this thing? They said, why isn't Trump debating? Trump should debate. He should debate. I said, wait a minute. I'm up 62 points. I'm going against a guy named, I call him Ada Hutchinson, a nasty guy. He's at 0. Chris Christie's at 2 points. Sloppy Chris. Another one's at 1, 2. They're averaging like 3. And I'm almost at 7. I'm up by 60 points, more than 60 points. Why do you debate? These people, that's right, you want to elect a smart president, not a stupid president, right? And you know what I did last debate? I went and I had a big meeting in Michigan with the United Auto Workers of America and others. And I told them, I said, you know, you guys are working on your hourly wage. That's not your problem. Your problem is the electric vehicle craziness that Biden is putting on everybody. Not one car will be made in America within 2 years. And you got to be careful because and today I read their new platform is they don't care about anything. They just don't want that to happen.
And I want, if I want gasoline, if I feel like driving for cross country, I don't want to stop 37 times. I don't want to stop 37 times. It's crazy. So now the United Auto Workers, I see their biggest thing is the whole EV, they call it, electric vehicle thing. And I hope I helped them. But I went there because their leadership should endorse me. They shouldn't. Now, they probably won't because they've endorsed Democrats for the last 290 years, about 200 years prior to cars coming out. They endorsed, it's automatic. It's like you endorse the Democrat. But I said, how can they endorse? I told these to the workers because the workers are going to be with me 95%. But why should Sean Fain or whoever, I don't know the gentleman, they're trying to put these auto workers out of business. They've lost 40% of their car industry, and not with me, by the way. They were coming back. But over the last 20, 25 years, Mexico took 30% of our car industry away, our car manufacturing industry away. Why would they not endorse me? The Democrats allowed this to happen, but they're in bed with them. I can't imagine what would happen. Not a pretty sight, is it? But they're in bed with them. But I think the auto workers are with me because I'm explaining to them. And if they vote for me, I'm now getting out of the farming stuff for a second, if you don't mind, because you got a lot of people watching on television. If you auto workers don't vote for me, you're not going to have an industry left because they're going to put you out. And if you do, we will double up on our car manufacturing. We're going to double up because we'll tariff cars coming in if they're looking to compete with us, just like we did with Mexico. We said we want 28,000 soldiers, or we're going to put tariffs on the cars that you stole. I mean, they stole 30%, 32 to be exact, of our car industry, of our car manufacturing industry over a couple of decades. Biden's insane electric vehicle mandates will totally decimate gas-powered cars. And if it happens, Iowa ethanol is dead. It's dead. You're not going to be needing ethanol. You're not going to be needing gasoline. And you're going to never take a trip that's more than 12 minutes from your house. It's not going to. You know what else are going to die? Hotels are going to die. But the greatest business there is, in fact, I may not run for president. I may drop out to go into this business. No, I may. I'm sorry. You know what the business is? I'll tell you why, because it's so... The car tow truck business. I'm going to open up a massive, all over the country, tow trucks so that when they run out of their energy, I'll tow those suckers right back home. All right? So if you see me drop out, that could be the only reason I drop out, right? When I'm back in the White House, I will repeal Biden's ethanol-crushing electric vehicle mandates on day one. It'll be one day. And I want you to have an electric car, and I want you to have a gasoline car, and I want you to have a combination hybrid, and I want you to do all those things. But you can't have trucks where the truck is not enough. It carries a load. The entire load's going to be a battery, and it doesn't go far enough. And I was telling the other group, we just spoke in front of a great group of people, much better than you people. I'm only kidding. But we just spoke. Don't worry, same state, same everything. But we just spoke, and I told them, I said, the trucks, you take a Peterbilt or one of the great trucks, they could go up to 2,000 miles on a large tank of diesel fuel, but not large like a battery, which has to be about 9 times larger. And a truck will go 300 miles. So one goes 2,000 miles, one goes 300 miles. What kind of stuff is that? You have to stop 6 times as opposed to none? So, and they're forcing trucks to now go all electric. You talk about a supply chain problem. Wait till you see this sucker. And you know what? I can say that 100 different times. You can go in and say it to the people in the White House. They'll say, thank you very much, and they won't do a thing about it. They are destroying this country. It's so crazy. One of the biggest truckers in the world, they got many, hundreds and hundreds of big, beautiful, most gorgeous trucks. He said, all my life, every year would buy some trucks. Would buy, and I have now just about the biggest company, I guess. He said, every year they got better. They got better. They got stronger. They got more powerful. They were more beautiful. They just got better and better. if this happens, we will be going back 60 years if this happens. There's nothing they can do about it. Nothing they can do about it. I said, have you spoken to the White House? They couldn't care less. That's why they're doing all the things in California with that California deal. It's California on any summer afternoon is in a blackout. They're in a total blackout. Now they want to add millions of cars to the grid. You know, it's insane. It's just crazy. It doesn't work. It's all about something. No, I think it's all about destroying our country, actually, because nobody can figure. That's the only thing I can't figure out. Why do they want to have open borders with millions of people pouring in? People coming from jails, prisons, people coming from mental institutions and insane asylums, you know? My people say, please, sir, don't mention the words insane asylum. Why? Because that's a vicious thing. I said, that's Silence of the Lamb. You know what that is? Has anybody seen Silence of the Lambs? Hannibal Lecter, how great an actor was he? You know why I like him? Because he said on television, on one of the, I love Donald Trump, so I love him. I love him. I love him. He said that a long time ago, and once he said that, he was in my camp. I was in his camp. Yeah, I don't care if he was the worst actor. I'd say he was great to me. And no, he was great. I'll tell you, he was incredible. But that's the insane asylum stuff. That's a step beyond. But mental institutions, insane asylums, jails, prisons, and terrorists, they're pouring in to our country. And you go over to South America, and it's not South America, it's all over Africa. They're allowing all of their prisoners, and they're transporting them into the United States. We're like a dumping ground. And they're taking them from 129 countries, we think. They don't have any idea. You know, Mayorkas, they have no idea what's happening. I had the greatest guys. I had the safest border in the history of our country, and now we have the unsafest border in the history of the world, because there's never been a country like this. But it's a horrible thing that's happening and very dangerous. And you know, these people are very aggressive people. They drink, they have drugs, there are a lot of things happening, and they're very, very aggressive. I heard a woman talking, a great woman, she lost her son in New York, lost her son horribly, actually. And she's become somewhat of a spokesman, running for Congress now. Good, very good person. And she said, they're infiltrating my neighborhood, and they're so aggressive. They're so strong. They're so vicious. They're so violent. And they drink, and they take drugs. Other than that, they're wonderful people, okay? No, this country, I mean, our country can't, no country can sustain this. Under a Trump administration, gasoline-fired engines will be allowed, but child sexual mutilation will not be allowed. Okay? Crazy. Who ever thought we'd be saying that? Who thought that you'd have some guy up here 10 years ago? Who would think you'd have somebody up saying, we will not allow child sexual mutilation? This is the craziest thing. They don't even tell you about what they're going to do to your kids. This is really communism, fascism. These are Marxists. These are sick people. But who would think that? Who would think that they would say, one of the favorite phrases, I will not allow men to play in women's sports. Who would think that? Who would think it? Men, weightlifter, right? A guy lifted 150 pounds more than a woman. It's so demeaning. You know, it's so demeaning to women. The swimming, you see the records? You know, a record that stood for 20 years is broken by 4 hours or something. No, it's just crazy what's going on. It's no wonder that the far-left lunatics are getting desperate to stop our movement because they know this is the movement they can't beat. They'll stop at any means. They'll use law enforcement. They actually now have to revert to law enforcement. As you know, crooked Joe Biden and his radical left thugs have weaponized law enforcement to arrest their leading political opponent, me. Thank you all very much. This is high-level election interference, and it's happening for a single reason, because I'm the only candidate that they do not want to run against. I'm the only one that shows. It's hard to believe that, because, frankly, the Republican candidates, I could take almost all of them. I mean, some of them you can really have. But almost all of them are better than Biden. I'm the only one that's polling way above Biden. We beat him. Washington Post the other day came out 11 up. They actually said 9, then they had to change it to 10, and then they actually had to change it. It's the only time, so they spend $1 million on this big Washington Post, ABC. ABC is one of the worst, by the way, I got to tell you, one of the nastiest. They always come up with stuff. They're very nasty people. They pretend like they're nice, and then they hit you with zingers all the time. But ABC is bad news. ABC fake news, I call it. It's all fake news. Deface the Nation. Do you watch Deface the Nation? Ladies and gentlemen, Donald Trump on Face the Nation. Right now I go, ladies and gentlemen, Donald Trump on Deface the Nation. And Meet the Press has been changed now. They have a new anchor. We interviewed with her a couple of weeks ago, Kristen Welker. She was so nice until she started interviewing me. Then she got a little bit hyper, but she was good. In the Marquette poll, voters prefer Trump over Biden by 24 points. I didn't hear that one. 24 points on the economy. 24 points on border security and 23 points on inflation and 19 points on creating jobs and 34 points on the border. It's a lot. Because remember, the Democrats start off with like 40. You know, people said, a friend of mine said, I said, yeah, I'm up 10 or 11 points. And in some cases, I'm up 2 or 3, but we're up. And he's a very smart guy. He said, how can you only be up 2 points on that guy? I said, because they start off with a big advantage. They have certain groups, we won't say, they have certain groups that vote for him. By the way, a lot of groups, if you look at African American, they're at my level, higher than anybody's ever had before. Hispanic American, we are going to probably win Hispanic American. By the way, if that happens, this election is over. You know, the biggest thing on the election, because they're going to cheat, they're going to try like hell to cheat. The single biggest thing on the election is we got to swamp them. Because, you know, there's a level at which, as bad as they are, they're crooked as you can be, but there's a level at which they can't win. We got to win and we got to swamp them. If we swamp them, we don't have to worry about it. But we also have a lot of good lawyers and a lot of other people looking, but because they use COVID. But if you swamp them, that solves a lot of problems. The radical left Democrats rigged the presidential election of 2020, and we're not going to allow them to rig the presidential election of 2024. Not going to allow it. Every time the radical left Democrats, Marxists, communists, and fascists indict me, I consider it a great badge of honor. Because, thank you very much, I am being indicted for you. Thanks a lot. I appreciate that. It's always a little tough. I call Ivanka. Hello, Ivanka. Anybody ever hear of Ivanka? Nice person. Beautiful, nice person. Hello, Ivanka. Listen, your daddy's going to be indicted today at 6 o'clock. I didn't want you to see it in the news. I didn't want you to. I go back, I see our great First Lady. I say, First Lady. I call First Lady. Just kidding. They'll say now, headlines. He calls her First Lady. What kind of a relationship is that? But she's great. She's so popular. People love her. The style, the beauty. The beauty, the style. You're not allowed to talk about beauty, so let's leave that. If you say beauty, you immediately lose the election. But the style, the beauty, the whole package. But they love her. I say, darling, today at 5 o'clock I'll be indicted. And she actually said, again? That's pretty cool, right? Again? How many times? Now I'm the only one that goes up in the polls every time I get indicted. You know, Alphonse Capone. Did anybody ever hear of Al Capone, the great gangster? He would kill you if he didn't like you at dinner. He would just, you know, you'd be dead. You're gone. And he only got indicted once. Okay? I've been indicted 4 times. I think I have a record for most indictments quickly. Considering I never had a problem in my whole life, it's like a record. Most indictments within a 15-minute period. All phony deals, too. How about the one in Georgia? How about that phony one? How about the one in New York? She values Mar-a-Lago at $18 million, and she convinces a judge. Now, you don't know what Mar-a-Lago is, but you sort of do. So some people say it's worth 100 times that number. She values it at $18 million. And I said, there's something wrong here. And everybody said that. And it's probably could be $1 billion, $1.5 billion, could be more than that. So it could be 100 times that amount. These are crooked people. This is election interference. These are very dishonest people. And she has a judge who's a radical left judge, and and I don't get a jury. So even if I had a tough jury, I'd win. But I'm not allowed to have a jury. Nothing to do with checking a box. You know what that did? Or said, oh, the lawyer. No, you can't check a box. There's no box to check. They did it under a Consumer Frauds Act. Can you believe this? Where I did everything right, built this great company, and now they find out that the company's worth much more than the financial statement. And they found out I have what's called a disclaimer clause. It's a little complicated, but not too complicated. There was no fraud. They don't know what to do. They don't know what to do. And they've been totally discredited, and it's a disgrace that a thing like that can go on. It's election interference. Never forget, our enemies want to stop us because we are the only ones who can stop them. We're the only ones. And if we don't win this election, our country is finished, I hate to tell you. They want to take away my freedom because I will never let them take away your freedom. I will not let it happen. They want to silence me because I will never let them silence you. And in the end, and this is so true, they're not after me, they're after you, and I just happen to be standing in their way. I'm standing in their way. Thank you. It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun up here, standing in their way. But this is not just a campaign. This is a movement. There's never been anything like this in history. I tell about Pat Buchanan, who was a great guy, but he came in, I believe, second in New Hampshire, and he made a life because he did so much better than anyone. He made a life out of coming and saying, we came in first in every state. Think of it. We came in first in every state. And the islands, the islands count too. And it's an incredible thing. The level, so we ran twice, we won twice. The level of enthusiasm now blows 16 and blows 20 away. Because now you're fighting for your lives. You're really fighting for your lives in a true sense. Together we created the most secure border in U.S. history and built nearly 500 miles of border wall. We actually built 561, as I understand it. It's a lot. How about sloppy Chris Christie says he only built 50 miles of border wall? Because if there's a board laying on the ground from 50 years ago that's rotted and we put up this gorgeous, big, brand new thing, they say, oh, well, that's a renovation. And they had boards all over the place, just rotting in the sand. But what a loser he is, by the way. He suffers from Trump derangement syndrome, worse, I think maybe worse than any Democrat. What do you think of the economy? I don't like Donald Trump. It's Trump derangement syndrome, Ashley. We completely finished our original plan and then added even more wall. We built much more. We added much more. It would have gone up within 3 weeks. It was all there. You see it there. And then I hear they're selling it now for 5 cents on the dollar, 5 cents. It's all steel, a very special steel, concrete, and then rebar inside. Inside those bars are concrete and then rebar, very hardened steel. I wanted to use concrete plank. I'm a really good builder. That was what I did the best. Maybe I still probably do that better than politics, come to think of it. But I'm good at it, and no. So that's what I wanted. And they said, no, sir, it has to be steel, and you have to be able to see through it. You have to be able to see people coming with the drugs and everything else. I understood. And I gave them exactly what they want. Even the panel on top, it's called an anti-climb panel. You know this? I don't love it. Architecturally, I don't love it, but it works. We had mountain climbers and we had drug dealers. We have guys that can put 60, 70 pounds on their back and climb up these things like a guy like that. See that handsome guy? Are you with him? This kid is so good looking. Look at him. How old are you? How old are you? 13. You are a handsome little devil. But they have guys, and they climb up a wall with drugs on their back, and we had all the best guys. Half of them came out of prisons, would say, come on with us. We want to, and they couldn't get by the anti-climb panel. So, it's very important. I just want to let you know why, because I loved it without that panel, but it really is very effective. Anti-climb panel. But we did it, and we built the wall at the rate of 1 mile every 24 hours. And we would have had the whole thing finished. We built, I said I was going to build 400 miles. I built 561 miles, and we would have had another 200. I added 200 at the end. and all the panels were there. Those are the ones that you see rotting in the sand, and those are the ones you see, they want to sell them. But then the other day, Biden goes out, and, you know, if he would have gone to the beach and just left everything alone, if he left our oil alone, he's got a consultant, you know, these are all consultants. He's got a consultant that thinks he's very good looking in a bathing suit. This consultant thinks it's a good look for him to be at a beach at 2 o'clock on a Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. I don't think that looks too good, Matt, right? You know, we want somebody that works a little bit like I worked hard. But, you know, we want a working president. Also, when you can't get your feet out of the sand and you can't lift, you know, those chairs are a miracle because they're fairly large and you can lift them like this, right? And he could barely lift them. Just like, this is not a good look. But if he would have gone to the beach and left the border alone and left inflation alone and left the economy alone, all that, he would have gone down as a great president instead of the worst president in the history of our country. Now the fake news is actually trying to give Crooked Joe credit for announcing they will build 20 miles of wall. 20 miles. He'll get more credit if he ever gets it done, which I doubt. Did you see the wall? It's like a portable, terrible-looking wall. I think I could climb over the wall that they're looking to build with a little help. I think I could climb over it. Terrible. It's 20 miles long. If he gets it done, they'll say he did a better job than Trump. Because that's the way it is. Because the fake news are a big part. There are a lot of people back there, a lot of cameras. I see those lights going. You know, anytime I'm ready to talk about like CNN, they know it. They've got very good at this. I watch that red light go off like in 2 seconds. It's off. The light goes off. But they're using funds, and he's saying that he was legally required to spend. He had to do it. He had to do it. He had no choice. He had to do it. But all the other things he didn't have to do where he destroyed our country. So it's just one of those things. He's doing it, he said, because he's afraid of being impeached. I said, what's so bad about impeachment? I got impeached twice, and my poll numbers went up. The difference is he should be impeached. He's bad. He's bad. I got impeached over a phone call, right? I got impeached over a phone call, which turned out to be perfect. It was perfect. I called it. I called how crooked everything was, but it was mostly a phone call to congratulate a brand new president at that point, Zelensky, nice guy, to congratulate him on winning his thing. I got impeached for that. And here's a guy steals tens of millions of dollars and they don't impeach him. But let's see what happens. If you want a president who leaves $500 million worth of wall materials to rust on the desert floor, while illegal aliens stampede over them, they walk right over those panels. They're laying dead on the floor, rotting and rusting. If you want that in your communities, then you should immediately get up and vote for crooked Joe Biden. Does anybody want to vote for Biden in this audience? You know. I'm glad you said that. It would be probably dangerous. If we could have some danger, somebody, well, I'd like to. If you want a president who will seal the border, stop the invasion, and reclaim our sovereignty on day one, then you must vote for President Donald J. Trump. Right? And, you know, if you think about it, crooked Joe Biden has 3 major problems, and they all begin with the letter I. Inflation, immigration, and incompetence. You know, very simple. I sort of like that line. And when I said Mexico will pay for the wall, they did, because they supplied us with 28,000 soldiers at our border free of charge. You ever notice there was no legal mechanism? How do you get somebody to give you a check for you building a wall? But I said to the president, I said, you got to give us 28,000 soldiers. No, I won't do that. And I said, well, you got to. I'm sorry. Otherwise, we're going to have to do something. No, we will not do that. I said, one other thing you have to give us. You have to give us a policy, stay in Mexico. In other words, nobody can come in. They have to stay in Tijuana, lovely city. They have to stay in Tijuana. Hundreds of thousands of people. No, we will not do that. The other thing you have to give us, catch and release. I want to release them, too. You catch them, release them. We release them in America. I want to catch and release them in Mexico. In other words, I'll catch them and release them here. I want to drop them in. No. So he sends over a stop negotiator to us, and we dealt with the State Department. You maybe heard this story, I told it a couple of times. Dealt with a wonderful woman at the State Department. I said, I want them to give us 28,000 soldiers. I want to get rid of catch and release. I want to release them in Mexico. And I want to stay in Mexico and other things, right? And I want other things. And she said, very good woman. She said, sir, I've been asking for these things for 25 years. I've been in charge. They will not do that. So the head guy comes in, top guy. I said, this is what I want. I want 28,000 soldiers. I want catch and release. I want all of these things. And by the way, 7 other things that are almost as bad. No, we will not do that. He looked at me like, am I dealing with a fool? I said, oh, you will do that. 100% you'll do that. No, I will. 100%. Let me make you a bet that you will approve this. No. I said, let me tell you, if you don't approve it, this was a Friday, on Monday morning at 7 o'clock, I'm imposing a 25% tariff on all of the cars that you stole from us for the last 35 years. Every car coming into the United States will have a tax or a tariff put on it of 25%. And every other item coming into the United States will have a tax put on of 25%. So anything coming into the United States, which is hundreds of billions of dollars, will have a tax of 25% starting on Monday morning at 7 o'clock. And here's the document. And I signed it before your very eyes. He said, Mr. President, may I have 5 minutes? I would like to go back and make a call. And he did make a call to the president, who I have a lot of respect for, by the way, of Mexico. He's a friend of mine. He's great. He's a socialist, but you can't have everything. But he's great. And he's popular. He's a very good guy. But he comes back, sir, I am pleased to inform you that we would love to give you 28,000. We would love to take MST 13 gang members back into our country. It would be a great honor to have 28,000 soldiers guard your border. I said, free of charge. Yes, sir, absolutely free. We would never want anything. Because the money we're talking about is like 10 times. So with all those idiots that say Trump didn't get anything for the wall, let them know we got 28,000 soldiers free of charge, plus plenty of other things. We appointed over 300 federal judges and 3 great Supreme Court judges. And I stood proudly with our friend and ally, the State of Israel. And I will do it again. You heard about today, the Hamas terrorist invasion. I mean, when you think about, and what do you think of Hamas? What do you think? Do you know about Hamas? The terror invasion of Israeli territory and the murder of Israeli soldiers and citizens is an act of savagery that must be and will be crushed and avenged, has to be crushed. Israel's at war, and the United States has to support Israel. We have to support Israel. There's been no better president for Israel than me. And nobody loves Israel more than the evangelical Christians, I will tell you that. This war happened for 2 reasons. The United States giving Iran $6 billion. How about that deal? We get 5 terrorists, they get 5 terrorists, or we get 5 prisoners, they get 5 prisoners. Call them whatever you want. 5 and 5, okay. I'm sure it wasn't a good deal. Because like in the case of Russia, one of the people they got back was the leading arms dealer in the history of the world. Okay? Leading arms dealer in the history of the world. He's going out now purchasing arms for Russia. Very good trade they made. I'm sure our trade was likewise. But they added one little caveat. Plus we get, for them, $6 billion. So we get 5, and they get 5. Sounds good. And they also get $6 billion. And our country's perceived weakness and an incompetent and corrupt leader, Joe Biden, who's left out all over the world. He's left out all over the world. People can't believe this is happening. President Xi, who is so smart, so many of these people, they have a meeting and they say, this can't be happening. The guy doesn't have a clue. And I predicted the war. A lot of the newspapers, thank you very much, fellas, they've been very generous to me. I predicted war in Israel immediately after it was announced that Joe Biden gave the $6 billion to Iran. They got so much money. At this time, Israel and the United States need a very strong partnership and leadership. I got to have strong leaders. You don't have strong leaders, it doesn't matter how many army tanks you have. In addition to the billions of dollars given to Hamas, top funder, Iran. Joe Biden restored hundreds of millions of dollars to the very corrupt Palestinian entities. He gave them hundreds of millions of dollars. Many people didn't even know it. Wonder what deal he made. Joe Biden betrayed Israel. He betrayed our country. As president, I will once again stand with Israel, and we will cut off the money to Palestinian terrorists on day one. We'll cut it off on day one. And Biden and Obama were terrible to Israel because they begged him. Bibi Netanyahu came here, begged Obama, begged him, please, sir. I mean, he literally, the way he was talking, it was the craziest thing. He was begging him, don't do the Iran nuclear deal. I ended it, and if we had our administration, we would have had a deal with Iran already. It would have been a good deal. They wouldn't have had a nuclear weapon. Now they're 3 months away from having a nuclear weapon. And once they have a nuclear weapon, the conversations become much more difficult. This guy, this poor, sad sack of a president that we have, will lead us into World War III, 100%. I've made and I hope that's a prediction that I'm wrong on. But we've never been closer. We've never been closer than we are right now. And he tweaks the wrong people at the wrong time. He says the wrong thing at the wrong time. If he says anything at all, he's not respected at all. It's a disgrace. They spend all their money with the DOJ on screwing opponents. That's what they do. That's all they're good at. You are closer to World War III, and I can say this, if I'm elected, I'm the only one that can say it, you will never have World War III. You will not have World War III. Less than 4 years ago, we had the historic Abraham Accords, which everyone said, when will you get your Nobel Peace Prize? Should have. I had 5 things I should have gotten a Nobel Prize, but I said, I'm not going to get one. They gave one to Obama when he got elected. 2 weeks later, they got elected. He didn't. Why did I get it? Does anyone know? He didn't even do anything. He didn't do too much after that either. But today, think of it. So just a short time ago, we did the historic Abraham Accords, and today we have the exact opposite, a major attack on Israel. What a difference a president makes, right? What a difference a president makes. As president, I also kept my promise to recognize Israel's eternal capital and opened the American embassy in Jerusalem and got it built. I actually got it built. It's going to cost $2 billion. I did it for $500,000. You know that story. I also recognized Israeli sovereignty over the Golan Heights, something that they've been working on for 58 years. They never got it done. I got it done. And I withdrew the United States from the disastrous Iran nuclear deal, and we were in a position to make an unbelievable deal. And these guys didn't do anything. I kept saying, are they doing anything? They didn't do anything. We saved America once before, and I am the only candidate in this race that will save America once again. We're going to save America because we have no choice. We have no choice. So here's just some of what we'll do when we become, all of us together, because this is a we effort. We become the 47th president of the United States of America. I will totally obliterate the deep state, stop the weaponization of our government, and overhaul the corrupt FBI and the very corrupt DOJ from the ground up. In the meantime, I'll keep fighting them off. On my first day back in the White House, I will terminate every open borders policy of the Biden administration and begin the largest deportation operation in American history. No country can sustain what they're putting us through. And we'll start with the bad ones. And you know who knows the bad ones? Our police forces, our local police forces. They know them all, and they know them by name. I will also use Title 42 to end the child trafficking crisis by returning all trafficked children to their families in their home countries, and we'll do that immediately. Sarah, terrible situation. On day one, I will sign a new executive order to cut federal funding for any school pushing critical race theory, transgender insanity, and any other inappropriate racial, sexual, or political content on our children. I will not give 1 penny to any school that has a vaccine mandate or a mask mandate. And as I said, A little while ago, I will keep men out of women's sports. We will do that. Doesn't that sound like a very easy one? I can't even believe they give me thunderous applause. I will keep men out of women. And I say, can you believe I'm even saying this? It's almost easy to be a politician now. You have things that are just so ridiculous, right? Just as I did for 4 years, I will fully uphold the Second Amendment. We will restore free speech. And I will secure our elections, totally secure. Our goal will be one-day voting with paper ballots and voter ID, right? One-day voting, not 48 days, not 62 days. They have thousands of ballots lying all over the floors. Get me some more ballots. Where are they? They're on the floor over in the corner. They take a tractor, they scoop them up, and they drop the whole thing. But until then, Republicans must compete, and we must win. So in conclusion, this is what we must do to restore our country to greatness. The USA is a mess. Our economy is crashing. Inflation is out of control. China, Russia, Iran, North Korea have formed together as a menacing and destructive coalition. Our currency is crashing and will soon no longer be the world standard, which will be the single greatest defeat that we've had in over 200 years. That will be a disaster. And it's happening. But it won't happen with me, not even a chance. Just like Russia would never have invaded Ukraine and China would not be even having a thought about raiding Taiwan, not even a thought. And we would have left Afghanistan with dignity and strength. I'm the one that got it down to 2,500 people after 21 years. But I would have kept Bagram, the biggest military base, Air Force in the world, the biggest runways, most powerful runways in the world, 20,000 feet long, 8 feet thick, can carry anything. But not because of Afghanistan, but because of China, because that's where China, 1 hour away is where China makes its nuclear weapons. And you know who's occupying Bagram right now? China. They took it over. We built it, spent billions of dollars many years ago. And that's our greatest embarrassment, in my opinion, the greatest embarrassment in the history of our country, what happened with Afghanistan. Do you know that I spoke to the leader of the Taliban, and I said, Abdul, you're killing our people. You're not going to kill them any longer. Very rough conversation. Call me Your Excellency. Yes, Your Excellency, yes. And the press went crazy when they heard I called him. In fact, I invited him over to the White House, but what he did is he killed 3 or 4 people to show that he was leading with strength, so I canceled the meeting. I mean, he actually killed. Remember that? He killed 4 people just before leaving. I said, cancel the meeting. He wanted to show that he's dealing from strength. This is a whole different deal. These people are. It's a whole different deal. But I said, Abdul, if you do anything, we're going to hit you harder than any country has ever been hit before. But why do you send me a picture of my home? He asked me. I said, Abdul, you'll have to ask other people that question. But you'll be hit harder than anybody's ever been hit by our country. From that moment on, we didn't lose 1 soldier. 18 months, not 1 soldier in Afghanistan. Not 1 soldier was hurt or shot at. Nobody was shot at. Nobody was hurt. Then we had a rigged election. I got out. This total incompetent person took over. And they left from the wrong airport. They should have left from Bagram. We have miles and miles of territory around it. It's a real fort. They said they'd leave from this little thing where the people went crazy. But they should have left from Bagram. But they should have left with dignity. They should have left with strength. We were so strong. The Taliban had a fear of the F-16. Those F-16s would come roaring over their heads, and they just said, get me the hell out of here. And now they own those F-16s. They took them. This person allowed them to take them. And I said, when we get out, we take every screw, every bolt. We take every little tent. We take all the big tents. We take the army tanks, the planes. We take everything. And I had a couple of guys, like this guy, Millie. What a stupid person he is. Millie, no, he's a stupid. Sir, he said to me, it's cheaper to leave the equipment than it is to take it. I said, let me ask you something, Millie. So we have a $100 million, $150 million airplane. We fill it up with a little tank of gas. We fly it to Pakistan, or we fly it home. You think it's cheaper to leave it? Yes, sir, I think it's cheaper. So I know where Biden got the idea from these people. They're stupid people. You know, we have great military, like I defeated ISIS. Everyone said you couldn't defeat. I did it very quickly. I did that with great generals, but not the guys you see on television. We defeated ISIS, and we did things that nobody thought were possible. Our military is great, but our leadership at the top, and especially the television guys, are terrible. But we have unbelievable generals. We have some amazing people. Our military is great. But what happened in Afghanistan is the single most embarrassing day in the history of our country, and it's why Putin went into Ukraine, because he said, these people are weak and they're stupid. They're weak and they're stupid. He would have never gone into Ukraine. If you took the 5 worst presidents, and I say this all the time, but I think now I'll change it. You could take the 10 worst presidents. They wouldn't have done the damage that crooked Joe Biden has done. What the damage he's done to this country. And he's doing bigger damage with his election stuff, because this is big stuff. It never happened. That's a banana republic stuff that's going on, you know. You see this crazed lunatic in New York, the Attorney General. She's like a crazed lunatic. We found more tapes. I will stop him. I will stop him. I will. Then she said, oh, yes, I could be impartial. She's a lunatic. And she's pushing the judge around. The judge, I actually think the judge could be fair. He's very ultra-left, but I think he could. But she's pushing the judge around into doing really foolish things. And we had a great ruling yesterday from the appeals courts and all. But she's pushing the judge around, and it's a disgrace. We're a failing nation. We're a nation in decline, very serious decline. Who would have thought this? And now these radical left, crazy people want to interfere with our elections by using that same law enforcement that we've been talking about. It's totally corrupt, and we can't let it happen. If you want to save America from crooked Joe Biden and the radical left, then every patriot you know, you have to make sure you go out and register Republican. You have a very big, powerful election coming up. It's called a caucus here. And get them out to vote in their local precincts. And you have to get out and vote 7 p.m. on Monday, January 15th. Local caucus. We're asking you to commit to caucus and bring 5 or 7 or 10 people, bring as many people as you can, because we have to win big. Now, this is just the primary, and I think we're in great shape in the primary, but it sets a tone for the general election. And in this state, I don't want to sound again like I was telling you before, but I think we're in great shape. But it sets a tone. It's very important. Sign up at ia.donaldjtrump.com and get involved. So 2024 is our final battle. It really is. It's our final battle. We've got to win it. If we don't win it, I'm not sure there's a battle left. I'm not sure you can take, if you look at countries that have gone bad, I used to say in 2016 and a little bit in 2024 that we will not be a socialist country. Remember? We will not be a socialist country. And I did it in front of Congress, State of the Union. We will not be. And I was right, because we skipped socialism. We're into communism, fascism, and Marxism. With you at my side, we will demolish the deep state. We will expel the warmongers, the people that love to go to these countries and blow the countries up. And we'll get them out of our government. We'll drive out the globalists. We'll cast out the communists, Marxists, and fascists, and we'll throw off the sick political class that hates our country. We will rout the fake news media. They've got to rout them until they do their job properly. They're supposed to be like the police. They're supposed to watch over corruption, but they're more corrupt than anybody there is. And that's why their approval rating, I'm very proud to say, during my time, it was at an all-time high before I got elected, because people didn't know them. And now it's at the lowest it's ever been. It's lower than Congress. Can you believe that? I'm extremely pleased to tell you that I was responsible for that. But they have to clean up their act, because nobody believes them. That's why their ratings are all going down the tubes. That's why nobody buys any of their stuff. You take a look at CNN, it's got no ratings. Oh, the red light just went off. Okay, turn it on, I'm finished with you. MSNBC is a horror show. It's just an absolute horror show. And people have just lost tremendous respect. Fox is way down, too, by the way. 35 points down because people feel they're just not like the old fox. They're just not like the old fox, and we all know what that means. But we will evict Joe Biden from the White House, and we will finish the job once and for all. The great silent majority is rising like never before, and under our leadership, the forgotten man and woman will be forgotten no longer. With your help, your love, and your vote, we will put America first, and we will quickly and strongly make America great again. Thank you. Thank you, Iowa. God bless you. God bless you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Great.
Up about an hour and just about 30-minute speech from the President Trump. I want to thank one of our broadcasters partners tonight, our friends over at Birch Gold. He talked about the economy. He talked about what's happening globally. Protect your investments, protect your hard-earned savings, and turn our friends over at the Birch Gold Group. Simply text the words Trump to 989898. Also, feel your very best, and our friends over at Field of Greens wants to help you out. Go to the website, fieldofgreens.com, and save 50%. That's 15% on your first order using promo code RSBN. Field of Greens contains whole fruits and vegetables to help you live a healthy and healing life. All right, Catherine Cipher, Brian Glenn, as we provide a little bit of post-speech commentary as we wrapped up I think and you had mentioned this earlier, it's got a lot of meat, a lot of policy. It's also got a lot of humor that he mixes into all of this. Oh my
gosh, she was hilarious tonight, and my wheels are already spinning. I'm thinking America First towing. We gotta get some truck drivers out there and get ready for all the EV vehicles. That was hilarious. He's great.
What's some of your takeaways of some of the things he talked about tonight? I know the people seem to love the pushback about keeping men out of women's sports. Also talked about the transitioning of surgeries for transitioning for minors. Talked about that. What stuck out to you?
To me, it is just the leader, the true leader that he is. And right now, we need somebody on the international stage making sure that the American people are kept safe first, and that the American people's voices are heard first. And tonight, that just showed, talking about Israel and his relationship with Netanyahu, talking about China and the threat that China is and how he dealt with them. Mexico, the list goes on, and I think right now we need that leadership, and it was just really great to have him remind the people here and all of you all the things that he accomplished.
And he also talked about the polls that he has, not only here in Iowa, but across the country, head-to-head, getting 60+% of the vote in the primary, but really head-to-head with Biden, it tends to be 10, 12% higher on a national average. I think the average is much higher than that.
Well, and I thought what was really interesting as well is just some of the main pillars that he's looking to run on, keeping children safe and not giving funding to schools that are trying to vaccinate our children and poison our children. I mean, you and I looked at each other and it's like, these are such simple, common sense things, and it's crazy that we are living in a world right now where a president, that's what he has to run on, because it's the fundamental protections of the American people that are at stake.
Yeah. He also talked about how Putin would not have invaded Ukraine if he was in office, and he knows how to end this war through peace. And why don't we ever talk about some type of peace agreement to end this war in Ukraine? It seems like we keep funding an endless war.
Well, you heard me earlier, because I think that Joe Biden's pockets are going to be lined here in about 10 to 15 years, or at least his family. I mean, what to you, what was your greatest takeaway today? What did you feel?
I kind of feel like the whole America First policies, we've heard this for time and time again for 2-3 years. It's policies that make sense for America. I mean, it's putting America first. Nationalism. It talks about nationalism and how sometimes the media calls nationalism such a bad word. No, it means loving your country and putting it first. I think you're going to see so many independents out there, and even Democrats that did not vote for Trump this last time will see what's going on, and it seems like a no-brainer to get this country back in the right direction, putting America first.
Yep, and just talking about all the indictments and how every time that he's indicted, his poll numbers seem to go up, and I loved, working for Mrs. Trump and just hearing him tell her that he's been indicted again, and she's just like, again?
Yeah.
I can just see it, and it's so raw. What he's saying on this stage is exactly what he's saying behind stage, and it's that authenticity that I miss in the White House, and that's something that I've always loved about him, being both in the White House and now working with you guys. The person that you're seeing up there, it's the same one that goes back to the staff, and I don't think that we can say the same for Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, Nancy Pelosi, the whole Democratic Party. They say one thing and they do another, and that's what's so great about President Trump.
Right before he walked out, we were going to talk about the former First Lady Melania Trump, and then he walked out. You worked with her. Let's take a few minutes to talk about what a beautiful woman that she is, as far as what her mission was while she was in office, and just really how she loves this country.
Yeah.
And she is such a big supporter, obviously, of President Trump and everything that he does.
And the media has always tried to come between them, and they're so strong. And seeing them behind the scenes and just what a great relationship that they have. They both are funny. They joke around with each other, but she is one of the most kind and compassionate women I have ever worked with. Being in politics, you've got a lot of women who are kind of fighting with one another and kind of just always trying to one-up one another, and that was never her approach to anything. It was always working together and raising women up, working together. She had an office full of almost all women, and it was wonderful. Some of those women now, I'm not going to use names, but not so great, but that's how she worked. And now, she spoke 6 languages, more languages than any first lady in our history. And a lot of the first ladies, when they leave, it seems, the past couple of presidents, it seems like the first ladies are leaving and almost hating the country and doing things that are anti-American. And instead, she's gone out there, her Be Best initiative, which is to help, the well-being of children and protect them against the opioids and the fentanyl crisis, and to help them deal with online safety and online bullying. She has now created what's called Fostering the Future, and that is dedicated to helping children in the foster care system. And so through that, she's also, she just launched a Christmas ornament collection called Red, White, and Blue Christmas.
Nice.
And I think that's it's usamemorabilia.com, and all of the proceeds of that go towards scholarships to children that they ended up leaving the foster care system without a forever parent, and so those scholarships are helping them go to school and make sure that they have a future. And so, that's a little bit of the kindness and compassion that she continues to show to the American people.
And when he made that joke, we looked at each other and you said, I could totally hear her saying that with the president. So great perspective that you've given us on the inside of the former First Lady. So to kind of recap, back in Iowa, we've got this January 15th at 7 p.m. Caucus. We were just discussing how we're going to cover Caucus night here in Iowa. We're going to come up with a plan and do that because we know a lot of people are fired up walking in here. A lot of people said they just really appreciate it. It seems like we're here every other week here in Iowa, and we will certainly remain on the campaign trail. I do also want to talk about our friends. Don't support everybody. We talked about Birch Gold. We talked about Field of Greens. We talked about the Trumpinator. We've got people, they love us. Hey, we thank you coming out so much. We appreciate it. We're live on the air, by the way, which is great. Yeah, they love it.
It was an awesome ride.
Great night. We'll see you at the next one. Yes, sir. There we go. Always a lot of familiar faces here at the rally. It's good people. It's funny. You said earlier, hey, it's on the front row droves were up front for this. But just please support all of our partners. And I want to emphasize again, Mike Lindell and what he's going through right now. And I did talk to him on the phone before we came on today, and he says, Brian, I am having money problems. I am running out of money fighting all of these legal battles to the tune of $2 million a month. And you think about this, how many lawsuits he's been fighting. Right. He's been fighting for other people too in their various states. So I just encourage everybody right now to go to mypillow.com/RSBN and just early Christmas shop. I don't know. I know we're still in October, but it doesn't
have
hurt.
to stick together.
We do.
We really do. You know, you see the Democrats do it all of the time. They always are band together, and to hear that he's struggling, I mean, it's just a matter of time before it's another small business owner or private business owner that's being attacked by the whole mob. And that's definitely something that I can see he's going through.
Well, you made a great point earlier, because what they're doing really is trying to send a message that if you are a business owner, you own a company, you want to get into politics, you want to go a certain direction that maybe they don't want you to go, that they'll come after you and crush you financially and crush your business and your livelihood. So I just encourage everyone right now to go out
scare
to
tactics.
It is some very scare tactics to mypillow.com/RSBN. You'll get the discounts. You'll see the promo codes there. Also, you'll see some clearance items as well and some Christmas stuff. So like I said, it's not too early to start shopping for Christmas. And so go support our friend over at Mike Lindell. Okay, so programming note, I'm off to New Hampshire. In northern New Hampshire, tomorrow morning, bright and early, we'll be in northern New Hampshire for a speech there. I think it's in Wolfsboro, New Hampshire, I believe. And then we're going to take a quick trip down to South Florida at West Palm Beach on Wednesday for a Club 47 speech. So nice. With the special guest, Congressman Matt Gaetz will be there. So I can only imagine what. You think he has a few things to say?
I think he's got a couple of
Has
things
he been
to
in the
say
news
right now.
lately,
I mean,
wonder?
he hasn't been outspoken at all.
Yeah. So join us for that, as well as we continue to follow this campaign trail. And who knows, we'll probably be back in Iowa maybe next week.
Maybe.
You never know. Okay, Catherine Cipher, Brian Glenn saying so long here from Cedar Rapids, Iowa. Until next time, everybody, goodbye and God bless.
My employees and I are excited to announce it's our 20th anniversary, and to celebrate, we're bringing you a limited edition MyPillow. The Giza Elegance MyPillow is made with the most amazing cotton, 2-inch pipe gusset, comes in 4 custom loft levels, and it's machine washable and dryable.
When I got MyPillow, I'm asleep almost immediately. I stay asleep at night, and I wake up more well-rested in the morning.
My patented fill adjusts to your exact individual needs and helps keep your neck supported and aligned. That's why we've been around for 20 years, because MyPillow works.
Go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get your limited edition 20th anniversary MyPillow queen size. Retails for $69.98, now only $19.98. That's right, only $19.98.
With my 60-day money-back guarantee, you have nothing to lose. Sleep well, America!
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I have a Christian show called Let It Be Heard, where we analyze culture and current events from a biblical perspective. I highly recommend you guys check us out. We now have episodes every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And basically, what happens is we react to videos, we have talking points, we have on guests, and it's very exciting. Come check us out on Rumble on the RSBN channel. God bless you guys.
When I invented MyPillow, my passion was to help each and every one of you. And 20 years later, all of your support is what keeps us going. Because of you, we've been able to create thousands of USA jobs and help millions get the best sleep ever. To thank you, my employees and I are bringing you a limited edition MyPillow. The Giza Elegance MyPillow is made with my patented adjustable fill, the most amazing cotton, and a 2-inch pipe gusset. It has 4 custom loft levels, machine washable and dryable, and you get my 60-day money-back guarantee and 10-year warranty.
Go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get your limited edition 20th anniversary MyPillow queen size. Retails for $69.98, now only $19.98. That's right, get a queen size MyPillow for only $19.98.
From all of us here at MyPillow, thanks, America!
Right Side Broadcasting is known for panning the crowds, showing the packed arenas, and allowing you to see the truth. We've covered hundreds of rallies, briefings, marches, CPAC, and the historic overturning of Roe v. Wade. Right Side Broadcasting was created in 2015 by our founder, Joe Seals, creating a unique broadcasting experience that allows you to make your own decision rather than force-feeding you an agenda. We don't cut or edit people's words or twist them to fit a particular point of view. We allow our correspondents to be open about their opinions while maintaining journalistic integrity. Right Side Broadcasting wants to continue our legacy with help from people just like you. Your donations and support allow us to continue to be the gold standard in live, unedited event coverage. Help our cause by sharing our broadcasts, subscribing on our social media platforms, and supporting us on our locals community. Your monthly or one-time contributions on our website are crucial in our fight for the truth. Thank you for all of your generous support.